The story opens on a bright, peaceful day in a modern metropolis. On the busy street, people trade items while a man with reddish hair walks past, lost in his own world. Suddenly, the man with reddish hair freezes, a wave of blue energy washing over him in a moment of pure confusion. The ground suddenly trembles, throwing the city into a panic as people scream, fearing an earthquake or a terrorist attack. An immense, glitching blue barrier materializes, trapping the entire city block within its strange energy. The man with reddish hair collapses, clutching his head as a wave of intense pain courses through him. Stunned and disoriented, he looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and terror. He finds himself standing on a high wall, staring down into a swirling abyss and wondering what is happening. A colossal stone pillar marked 08 rises from the clouds, holding a glass cube containing a small part of the city. The shaking stops, leaving the man with reddish hair and the other survivors dizzy and bewildered. As people realize their phones are dead, he has a terrifying thought. This is just like the dimensional transportation from web novels. Ding, ornate red announcement windows suddenly materialize in front of him and the other stunned citizens. The floating screen delivers a chilling message. The game has begun, and they must throw their dice. He stares at the announcement, wondering what it means while noting the system's annoying, cheerful face. Over there, a woman screams, as everyone looks up in horror at something massive floating in the sky. They are horrified to see their entire city block is now trapped inside a giant cube floating in a strange void. The man with reddish hair stares, trying to comprehend the impossible sight before him. A colossal golden die, showing the number 2, descends from the sky toward their floating prison. The die lands with a flash of energy, its face changing to show the number 3. Ding! A new announcement declares that pawn number 08 is moving 3 spaces. A golden number 3 now rests atop the city cube, signifying their new position. The entire pillar begins to slide across a vast cosmic game board. Their world is forcibly moved through the starry expanse to an unknown destination. The sudden movement throws everyone into chaos as they scream in terror, asking what is happening. The man with reddish hair calmly puts the pieces together, realizing they have been summoned into a game. Looking at the moving pillar, he comes to a grim conclusion. They are not the players. With dawning horror, he understands the truth. They are this game's pawns. The movement finally stops, and he deduces that the player must be the one who threw the die. He realizes that their entire city is just a pawn chosen by a player in some cosmic video game. But he wonders why the player would need to summon an entire city for a simple pawn. He then asks the most important question. Why were the people summoned along with it? Ding! His thoughts are interrupted as the announcement window reappears before him. The system declares they have arrived at a defense space and must roll dice for difficulty and duration. A golden die materializes and lands on 1, setting the mission's difficulty to level 1. A second die lands on 3, setting the defense time for a grueling 3 days. The system begins summoning a map as monstrous silhouettes crawl across the outside of their glass prison. A powerful wave of energy ripples through a section of the city cube, transforming it. In disbelief, they watch as the ground itself rises up, creating a dense forest where buildings once stood. As the 3-day timer appears on screens around them, a final announcement warns that the defense mission will begin soon. A map of their new territory appears, highlighting several key locations within the altered city block. An ominous, single-word command flashes across the screens. D, causing a nearby man to cry out in fear. Utter panic breaks out as people scream at the sky, begging to be sent back. The man with reddish hair stays calm, reasoning that pleas are useless. If communication was possible, it would have happened already. He resolves to focus on the announcements, which now offered to provide the citizens with basic equipment. The system instructs the citizens to roll a 100-sided die to receive their items. He examines the strange D100 in his hand as a notification explains the item ranks, from ordinary to mythical. As people inspect their dice, an older man shouts a frantic warning. Something's approaching. They peer into the misty tree line, realizing with dread that what's coming is not a rescue team. Monsters. A terrifying horde of orcs and beasts charges out from the forest. With screams of, "Run!" and "Save me!" the crowd scatters in a desperate stampede for their lives. Wag! The monster horde slams into the crowd, unleashing a brutal and bloody massacre. As people scream and fall, a businessman runs for his life, pursued by ravenous orcs. An orc grins as it swings its massive club down, preparing to obliterate its fleeing prey. A violent spray of blood erupts, marking another life brutally extinguished in the chaos. The man with reddish hair is sent flying through the air by a devastating blow from an orc. Bloodied on the ground, he has a grim epiphany. The humans were summoned to be a living defense force. The floating cube, now half city and half wilderness, hangs silently in the cloudy abyss. On the vast cosmic game board, giant hands continue to play, utterly indifferent to the slaughter below. An orc stands triumphantly over a fallen human, its blood-soaked club a testament to the carnage. A powerful orc chieftain emerges from the horde, his intimidating presence signaling a new level of threat. Suddenly, a woman with fiery wings and a massive axe descends from the sky, her eyes locked on the monsters. She unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of fire directly into the heart of the orc formation. The roaring inferno engulfs the battlefield, sweeping toward the fallen man with reddish hair. Keek! The monsters shriek in agony as the all-consuming flames incinerate them instantly. The few remaining survivors can only stare, mouths agape, at the sudden and overwhelming display of power. Standing in a smoldering crater, their mysterious savior leaves them wondering who could possibly wield such might. A system window identifies her as Go Hyeju, a level 1 ordinary citizen. Go Hyeju immediately takes charge, ordering the injured to Namsan Tower and telling everyone to roll their dice. A survivor stares at his D100, questioning her command to use this thing amid the chaos. An explanation clarifies that rolling the die summons equipment, but ordinary items won't be enough. As one man summons a mace, she urges anyone who gets magical class gear or better to help her fight. Inspired by her courage, newly armed citizens rise up, ready to follow her lead and fight back. With their ordinary lives shattered, the survivors begin a new extraordinary existence, fighting for their lives. The first day of the new year ends with the streets littered with the bodies of the fallen. Amidst the slaughter, a few powerful individuals, including Go Hyeju, rise as the city's new defenders. Bruised and leaning against debris, the man with reddish hair is finally identified by the system, Choi Yul. Having survived the initial onslaught, Choi Yul clutches his D100, his last hope for survival. With a final breath, he releases the die, letting fate decide his future. The die tumbles across a summoning pedestal that materializes from light, its spin holding his destiny. It lands on a perfect 100, the highest possible number, and begins to glow with immense power. A brilliant column of light erupts from the die, signaling the arrival of an unparalleled item. A mythical class magic text appears, the Demon King Krasina's book, granting access to all game information. The legendary book floats before Choi Yul, glowing with an otherworldly crimson aura. But a system warning flashes. The book's creator, Krasina, is an incarnation of monopolistic desire. The book opens, its demonic, glowing eyes staring directly into Choyul's soul as it awakens. 3 hours into the brutal defense mission, the battle rages on. The cost is revealed to be catastrophic. Thousands are dead or injured, and one base has fallen. Panting and exhausted after the fierce battle, Go Hyeju wonders if the assault is finally over. Survivors cheer in relief, believing they've won as a military truck speeds toward them. The military truck navigates the debris-filled streets, a symbol of hope arriving for the survivors. A soldier's boot hits the ground with authority as he announces the arrival of the Korean army. The soldiers immediately begin triage, directing the injured and civilians to evacuate to Namsan Tower. The commanding soldier salutes Go Hyeju, thanking her for her hard work, which she modestly dismisses. The soldier, Kwon Jae-young, explains that her heroic stand bought the military precious time to organize a defense. When Hyeju asks if it's over, Jae-young soberly replies that with all communications down, it's impossible to know. He clarifies they are using shortwave radios to establish contact and will have reports from other areas soon. Kwon Jae-young suggests they move to Namsan Tower for now, and Go Hyeju agrees. Suddenly, Go Hyeju's eyes widen in terror as she senses a new threat, shouting a desperate, "No!" Her warning comes too late as Choi Yul appears, his book in hand, confirming the fight is not over. With grim certainty, Choi Yul announces their worst fear. The boss monster is about to arrive. Choi Yul explains that his book contains all mission data, monster information, and their current progress. He shows the tome to Kwon Jae-young and Go Hye-ju, who look on with skepticism. They declare the book is blank, seeing nothing on its pages, which shocks Choi Yul. As they wonder if it's a manual only he can see, Choi Yul realizes he truly is the only one. Kwon Jae-young immediately grasps the implications, stating that exclusive information is a form of immense power. Still unconvinced, Kwon Jae-young demands that Choi Yul prove the book's claims with more information. Choi Yul proves it by revealing details of Jae-young's hero rank helmet and his upcoming military discharge date. He then turns his focus to Go Hye-ju, preparing to reveal the secrets of her powerful axe. He exposes not only her legendary rank weapon, but also her embarrassing favorite karaoke song, mortifying her. As a flustered Go Hye-ju keeps her secret, Kwon Jae-young is now fully convinced the book is real. Kwon Jae-young decides to contact HQ to report the powerful new asset, and Choi Yul agrees. Gazing at their glass prison, Choi Yul muses that in this game he must be a bug character. The scene shifts to a silent, luxurious room filled with board games, cards, and money. A man with a bandaged head sits before the games, lamenting he was made unable to go out into the world. He believes he was isolated intentionally, like a game bug found and quarantined by an operator. His expression hardens with resolve as he contemplates his situation from within his confinement. Back on the battlefield, Choi Yul is snapped out of his thoughts by someone calling his name. Kwon Jae-young returns with news, confirming that he has received permission from headquarters to proceed. He explains that with no other plan and no time to lose, they've decided to gamble and trust Choi Yul's data. He hands Choi Yul a radio, entrusting him to provide all necessary intelligence and countermeasures for the fight ahead. Now equipped with the radio, Choi Yul does a quick mic check, preparing to address all survivors. Standing on the desolate road, he announces he will now begin the briefing for the defense mission. He explains their mission: protect the base from waves of monsters that attack every 6 hours. As glowing eyes fill the darkness, he reveals that an even greater threat appears at the end of each wave. The boss monster is a twin-heads ogre, a level 1 foe that wields both magic and melee attacks. He lays out the grim path to victory: survive 12 waves over 3 days, and defeat the wave boss each time. He declares that with his complete information and a unified strategy, their survival is not just possible. While a grievously wounded man dies in a makeshift clinic, Choi Yul proclaims they can definitely survive. He then makes a vow that inspires Go Hye-ju. After the mission, he will find a way to return them home. Go Hye-ju looks on, a faint blush on her cheeks as she is moved by his determination. She realizes with admiration that he's already thinking beyond just survival to what comes after. The newly formed command team, Choi Yul, Go Hye-ju, and Kwon Jae-young, stands united against the encroaching darkness. With fierce determination, Choi Yul looks at his book and declares, "Okay then, I'll begin." But as the book's demonic eyes glow, he has a horrifying thought. He should have double-checked the fine print. He suddenly recalls a vision from when he was unconscious of the book's demonic creator, Krasina. The vision reveals the book's true nature, an item called the Sacrifice of Sovereignty, a contract he accepted. The terrifying clause is revealed. The user monopolizes all rewards from anyone with whom information is shared. As soldiers listen to the radio broadcast, he realizes the sinister, far-reaching definition of shared. Phantom quills add more and more names to a list, entrapping everyone who hears his intel. The effect spreads as a citizen uses a summoned item, unknowingly tying his fate to Choi Yul. The contract's terms are absolute. It includes anyone who hears the information, even secondhand through rumors. As his strategies spread through the ranks, he understands all information originating from him benefits him alone. The three stand as leaders of an army, whose every victory will now feed Choi Yul's power exclusively. The twin-heads ogre roars, charging its weapon with crackling blue energy for a powerful strike. Following Choi Yul's precise direction, Kwon Jae-young aims and fires his rifle at the charging beast. Pow! The bullets strike the ogre's eye, causing it to scream in agony. Stunned by the pinpoint shot, the monster drops its smoking, magically charged weapon. Their teamwork is flawless. Choi Yul gives a confident thumbs up as Go Hee-ju readies her axe. Whoosh shouting, Go, Choi Yul unleashes a powerful shockwave from the book toward the monster horde. Boom! The concussive blast erupts through the orc ranks, obliterating the front line in a wave of force. With a fiery battle cry, Go Hee-ju brings her blazing axe down in a devastating arc. Her eyes widen in shock as the names of the fallen flash before her. Surrounded by a ghostly memorial of names, Go Hee-ju stands as a fiery avatar of vengeance. With the battle won, Choi Yul gives Kwon Jae-young a confident thumbs up, announcing the end of Wave 1. Go Hee-ju smirks and returns the gesture as the demonic book on the ground pulses with sinister energy. A vision reveals the book's master, Krasina, enthroned amidst treasure, a being of immense power and avarice. The vision continues, showing the demonic entity chained and dormant. Krasina's eyes, including a third on its forehead, snap open as a system message displays the total population. Choi Yul is bound to the sinister entity as it's revealed 91% of the population were recorded as sacrifices in a single day. He recalls his dark path, a lone warrior against hordes, acknowledging the start of his sins that will last until the game's end. The scene shifts, explaining that their defense mission is structured just like a tower defense game. A massive horde of orcs swarms through the desolate city streets, beginning their assault. A diagram illustrates the simple objective. Players must deploy forces to stop monsters from destroying their bases. Keek? A trio of hulking orcs leads the charge, momentarily confused by the lack of resistance. Now, Choi Yul commands over the radio, ordering an initial wide-area attack as explosions erupt among the orcs. Following his strategy, survivors on rooftops unleash a second volley of arrows and magic while their first weapons cool down. Keek an orc shrieks in agony as the coordinated attack tears through its body. As fighters unleash a furious barrage from behind barricades, a commander yells that it's not enough and to unload all their ammo. Choi Yul's strategy is revealed. Wound the monsters just enough to make them split from the main horde. The plan works as a small group of injured orcs breaks off to pursue what they think is easy prey. The separated monsters walk into a deadly ambush, instantly shredded by a hail of red energy beams. According to the plan, elite parties then engage the splintered groups, cutting them down with superior gear. From his command post, Choi Yul studies the book, deciding where to maintain defenses and where to deploy reinforcements. The book is revealed to be a real-time intel source, displaying all information about the current situation. Choi Yul marvels at the book's power, as it automatically displays any information he simply thinks of. He directs the citywide battle with perfect precision, calling out enemy movements and coordinating squads. Thanks to his intel, a sniper takes down an orc with ruthlessly efficient head and chest shots. The fight concludes, and Kwon Jae-young orders his squad to secure the area and report back to Choi Yul. Kwon Jae-young stands silently, reflecting on their commander's uncanny success. He muses that while HQ used to give orders, it now feels like Choi Yul is the one truly in command. He remains deep in thought, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he processes the new reality. Watching Choi Yul from afar, he wonders if the book only contains data. He questions whether Choi Yul's incredible strategic ability is his own talent, or if commanding the entire city is yet another power of the demonic book. Choi Yul suddenly calls out to Sergeant Kwon, startling him from his thoughts. Choi Yul calmly announces that the fight is almost over, making Kwon Jae-young ask if the last boss is coming. With unnerving confidence, Choi Yul tells the soldier not to worry. He declares Go Hee-ju will finish it, revealing her fast asleep in the back of a military truck. Go Hee-ju is jolted awake by a sudden tremor. Her eyes snap open to a terrifying sight, a colossal stone giant looming directly over her. The giant identified as a weak boss named Billy roars as the truck screeches to a halt. You're up. Choi Yul shouts as Go Hee-ju panics, asking why she wasn't woken sooner, while Kwon Jae-young adds they're out of flares. Woo! The giant roars as a flare strikes its face, barely phasing it. Whoom! With a deafening crash, the giant brings its fist down, flattening the military truck. Thrown clear of the wreckage, a stunned Go Hee-ju looks back in horror, asking what just happened. Choi, Yul, explains they're fighting out here because entering the city would mean the instant destruction of their bases. He outlines the plan. The giant is slow and has no elemental resistances, making it vulnerable to a sustained assault. Kwon Jae-young notes that they're the only ones present to fight, but Choi Yul ominously corrects him, saying, "Not us." "Just you," Choi Yul clarifies, stunning Go Hyeju as he declares she will fight the boss alone. "Woo!" The giant roars, preparing to attack as it dwarfs the small party below. Whirling in a vortex of flame, a panicked Go Hyeju wonders what she should do. Choi Yul recalls that high-rank items have hidden features, like new forms or skills, that activate when certain conditions are met. He explains to an intrigued Go Hyeju and Kwon Jae-young that they must fulfill those conditions to unlock the axe's hidden feature. Holding the demonic book, Choi Yul gives a confident, knowing smile. A silhouette of Go Hyeju stands alone at sunset, ready to face her destiny. Facing the impossible odds, she nervously asks Choi Yul if he's absolutely sure about his plan. He yells back with certainty, telling her to trust him and the book as she confronts the colossal stone giant. Though she doesn't feel good about it, Go Hyeju steals her resolve, gripping her weapon tightly. "I trust you," she shouts, putting all of her faith into a powerful swing. The giant, Billy, raises its enormous stone fists, preparing to crush her. The massive fist slams down toward the ground, with incredible force. Kwon Jae-young cries out for Hyeju, but Choi Yul calmly reassures him that she's fine as the giant is seen stumbling. The massive giant staggers, its body beginning to glow with a strange, powerful red energy. As the ground erupts in a fiery blaze, Choi Yul announces that all the conditions have been fulfilled. A gigantic spectral fire beast emerges, and a system message announces the activation of the hidden skill, Prominence's Canine. Choi Yul and Kwon Jae-young watch in awe as the skill is revealed, a once-per-mission summon of the empirical flame dragon Prominence. The fiery dragon completely engulfs the giant boss in a devastating, explosive attack. A massive fiery explosion illuminates the sky outside the city, obliterating the landscape. Kwon Jae-young notes how catastrophic the skill would have been inside the city, but believes something else is far more dangerous. He identifies that danger as Choi Yul's book, while Choi Yul rushes to check on the exhausted Go Hyeju. He reflects that the book holds too much dangerous information and could lead to the city's downfall if misused. As Choi Yul supports Go Hyeju, Kwon Jae-young concludes, "It's a good thing someone like him possesses it." A system announcement declares the defense mission complete and that all citizens will be returned to the city. As the citizens cheer their heroes' names, a common reward of 225 points is announced for clearing the mission. Individual rewards are announced pending contribution calculations, and a wounded man marvels that it's just like a game. The point shop opens, offering healing, items, and more, as two survivors hug and celebrate being alive. A medic urgently tells the wounded to choose healing first from the shop menu. Choi Yul smiles, relieved that the injured will now be able to heal themselves. His smile vanishes as he stares at his screen, confused about where all the points are, while his companions look on with concern. A system window coldly informs him that all his rewards have been taken by the effective sacrifice of sovereignty. Panic spreads as citizens realize they have 0 points, desperately asking what's happening and begging for points to save the dying. Go Hyeju demands an explanation, but a shocked Choi Yul can only stammer that he doesn't know what's going on. A new notification details the horrific terms of sacrifice of sovereignty. Rewards multiply based on the percentage of citizens sacrificed. Ding! A system-wide chime echoes as everyone receives the dreadful notification. Choi Yul stares in horror as his screen displays an unbelievable point total, nearly 10 billion. The surrounding survivors stand in stunned, speechless silence, processing the information. Their shock quickly curdles into terrifying, murderous rage. An angry mob surrounds Choi Yul, accusing him of orchestrating the sacrifice of sovereignty to steal all their points. He desperately tries to explain, swearing he had no idea the book had such a terrible feature. Kwon Jae-young steps between them, urging calm and reminding everyone to prioritize the injured first. He asks Choi Yul to share the points, assuming they can be traded. He adds appointed unless you took them on purpose, cornering a sweating Choi Yul into agreeing. But a new system message appears, revealing a passive skill, the Demon King's monopolistic desire, which blocks all sharing of points and items. The crowd erupts, calling him a villain and demanding their points back. Choi Yul tries to find a loophole by buying and sharing items, but the system denies him again. Enraged and desperate, he screams for Go Hyeju to burn the cursed book and throws it to the ground. The demonic book is immediately engulfed in brilliant flames. He breathes a sigh of relief, but a small, winged version of the book materializes before him. To his utter dismay, the demonic book reforms itself in his hands, completely unharmed. Damn it, Choi Yul screams, punching a wall in sheer frustration, while his friends look on in silent shock. As people desperately beg for points and mourn their dying loved ones, Choi Yul stares blankly, witnessing the tragedy he caused. The city's collective despair echoes through the sky as citizens cry out in betrayal, demanding Choi Yul's death. A soldier reports to a grim Sergeant Kwan that the death toll is rising, and the citizens are becoming enraged. On his knees, a bloodied Choi Yul searches the demonic book, convinced there must be a way to fix this. Suddenly, the barrel of a rifle is pressed firmly against the back of his head. Kwon Jae-young holds the weapon, telling Choi Yul that this is enough, and for the best. "That's enough," Kwon Jae-young repeats, his face set with grim determination. As Choi Yul looks up in shock, Kwon Jae-young declares him under arrest. The furious crowd screams for them to forget the arrest and just kill the fraud, while Go Hyeju tries to hold them back. Leaning in close, Kwon Jae-young secretly whispers for a stunned Choi Yul to run away. He urges Choi Yul to escape and find a solution, explaining it's their only chance as Choi Yul absorbs the command. Choi Yul's hand clenches into a fist, his decision made. As the mob shouts to stop him, Choi Yul quickly spends his points, rapidly purchasing agility upgrades from the system. Kwon Jae-young fires his weapon into the ground, creating a blinding flash to cover Choi Yul's escape. He ran away. A man and woman shout in disbelief and fury as the dust settles. Ding! A system-wide chime echoes across the stunned city. An announcement appears for all to see, a 24-hour countdown until the next turn has begun. The crowd panics at the short time frame, while Choi Yul stares at the book in utter despair. Kwon Jae-young immediately takes command, ordering everyone to evacuate to the designated safe areas. As he directs the survivors to get the injured into cars, Go Hyeju watches him with a focused gaze. Go Hyeju stands with quiet resolve, her expression hardened by the chaos. An official splits the crowd, directing those who will fight to the left and those who will evacuate to the right. A man with a megaphone instructs the evacuees to stay in the center and frequently check their status windows. Instructed to memorize base locations, an old man is confused by the new system as another survivor tries to explain it. The announcer issues a dire warning to the entire city: run on site if they spot Choi Yul. As the city is warned to report Choi Yul and isolate themselves if he offers advice, he lies alone on a floor, defeated. A new law is broadcast. Anyone who becomes a sacrifice of sovereignty and hides it from the public will be punished accordingly, a final, cruel blow for the tearful Choi Yul. In a war room, Kwon Jae-young and another soldier strategize over a city map, preparing for what's to come. On a rooftop, Go Hyeju trains relentlessly, her great axe resting beside her. As society crumbles into violence outside an emergency room, others turn to prayer for salvation. As the sun rises, a system announcement declares that a new turn has begun. The system prompts the player to throw their die, which lands on a 5. The scene transitions across the city's silent, empty skyscrapers. A massive, ancient pillar bearing strange symbols towers over the landscape. A notification announces their arrival in the Demon King seal space with a mission to destroy demonic pillars to stop his summoning. The mission duration is set for 5 days, a length that Kwon Jae-young notes is quite long as Go Hyeju listens. The system reveals there are 3 pillars, and a colossal chain structure of light erupts into the sky. One of the 3 demonic pillars activates atop a building, emanating dark energy. The first pillar guardian is revealed, the fateless fallen angel, a skeletal boss of difficulty 1. A second pillar activates as the system announces its guardian is also at difficulty level 1. The second boss appears, a horrifying cyborg abomination with a massive, exposed brain. Kwon Jae-young and Go Hye-ju stare in shock and disgust at the monstrous guardian. The third and final demonic pillar activates, pulsating with a sinister red glow. The third boss is revealed, Goblin Swordmaster Jack, a formidable difficulty 3 warrior seeking to challenge the Demon King. Lying on the floor amidst his research papers, Choi Yul appears exhausted but deep in thought. A wicked, confident smile spreads across his face as he seems to finalize a plan. On the radio, Kwon Jae-young listens in shock as a soldier reports that the civilians have started their own attack. The fateless fallen angel unleashes a powerful blast of holy light toward the foolish attackers. Kwon Jae-young listens grimly as the report confirms the civilians are uncontrollable, their desperate attack continuing. Kwon Jae-young suggests it's time to move, turning to ask Go Hye-ju what she plans to do. A soldier informs a surprised Kwon Jae-young that she left some time ago. Kwon Jae-young sighs in frustration, muttering about what a mess the situation has become. Go Hye-ju approaches a demonic pillar, lamenting how their perfect system of cooperation collapsed in a single day. With a look of fierce determination, Go Hye-ju grips her weapon, ready to face the guardian. At the pillar's base, Goblin Swordmaster Jack waits patiently, radiating a calm but menacing aura. Wreathed in brilliant fire, Go Hye-ju leaps toward the boss, declaring she will kill it. The Goblin Swordmaster turns, sensing the fiery warrior's descent. Go Hye-ju crashes down, her attack creating a massive fiery impact. Her devastating axe swing surprises the Goblin boss as she closes in. Their weapons meet in a tremendous clash, sending shockwaves through the area. Unfazed, Goblin Swordmaster Jack sits back down, his blade now imbued with a shimmering blue power. Go Hye-ju and the Goblin lock eyes, their intense gazes reflecting a mutual challenge. The Goblin boss looks up, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Choi Yul returns just in time to catch Go Hye-ju, who stares at him in utter disbelief. Standing before the pillar, Choi Yul asks a confused Go Hye-ju to deliver a message to the people. He coldly informs a stunned Go Hye-ju that he will be taking all of their rewards. With a defiant smirk, he declares he will use every last point for himself, leaving her speechless with shock. He warns her to tell the people to stay away if they don't want their rewards stolen, walking off as she calls his name. The demonic book floats ominously, its dark tendrils pulsing with power. Choi Yul walks alone, realizing there's no way to return the rewards or escape the curse book. Ding! Resigned, he decides to use his points to purchase stats as the system shop opens. He coldly commands the system to max out all of his stats with the immense points he possesses. Ding ding ding, Go Hye-ju looks up in alarm as a cascade of system chimes fills the air. System announcements flood the city, declaring Choi Yul has maxed every stat, leaving Kwon Jae-young and others in shock. Choi Yul discovers he has received over 423,000 equipment dice as a reward. He commands the system to automatically roll all heroic class equipment and discard anything below magical grade. A massive column of light marks all the powerful new equipment he has instantly obtained. Go Hye-ju realizes with dawning horror that he's decided to embrace the curse, since he cannot escape it. Goblin Swordmaster Jack grins wickedly, sensing the arrival of the Demon King's power and bloodied rewards. The Goblin boss watches as a figure cloaked in red demonic energy appears in the city. Now clad in new armor and wielding a massive sword, Choi Yul vows to protect the city and reclaim his life. He accepts his new role with a grim smile, believing it's the only way he can atone. He resolves to push forward, no longer caring what names or labels people give him. Goblin Swordmaster Jack smiles, preparing to attack a strong enemy. Choi Yul dismisses the goblin, stating he doesn't have time to play while showing off his new heroic rank flight boots. He blasts off into the sky, telling the stunned goblin to wait for his return. Go Hye-ju watches in disbelief, questioning why he's suddenly leaving. Goblin Swordmaster Jack scratches his head, utterly bewildered by Choi Yul's abrupt departure. Go Hye-ju watches, confused that the fearsome boss is actually just waiting as instructed. She wonders about the strange nature of this particular pillar guardian. Red energy arcs between buildings as a battle rages elsewhere in the city. Soaring through the city, Choi Yul deduces that Goblin Jack is a passive boss who won't attack first. The fateless fallen angel appears before him, its skeletal form ready for a fight. Choi Yul smashes his foot directly into the fallen angel's face with incredible force. Stomping on the defeated angel, he realizes he must defeat the other two guardians first with a confident smirk. News of Choi Yul's return and theft of their points spreads, inciting a furious mob that screams for his death. Boom! Explosions light up the city as the civilians' reckless attacks on the pillars continue. Choi Yul flies onward, recalling that a guardian's unique trait can be unlocked under certain conditions. He remembers that some traits can even add a weakness as he dives toward the cyborg abomination. As he swoops in, Choi Yul muses that fulfilling the wrong conditions can unlock a guardian's more annoying traits. The fateless fallen angel throws up its arms to defend against Choi Yul's dive attack. He attacks with purpose, knowing that if this guardian kills 100 humans, a terrible transformation will begin. It would evolve into a fallen angel that will slaughter all mankind, becoming immensely powerful and leaving the pillar to hunt freely. Choi Yul's hand tightens on his blade, his strategy clear in his mind. He resolves to get rid of the guardian, while activating only the traits necessary to complete the mission. His powerful strike sends the skeletal angel stumbling backward. Choi Yul understands that simply clearing the mission isn't enough. How you clear it is what truly matters. With a final crushing blow, he shatters the guardian's halo and skull. The scene shifts to a military truck driving through the city's ruined streets. In the vehicle, Kwon Jae-young orders his unit to stay 500 meters from the pillars until Choi Yul's intentions are certain. He quietly wonders whether Choi Yul failed to find a way to return the rewards or simply decided to keep them. Kwon Jae-young reflects that while Choi Yul didn't seem evil, he can't afford to base his decisions on feelings alone. He recognizes the danger. With such intelligence and power, Choi Yul could easily dominate the entire city. To his frustration, even Go Hyeju, who he thought could moderate Choi Yul, is now uncontrollable. The truck continues its patrol through the chaotic, explosion-filled city. The driver stares ahead, his expression tense as they speed through the devastation. A pillar of destructive red energy suddenly slams into the road directly in their path. The force of the explosion sends the massive truck hurtling through the air. A soldier checks on Kwon Jae-young, who stumbles from the wreckage, and asks what happened. Kwon Jae-young stares in disbelief at the sight of Choi Yul standing over the defeated fateless fallen angel. Choi Yul calmly inspects the angel's shattered halo as Kwon Jae-young recognizes him in shock. The system window displays the details of his new legendary rank sword, Divine Divide, a fragment of a world-creating weapon. Its special ability turns amputated monster parts into items, and Choi Yul holds up a newly materialized crystal. One of the soldiers approaches, awestruck, informing Kwon Jae-young that Choi Yul single-handedly defeated the Pillar Guardian. Choi Yul offers a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Suddenly, the fallen angel's corpse erupts with a column of malevolent red light. Kwon Jae-young speculates that Choi Yul's silence, a result of his curse, makes him seem innocent, as another soldier notices their truck is destroyed. A frantic soldier tries to report the Guardian's defeat to Sergeant Kwon. He cuts himself off with a scream, realizing in terror that the Guardian is still alive and radiating dark energy. A system notification appears. The condition to unlock a special trait was fulfilled by removing the angel's wings and halo. The corruption trait is unlocked, causing the fateless fallen angel to transform into a different being. Monster evolves into the corruption beast, a horrifying difficulty 2 boss, as the soldiers look on in terror. Staring blankly at the new threat, Kwon Jae-young grimly complains about how terrible military life is. The soldiers quickly move into action. Below, Kwon Jae-young's squad forms a defensive line on the street. Realizing each of the 3 monsters is as difficult as an entire raid, Kwon Jae-young opens fire. As his men attack the beast clinging to a building, he angrily realizes Choi Yul left this for them to handle, while a soldier calls for support. Their bullets ricochet harmlessly off the wall near the monster. Uwag, the corruption beast, lets out a roar, unleashing an energy blast that devastates the soldiers. The soldiers are afflicted with fear. losing their will to fight and fleeing in terror. Surrounded by the desperate cries of his men, Kwon Jae-young looks on in helpless shock. A brave, white-haired soldier stands his ground, firing at the beast to draw its attention. He resolves to lure the monster away until reinforcements can arrive. The corruption beast leaps from the building, heading straight for a stunned Kwon Jae-young. Gritting his teeth, Kwon Jae-young steels himself, determined to hold out for as long as he can. The beast's massive claw slams down, sending his glasses flying as the ground shatters. A close-up reveals the beast's huge, bloodied hand pressed firmly into the cratered earth. Choi Yul reappears, holding his demonic book with a confident smirk and announcing, "Took care of one." The corruption beast recoils in shock as green energy erupts from its body, a sign of a critical blow. Kunwoo. The corruption beast roars in agony, still writhing from the green energy erupting from its body. Kwon Jae-young's hand raises a glowing flag-like weapon against the rain. A system notice reveals his new skill, Helden's Ghost, possesses him on the brink of death. Now radiating a holy aura, Kwon Jae-young's skill Goddess's Iron activates, boosting all stats and nullifying fear to attack dark monsters. The corruption beast stares in confusion, recognizing the phrase, "the Iron Club," to those who have fallen. Staggering backward, the beast recognizes the power of the goddess's sword as Kwon Jae-young's squad begins to glow. Now fully empowered, Kwon Jae-young and his soldiers let out a unified war cry for the goddess Iron Club. Watching from a distance, Choi Yul trembles, admitting this zealous display is scarier than he expected. In a flashback, Battalion Commander Colonel Kim Song offers Sergeant Kwon a car but tells him he's on his own. Colonel Kim Song reveals himself as a level 1 civilian, impressed by Kwon Jae-young's gutsy demeanor. In the present, a bloodied Kwon Jae-young recalls the need for someone calm and rational, thinking of someone who never loses their cool. He and his divinity-infused squad unleash a barrage of bullets. His rifle glows as he recalls the need for a cold, rational observer who can make logical judgments. Kwon Jae-young leads the zealous squadron, screaming for them all to charge. Shouting in the name of the goddess, a soldier smashes his gun stock into the beast. Another soldier, eyes glowing with divinity, activates a bayonet skill for a close-quarters strike. Kwon Jae-young plunges his holy flag into the beast, declaring it the goddess's mace. Colonel Kim Song's voiceover says Kwon Jae-young is perfect for the role as the frenzied squad overwhelms the monster. Ding! A system announcement declares Kwon Jae-young's squad the top contributor, leaving a stunned Colonel Kim Song holding the reward. Looking at a system screen, Choi Yul smirks confidently, declaring he was right. A chibi diagram explains that Choi Yul drained the Guardian stamina, allowing Kwon's squad to finish it off. Choi Yul explains that by transforming the monster into a new creature, the contribution scale reset, making Kwon Jae-young the biggest contributor and securing all the prizes. "What do you think?" he asks, with a self-satisfied grin. Goblin Swordmaster Jack stares back in silence, a bead of sweat running down his face. Choi Yul expresses relief at being able to speak to the goblin, who continues to listen patiently. He proposes a bet to the confused goblin, laying out his terms if he wins. With glowing red eyes, Choi Yul declares he will break the Demon King's seal. Goblin Swordmaster Jack's eyes widen in absolute shock. The scene shifts to the second pillar, where a robotic monster, the anti-human machine, stands ready. Go Hyeju unleashes her fiery attacks, battling the machines fiercely. A silver-haired woman arrives at the second post, breathless from the fight. She faces an endless horde of robots, realizing the overwhelming odds. A diagram illustrates how the robots continuously evolve into more advanced forms. She realizes she must use a finishing move before a cyborg abomination becomes too dangerous. She turns and orders her fellow survivors to retreat for the time being. The others defy her, arguing they need points too and attacking recklessly. One man fights desperately, vowing to earn points to save his family this time. Two hunters take cover as a massive brain-like robot looms over them. Claiming the Guardian for themselves, a hunter and his companion aim their crossbow, whose power increases with party size. The cyborg abomination's eyes glow red as it locks onto its new targets. The two hunters look up in terror, realizing they are about to be annihilated. The robot unleashes a devastating energy beam directly at them. Uako Hyeju appears, taking the full force of the blast to shield the hunters. Grunting with extreme effort, she struggles to hold back the overwhelming attack. The beam culminates in a massive explosion, engulfing the cyborg. Battered and panting, Go Hyeju stands firm, having saved the reckless hunters. The silver-haired woman looks on in horror, shouting a desperate warning. "Someone save me!" The hunters she saved flee in terror, ignoring her cries. The damaged head of the cyborg abomination crackles with energy, still functional. A system initiates an analysis of the silver-haired woman, detecting a risk factor and scanning her abilities. The result of the analysis is the creation of a specialized monster, the anti-Go Hyeju machine. Realizing a new machine is being created, the silver-haired woman resolves that she must stop it. A legion of newly manufactured robots turns its attention toward her. She stands alone, facing down the overwhelming mechanical horde. She deflects their coordinated attacks, wondering if she's their primary target. Elsewhere, Go Hyeju's eyes blaze with fiery determination, welcoming the challenge. She unleashes a massive torrent of flames, incinerating the robots attacking the anti-Go Hyeju machine. From a distance, Go Hyeju continues her fiery assault on the specialized machine. She screams, knowing she has to destroy the target as quickly as possible. With a final mighty swing, she unleashes a blindingly powerful blast. Nearby, other survivors see the pillar's power and flee in absolute terror, shouting for everyone to run. The anti-Go Hyeju machine is engulfed in the explosion, cracking under the immense heat. The battlefield is consumed by a massive, fiery explosion. Uek, a survivor, is thrown by the blast, screaming that the woman's reckless power will kill them all. The battered, silver-haired woman lets out a weak, exhausted laugh. The cyborg abomination, caught in an energy field, remarks on the difficulty of this otherworldly trial. It evolves into an elite anti-Go Hyeju machine, specifically designed to counter and hunt her. The silver-haired woman's eyes widen in horrified disbelief. The new elite machine towers over her, its optical sensor locking on. She grits her teeth, swinging her glowing spear in a desperate counterattack. Overwhelmed by its power, she is knocked backward in shock. As the robots close in on the fallen woman, an observer from the shadows wonders aloud, Choi Yul. Choi Yul appears, standing atop a defeated machine and disabling the surrounding robots with dark energy. A massive explosion of green, plant-like energy erupts from the ground, clearing the area. Unscathed, the elite anti-Go Hyeju machine emerges from the devastation. A smaller robot is suddenly impaled from behind, its body spasming. The elite machine reports that Go Hyeju is missing and begins tracking her last known position. The head of the downed cyborg abomination crackles with malevolent energy. By destroying the host's brain, Choi Yul unlocks the Mad Order trait, hijacking the robot's production capabilities. A system warning states that robot production is now endless until the main unit is destroyed. Choi Yul silently observes a massive floating disk of energy hovering in the sky. He reflects that clearing the post took too long because so many people were hiding in fear. At the first post, hunters curse the pillar's sturdiness, lacking the firepower to destroy it. The scene shifts to the second post, where its ominous red pillar glows over the ruined city. A desperate hunter at the first post rallies his comrades, urging the wounded to escape and the strong to fight harder. The weary survivors see the headlights of approaching vehicles, signaling that help has arrived. Choi Yul watches from a vehicle, acknowledging he could end the fight himself, but that it would be meaningless. His goal is not just to clear the mission, but to conquer the entire game. To do that, he concludes, the entire city needs to become stronger, as Kwon Jae-young looks on with grim determination. He believes the first step is to establish a capable commander and his unit. And the second is to forge a champion unit, as the camera focuses on the unconscious silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman slowly awakens, groggily realizing she's still alive. Looking up from the ground, she weakly asks a mysterious figure if he saved her. She is stunned into silence, finding herself before the imposing goblin swordmaster Jack under a crescent moon. She lets out a piercing scream, but the goblin curtly tells her to shut up. Apologizing for her outburst, she is suddenly struck by a new realization. Her rescuer can talk. Goblin Swordmaster Jack ignores her shock, stating he treated her wounds and that they must begin immediately. She recognizes the classic trope. After a crushing defeat, she meets a master who will train her. A single, glowing projectile streaks across the night sky above the city. The elite anti-Go Hyeju machine detects her reaction, locking on from 325 meters away. A targeting system locks onto Go Hyeju, announcing its intent to commence annihilation. A powerful beam of energy streaks through the ruins of the city. Choi Yul catches the blast with a smirk, taunting the machine for being fooled again. He reveals his mad-linked brain trinket, an item used to confuse and disarm mechanical monsters. The duped elite machine reacquires its lock on the real Go Hyeju and powers up its weapon. Carrying a cyborg head, Choi Yul casually searches for Go Hyeju's last known location. The elite machine unleashes a massive, expanding wave of destructive energy. From high above, the energy beam targets a specific building in the city. The building explodes violently, sending shockwaves across the street where other survivors are fighting. UUAACCKK. The survivors below are caught in the blinding blast, screaming in confusion and terror. The ominous, glowing pillar stands untouched amidst the smoky chaos. Choi Yul watches the destruction with a satisfied smile, noting this level of damage should be effective. He cheekily thanks the enraged machine for solving their problem and asks if it wants to play hide-and-seek again. Meanwhile, Go Hyeju spars intensely with Goblin Swordmaster Jack under a downpour. Kyuk. He effortlessly blocks her attack, challenging her to use that power. HUUP, focusing her will, she erupts in a massive torrent of fiery energy. He explains that, since the power isn't truly hers, she must only borrow what her body can handle. The goblin imparts a final piece of wisdom. She must wield the power, not let it wield her. Now radiating confidence and power, Go Hyeju prepares for her next strike. Huff, huff, the camera pulls back, showing them training relentlessly near the glowing pillar. Catching her breath, Go Hyeju asks if Choi Yul's bet was about her defeating the robot, and the goblin nods. She asks if it's even possible, but her master turns away, offering only silence. Annoyed, she complains that his silence is not exactly encouraging. Goblin Swordmaster Jack finally speaks, asking why she's training. Is it trust in Choi Yul, or just a desire to be stronger? Oh geez. She honestly admits she doesn't really know the answer. She explains that she's not smart enough to figure out the game and its confusing missions by thinking. Clenching a bloody fist, she declares she will focus on strengthening her body first, hoping to find the answer through action. With a determined grin, she states that's how she has always lived her life. She bows deeply, thanking him for the lesson. He recognizes she is a true martial artist on her own path. Acknowledging her spirit, the goblin announces it's time to get serious with her teaching. The scene shifts to a quiet, deserted subway entrance in the morning light. Deep inside the station, weary and wounded survivors hide in the darkness. A girl suggests they should help the others fighting outside, but a man argues they'll lose their points if they do. As they argue about their fate, another survivor quiets them, having heard an approaching sound. UACCCKA, sudden bright explosion blasts through the subway tunnel, stunning the survivors. The elite anti-Go Hyeju machine emerges menacingly from the smoke. Its systems immediately redetect Go Hyeju's signal, pinpointing her location within the crowd. UACK. The machine fires instantly upon finding its target, obliterating a survivor. Kayak. It unleashes a merciless barrage on the panicking crowd as they scream for someone to save them. With the target seemingly hit and annihilation complete, the machine stands over the fallen, who beg for their lives. Nearby, the severed cyborg brain lies inert on the ground. But the machine redetects the signal again, this time from a powerful, flaming figure descending from above. WH. The terrified survivors look up in awe and confusion. Even the elite machine seems to hesitate, questioning what it is seeing. Go Hyeju appears, transformed into a fiery angel of vengeance. A system notification displays her reward, the Illusion Ember heroic armor, and the passive skill Swordmaster student. Back on the rooftop, Choi Yul wonders why the reward was women's equipment, and the goblin dryly states it's what he used to have. As explosions rock the city below, Choi Yul asks for their odds of success. The goblins reply, half-half. The goblin reflects that while the machine was Go Hyeju's natural enemy, she now has a fighting chance. Because now, he muses, she has learned his martial arts. The elite anti-Go Hyeju machine charges relentlessly through the subway tunnel. It powers up, its metallic frame crackling with destructive energy. Facing it down alone, Go Hyeju hopes that the seed her master planted blossoms in time. Transformed and wreathed in flame, she has gained the passive skill Swordmaster's student, ready to prove she's no longer outmatched. After 3 days and 15 hours, a system notification announces the first pillar has been destroyed. Elsewhere, Kwon Jae-young and his soldiers fight desperately. 3 days and 17 hours into the mission, the smoldering remains of defeated robots signal the second pillar's guardian is destroyed. In a flashback, just 21 hours into the mission, Go Hyeju grits her teeth, locked in a brutal struggle with the elite machine. With a final decisive strike, she defeats the special monster. At a secure location, government-looking officials anxiously monitor the situation. 4 days into the mission, a bloodied Kwon Jae-young looks on in shock. He watches as Go Hyeju, now a renowned hero, approaches a massive crowd of survivors. With blue hair and demonic armor, she stands as a leader before the citizens who have returned to the game. High above, a massive, cube-like structure marks the passage of time. Standing atop the destroyed second pillar, Go Hyeju is cheered by the crowd as a champion. For the first time, the people celebrate. Filled with a newfound sense of hope and capability, they begin to believe they could have even cleared the first mission without Choi Yul's help. Reading a book, Choi Yul smirks, aware of their misplaced confidence. The Goblin Swordmaster appears, stating his student won and he will keep his promise, though her journey is far from over. Choi Yul looks up at the massive energy disk in the sky and asks if it's his turn. At a base camp, soldiers distribute food to survivors. On the radio, Kwon Jae-young apologizes as a superior scolds him for taking command instead of just scouting. A man with white hair gives him free rein, telling him to do what he must while they protect the injured. Overwhelmed, Kwon Jae-young takes a quiet moment, thinking he misses his mom. Go Hyeju cheerfully calls to Sergeant Kwon, telling him it's time to get going. As survivors admire her, she confidently reassures Kwon Jae-young, stating she has a promise to keep with her master. She recalls her master's cryptic farewell, that they would be enemies next time, finding the genre shift bizarre. As Choi Yul and the Goblin watch from afar, an observer wonders what Choi Yul is planning, knowing many will die. Kyog while running, Go Hyeju suddenly screams in alarm. She and Kwon Jae-young stare in disbelief at the massive disk in the sky, which has begun to glow ominously. Choi Yul plummets from the sky. He lands precisely in the center of the giant floating seal. The seal shatters under the impact of his arrival. A system message announces Choi Yul has destroyed the Demon King's seal, shocking Go Hyeju and Kwon as the mission goal changes. A massive, demonic figure begins to coalesce from red energy where the seal once floated. The new objective is to kill the Demon King, with swarms of winged monsters descending and failure meaning game over for everyone. A survivor yells in fury, cursing Choi Yul as a psycho who he knew was trouble from the start. Go Hyeju and Kwon Jae-young are paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend what Choi Yul is thinking. Watching from a rooftop, the Goblin Swordmaster admits he didn't expect Choi Yul to actually go through with it. He grins, remarking that this round of the game has some very interesting humans. He leaps into the air, soaring toward the demonic host. Powerfully, he flies through the sky, his sword ready for battle. He unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, effortlessly tearing through the swarming monsters. His blade finds its mark, dismembering the winged beasts with brutal precision. Go Hyeju and Kwon Jae-young can only watch in absolute awe, beads of sweat on their faces. Landing on a defeated monster, the goblin declares this slaughter a gift and homework for his student to surpass. He bids her farewell until their paths are fated to cross again. Choi Yul smirks, now equipped with the Fallen Angel's halo, a legendary accessory that protects him in demonic realms. Choi Yul stands over a massive, fallen beast, remarking that getting into this realm was surprisingly easy. The monstrous creature stirs, asking if he knows the Demon King of Sovereignty, Krasina. A system window identifies the beast as Demon King of Authority Ktubaba, who states he's never heard of Krasina and questions how a human entered. Holding a mysterious cube, Choi Yul realizes that the various Demon Kings seem to be aware of one another. He nonchalantly walks away, calling his plan a flop for now, as the baffled Demon King watches. Pausing, Choi Yul tells the Demon King to wait, as his true opponent is on the way. The Demon King Tsubaba scoffs in annoyance at the human's audacity. As Choi Yul stands his ground, the demon mutters that this situation is rather embarrassing. Choi Yul maintains a calm, determined expression, ready for what's next. A cloaked figure holding a massive blade arrives, striding purposefully through the desolate landscape. The figure is revealed to be the Goblin Swordmaster Jack, his expression grim. The Demon King Tsubaba is suddenly drenched in blood from a lightning-fast attack. Choi Yul looks on, splattered with blood and caught off guard by the sudden violence. The Goblin's blade has brutally torn through the Demon King's body. Choi Yul smirks, apologizing that his battle instincts took over, which is against the rules he set for himself. Stunned, Tsubaba demands to know how a mere human managed to wound him, while Choi Yul tries to placate him, saying it was just a mistake. Enraged, the Demon King roars, summoning ghostly green apparitions to strike back. The Goblin Swordmaster appears, asking Choi Yul if he won't swap places, but Choi Yul replies that he'd like to, but he doubts their opponent would let him. Tsubaba lunges forward as Choi Yul shrugs. Boom! Choi Yul takes a massive punch to the face, cursing that his plan just got twisted. The force of the blow sends Choi Yul hurtling through the air. He recalls his plan. If Goblin Jack fights the Demon King, it triggers martial artist's fate, leading to their mutual destruction. This outcome would have drastically boosted the rewards for all the surviving citizens, but now that's at risk. A tremendous shockwave of violent pink energy erupts from the clashing titans. Pinned to the ground, Choi Yul is crushed under the Demon King's enormous hand. A system window displays his new legendary armor, the Einherjar Battle Jacket, which boosts hydrogen phosphide-based defense and recovers automatically. Resigned to the turn of events, Choi Yul braces as the Demon King unleashes another devastating attack. While being crushed, he resolves to wait for others to earn points and end this before anyone dies, finding it easier than expected. From the sidelines, the masked Goblin Swordmaster watches the Demon King get pummeled by an unseen force. The Goblin Swordmaster stands silently, his expression unreadable as he observes the battle. The ground is littered with the mangled corpses of the winged monsters from the city. In the war-torn city, Kwon Jae-young and his soldiers fight desperately, yelling orders to evacuate survivors. Kwon Jae-young stares grimly at the ongoing chaos, his face stained with blood. He observes the endless swarm, noting that while individually weak, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Realizing they won't last long, he watches in horror as a survivor is struck down by the monster's claws. He grits his teeth in anger, thinking how Choi Yul made himself an enemy of the entire city by breaking the seal. A car speeds through the ruined streets, weaving through the attacking monsters. A group of survivors, with Go Hyeju riding atop their car, spot the shelter's rescue signal and cheer. A powerful beam of light shoots from the shelter, incinerating a cluster of attacking monsters. Wreathed in brilliant golden flames, a transformed Go Hyeju leaps into the fray with a massive polearm. The scorched remains of the winged monsters litter the ground in the aftermath of her attack. Back in her demonic armor, Go Hyeju firmly directs a group of shaken survivors toward safety. A bitter survivor curses Choi Yul, lamenting that they would have already cleared the mission if not for him. A girl in a hoodie, Kang Ji-woo, quietly asks Go Hyeju if she's really going to let that insult slide. Kang Ji-woo smirks, teasing Go Hyeju by saying she expected her to explode after hearing someone curse her boyfriend. Flustered, Go Hyeju denies he's her boyfriend while Kang Ji-woo calmly replies, "Whatever you say." Kang Ji-woo casually tosses her bag of snacks to the stunned Go Hyeju. She thanks Go Hyeju for saving her life and for the escort, and Go Hyeju hesitantly accepts. Go Hyeju looks at the bag, then carefully tears off just half a piece for herself. Back in the demon realm, the Goblin Swordmaster holds his glowing blade to a surprised Choi Yul's neck. The Goblin Swordmaster tells a shocked Choi Yul to step back. Teasingly, the Goblin asks if Choi Yul is growing fond of him, a question that strikes Choi Yul's conscience. The Goblin muses they could have been friends in another world, dealing a critical hit to Choi Yul's conscience. Struck by a wave of guilt, Choi Yul stumbles back in shock. He hangs his head, admitting he feels genuinely sorry for his manipulative plan. In a flashback to the battle, the goblin realizes it's too late to trigger martial artist's fate as the Demon King attacks. Choi Yul clutches his face, admitting he's too guilt-ridden to proceed as his book begins to glow. A system notification announces Goblin Swordmaster Jack's friendliness is maxed out, activating Krasina's hidden skill. Choi Yul stares in shock as his mysterious book opens, emanating a powerful red aura. The battered Goblin Swordmaster rises, finally realizing that Choi Yul is a Demon King. The Goblin stands resolute, facing off against the towering Demon King Ktubaba. With his hand bleeding on his sword's hilt, the Goblin prepares to unleash his ultimate move. He resolves to use an ultimate move that will stake his very life. In the name of his friend and disciple, his eye glows with brilliant blue light. The Demon King Ktubaba roars in agony as an unseen attack tears him apart from below. Choi Yul is splattered with blood, caught in the violent aftermath of the attack. The Goblin Swordmaster watches calmly as the gore settles around him. Ktubaba looks down at his grievous wounds in disbelief, wondering how it happened. A massive explosion of power erupts as an announcement declares Demon King Ktubaba is defeated, with Choi Yul as the top contributor. The Goblin Swordmaster stands firm as the destructive energy dissipates. As a system message announces the annihilation of all monsters, the Goblin is shocked to find himself dissolving into blue light. Choi Yul smirks at the fading Goblin, his glowing book held ready. A skill window for recruiting 4 overlords appears, offering a spirit contract as the Goblin is enveloped by the book's light. The system asks Choi Yul to confirm the familiar spirit contract with Goblin Swordmaster Jack, who looks on in disbelief. A magnificent card materializes, officially documenting the recruitment of Swordmaster Jack. Choi Yul smirks, remarking to himself that he feels he's straying further from being human. As survivors celebrate, mission rewards are announced, with Choi Yul earning a monumental 223,245 points. Go Hyeju gazes up at a lone figure standing atop a distant building. Elsewhere, the white-haired woman watches a falling star, wondering if it's the prophesied golden child. She smiles, pondering if it's not a savior but the fuse for a massive bomb instead. A blood-stained Kwon Jae-young sits amid the ruins, admitting his ignorance about games. He theorizes the game is simply about defending a base against overwhelming numbers. He remains deep in thought, staring intently into the distance. He contemplates the possibility of a supreme unit, envisioning Choi Yul as a crowned king above all others. Floating over the city, he questions if a max-level unit surpassing even a Demon King is a phenomenon the game would allow. In a cosmic space, a giant ethereal hand shakes a pair of golden dice over a towering game board. Choi Yul's status window is revealed, showing all his stats are maxed out, yet his class is merely regular citizen. The giant hand places a game piece with the number 08 onto the board. Choi Yul lies suspended in the sky, a serene and knowing look on his face. A celestial hand points decisively toward a button marked Eliminate. The hand presses down on a button now labeled Kill. Choi Yul suddenly jolts, as if sensing a new presence. He lands lightly on a metal floor, wondering if he was just imagining being watched. A system error flashes. The command failed, and the celestial hand recoils from a transparent barrier protecting the city. The system initiates a thorough inspection of the chosen unit, opening a special monitor. Choi Yul is now designated as Hidden Unit 08, making him invisible to other players. As a hidden unit, Choi Yul stands alone in a surreal space filled with clouds and giant floating dice. Back in the city, survivors celebrate their victory while one browses the in-game shop. Using a magical megaphone, a man announces he is sharing his research findings about the reward dice. A detailed chart explains the various dice types and the classes they can grant, noting a 100-sided die remains unfound. An info panel explains the random item system, detailing the rarity tiers: ordinary, magical, heroic, legendary, and mythical. Kwon Jae-young inspects his new heroic class tool, the Destiny Spork, which always stays clean and returns to him. He deadpans that a high-class item isn't always as useful as it sounds. As survivors shout to recruit party members, Kwon Jae-young stands awkwardly, holding his spork amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, Go Hyeju smirks, deciding she's not cut out for the military. With a warm smile, she resolves to help the people who are still hiding in fear. In a cute interlude, she pledges her loyalty to the mission, though Kwon Jae-young seems unimpressed. Kwon Jae-young gazes at the city, reflecting that humans are surprisingly good at adapting to this surreal world. The scene shifts to Choi Yul, who smiles confidently, pleased with how things are progressing. Sitting atop a building, he observes the city below, noting that the start has been good for the citizens. He muses that both the champion, Go Hyeju, and the military, led by Kwon Jae-young, have taken their places. A dark vision flashes, predicting that this city will ultimately be destroyed by its own citizens. Startled by a tap on his shoulder, Choi Yul turns around, confused. He finds the blonde girl, Kang Ji-woo, standing behind him on the rooftop. A character window reveals her identity, Kang Ji-woo, a level 5 ordinary citizen. Stunned, Choi Yul flips through his book, realizing he recognizes her name. When he asks how she got up the tower, she casually replies that she climbed, leaving him speechless. Choi Yul remains bewildered as Kang Ji-woo gives him a knowing, curious look. She remarks that she expected to find him crying from being isolated. He looks at her intently, as she adds that this kind of loneliness is what he's used to. He asks what she means, but she playfully dismisses his question. She decides to leave, but Choi Yul, flustered, questions why she came at all if she was just gonna go. Leaning close, she teases him about his book's limits, noting it can't read a person's mind. Stepping back, she reveals a rope and says that's a good thing, much to his surprise. With a laugh, she leaps from the building, calling him an idiot for choosing the hard path when he could have dominated. Choi Yul screams, peering over the edge in terror as she rappels down the tower. Holding the rope she left behind, he mutters that she scared him, wondering what just happened. A system announcement declares the city has reached level 1, improving conveniences for all citizens. Go Hyeju explores the newly unlocked features, including customizable windows and a friends list, thinking they're cute. Another announcement states the city's infrastructure will be partially restored, as a damaged building begins to mend itself. Perched on the tower, Choi Yul reads his book and learns that the city gains express when citizens spend points. He realizes with a grimace that the massive amount of points he spent didn't contribute to the city's level. He stares at his mysterious book, wondering where all his points actually went. His eyes narrow in suspicion, as he considers the most likely possibility: his book glowing with a red aura. Meanwhile, Kwon Jong gets relentlessly slapped by a superior during a harsh military drill. From a rooftop, Kang Ji-woo watches the military's orderly movements below. She smirks, observing that they aren't doing too badly for themselves. With a thoughtful expression, she ponders where she can best fit into this dangerous new world. In a flash, she gracefully bypasses guards, reflecting on the dangers of the city. The camera focuses on a wooden crate filled with an assortment of magical-looking dice. Choi Yul sits peacefully in meditation, his book resting on the ground before him. His eyes snap open, filled with newfound resolve. A major announcement declares the city has been captured by the God of Gold, initiating a new, high-stakes mission. Kwon Jae-young studies the mission details, grimly realizing his plans have a flaw. He never considered the units could change. Nearby survivors relax, believing they can just wait for others to clear the mission and collect common rewards. A menacing pig-like deity, the God of Gold, glares down with greedy eyes. The system announces a cruel twist. There are no common rewards, only individual prizes for satisfying the god, causing widespread panic. A citizen complains, overwhelmed by the mission's lengthy and complex descriptions. Her hair blazing with fire, Go Hyeju decides to skip the details and leaps into action. She vows to see the entire sprawling map of this new mission for herself. A mysterious figure smirks, remarking that their player, Choi Yul, is quite lucky when it comes to dice rolls. Choi Yul plans to use Krasina's book to complete the city-building mission, then find a way to discard the cursed item. As he opens the book, a magnificent sword begins to materialize from its pages, emanating a powerful aura. He stares in complete shock at the sudden appearance of the weapon from his book. The sword vanishes just as quickly, leaving a bewildered Choi Yul to question what just happened. A sudden, sharp pain seizes him, and he clutches his chest in agony. Kuwa's system message announces Demon King Krasina's punishment, electrocuting him with pain and draining his HP until he provides sacrifices of sovereignty. As he writhes on the ground, the system warns that the punishment will result in death if he fails to make an offering. The scene shifts to reveal a strange new world, a lush, floating island hanging in space above the city. Elsewhere, a party of adventurers discovers a new, unregistered dungeon, ripe for the taking. The party's mage suggests reporting it for points, but the leader smirks, deciding they'll claim the dungeon's riches for themselves. He scoffs at the meager reward, confidently brandishing his hero-grade sword, the Black Flame Dragon. The party, Kangs and Roses, led by Kang Doyop, strikes a pose, ready to make their mark on this world. The entrance to the dungeon emanates a dark and threatening aura. From the shadows within, a spiky, menacing monster with glowing white eyes emerges. The party leader identifies it as a gatekeeper monster, while his mage companion notes how predictable the setup is. The leader begins to boast about their gaming experience, claiming this new world is just a playground for them. Suddenly, a hand grabs his face as a party member screams in terror, realizing the cripple is the boss. Choi Yul manically shouts boss strategies at the terrified party, revealing every weakness as a member begs him to stop. With a deranged smile, Choi Yul continues to spoil the dungeon's secrets, causing Kang Doyop to curse his name in a furious rage. The scene shifts to the Harleton, a large hotel building serving as a survivor base. Inside, one of the survivors slams his fist on a table, furious about becoming a sacrifice on the mission's first day. A group of survivors complains about the unfairness of it all, wanting to take action against Choi Yul. However, they realize they can't fight a max-level player with a mythical weapon and decide to lay low instead. The camera reveals the sacrifices of Sovereignty Isolation Camp, which is actually a well-stocked hotel cafeteria. The captives share their stories, revealing Choi Yul rounded them up from different areas like the jungle and the canyon. They gossip about Choi Yul's demonic expression, convinced they've seen his true, cruel nature. A survivor recalls Choi Yul's terrifying command, admitting he only went along with it hoping to find treasure. Back in the treasure-filled cavern, a gloved hand catches a mysterious dark cube. Surrounded by treasure, Choi Yul sits and examines the peculiar cube while his book hovers beside him. With over 2,400 sacrifices registered, a system message states, Krasina is somewhat satisfied, lessening the punishment as the book cackles. As the pain subsides, Choi Yul notes it's finally bearable as a second, new book joins the first, orbiting him. He questions the Demon King's punishment, realizing the book's description is incomplete and that it's hiding its true functions. Throb. Exhausted, Choi Yul sits among the treasure chests, breathing a sigh of relief as the lingering pain subsides. He then smirks, revealing that this painful punishment was actually part of his plan all along. He observes the book, musing that the Demon King is confident that the punishment has him completely under control. As the survivors continue to curse him, Choi Yul thinks to himself that by the mission's end, the Demon King will find out who is truly in control, as he mentally faces off against the Demon King Krasina with a confident smirk. Sitting amidst the treasure, he confidently decides it's time to put his plan into motion. A massive winged beast circles a tall, rocky spire guarding a nest at its peak. The creature is revealed to be an elite emperor griffin, a fearsome monster with dragon's blood. As monstrous claws lunge to attack, Choi Yul remains perfectly calm and seated. An unseen blade suddenly impales the claw, halting the attack just before it strikes him. Another elite monster appears, a massive rock troll adapted to the canyon environment. A mysterious horned woman stands beside an elder, stating that power is not something meant to be controlled. She proves her point by leaping into the air and bringing her massive axe down on the rock troll. Stepping onto the corpse of the defeated troll, she respectfully thanks her master. A powerful, fiery aura envelops her as she proudly declares to her master that she has grown stronger. She inspects the loot from a chest, dismissing most of it until her gaze falls upon a particularly interesting item. The horned woman addresses her companion as Miss Jiwoo, but Kang Jiwoo smiles and tells her to speak more casually. The horned woman turns to Kang Jiwoo, bluntly asking why she is being followed. With a sly grin, Kang Jiwoo shamelessly admits she's riding her coattails for the benefits. The horned woman is left speechless by Kang Jiwoo's proud declaration as Jiwoo cheerfully leads the way. Kang Jiwoo playfully guilt-trips the horned woman, who sighs in resignation. The horned woman tells Jiwoo to wait for a moment while she uses her phone. She messages someone named Uncle Woong, sending treasure coordinates and telling him to share it. From high above, a rock troll watches as the two women walk through the desolate canyon below. Kang Jiwoo comments on the small size of the treasure haul, but the horned woman confidently states her belief in quality over quantity. Jiwoo explains that items must be taken back to the city for appraisal to reveal their true worth. As they walk, Jiwoo elaborates on picking items with a special feeling, prompting the horned woman to ask how to identify them. Kang Jiwoo simply gives a knowing, confident smile in response. The horned woman finds Kang Jiwoo strange yet cool, wondering if her attitude is what they call spirit. When asked about her friends, Kang Jiwoo casually states she cleared out the monsters on her way there. Kang Jiwoo condescendingly remarks that the horned woman really doesn't understand the situation, leaving her confused. Jiwoo reveals a critical truth: monsters aren't the real enemies, and this mission is far from a simple treasure hunt. As a group of survivors carefully inspects a chest, it's explained that the mission is an individual battle with no shared rewards. Lurking nearby, a shadowy figure observes the group, knowing the treasure isn't truly claimed until it's appraised. The figure lunges forward, startling the survivors as he makes his move on the treasure. The scene shifts to the Grag Motel at night, where a window has been smashed in. Inside a trashed room, police officers investigate what appears to be a break-in. An officer greets Detective Seo as he arrives on the scene to take charge of the investigation. Character windows identify the detective as Seo Yoon-seok and his colleague as Kang Do-shik, who asks if it's another stolen treasure case. An officer reports that the victim blacked out during a treasure appraisal and awoke to find their loot gone. The men discuss the case, agreeing the victim was foolish not to hand the treasure directly to the God of Gold. Kang Do-shik notes, the random 1 to 12 hour appraisal time feels like the system is daring people to steal. Seo Yoon-seok scolds Kang Do-shik for his twisted logic, but Do-shik smirks, calling it a very human interpretation. Confused, an officer wonders who Kang Do-shik is, while another remarks on Detective Seo's temper. The officer has a flash of recognition, shouting Choi Yul's name before quickly denying his own claim. Panicking, the officer points behind the detectives, insisting the real Choi Yul is right there, sitting atop a massive griffin head. A powerful hand suddenly grabs Seo Yoon-seok's face, silencing him. A powerful aura surrounds Choi Yul as he activates his legendary Fungbox glove. UACCKK. He smashes the ground with immense force, sending a shockwave that devastates the area. Unfazed, Kang Do-shik calmly orders an evacuation and a citywide alert for Choi Yul. He smirks, noting Seo Yoon-seok's admirable but foolish tendency to rush into fights he can't win. As Seo struggles in the crater, Kang Do-shik muses that he'd be thrilled if Choi Yul killed him. Emerging from the dust, Seo Yoon-seok glares with grim determination. Grabbing his assailant, Seo Yoon-seok questions Choi Yul's strange lack of resistance, demanding to know his plan. News of Choi Yul's sudden arrest and surrender spreads rapidly throughout the city, causing widespread confusion and disbelief. With Choi Yul gone, citizens frantically seize the opportunity, forming parties and scrambling to claim as much treasure as possible. The greedy God of Gold looks down upon the city, its face twisted in a furious snarl. The scene transitions to a chapter cover, showing a fortified village nestled within a dense, snowy forest. In the village, a shadowed warrior ferociously cuts down a horde of goblins. A soldier, Hwang Minwoo, proudly declares the area clear after dispatching a goblin with his heroic tomahawk. His comrade grumbles, complaining that he's always the one left to clean up the mess. An archer named Lee Woojin unleashes a hero-class bow, Elfaran's pride, firing a glowing purple arrow. The arrow streaks through the air, piercing multiple fleeing goblins in a single, devastating shot. The soldiers bicker over tactics while a surviving goblin taunts them, sticking its tongue out. A shot rings out, and the taunting goblin's head explodes in a shower of blood. The perspective shifts to a sniper scope, revealing their sergeant is providing cover from a distance. Perched in a tree, Sergeant Park Seung-kyu watches his squad, vowing to make them run laps for their sloppy performance. A soldier in tactical gear reports to his platoon commander that the outer region is clear. Another soldier, Kwon Jae-young, a level 20 ordinary citizen, chimes in that his area is also nearly secure. Deep within the forest, a goblin shaman performs a powerful, fiery summoning ritual. The shaman cackles malevolently, proclaiming that their god's arrival means inescapable death for all. His ritual is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of two soldiers, Kwon Jae-young and his commander. A system window reveals one of the soldiers is equipped with a magical explosion ring. The platoon commander, identified as level 3 citizen Kim Kwang-soo, activates the ring's power. Kwon Jae-young remarks that attacking during a summoning animation is technically cheating. He smirks, adding that they are soldiers, not anime characters, as they stand before a massive, smoldering crater. Kim Kwang-soo swiftly deflects a barrage of wooden spikes with his blade. Lee Woo-jin radios his platoon commander, alerting him that they've located their target. They find the 18 missing citizens, all critically injured, and urgently request backup. From a command center, a superior officer approves backup and dispatches a construction unit. He points to a map, revealing their plan to convert the captured goblin village into a new military outpost. The officer asks Kwon Jae-young if he has any idea what Choi Yul is planning, but Kwon simply says no. The officer explains that Choi Yul's true threat is his brilliant mind, not the book's data, and while he's impossible to predict, he is certain Choi Yul is not their enemy. Elsewhere, the Emperor Griffin lets out a large, sleepy yawn. The massive griffin, belonging to Choi Yul, is seen napping outside the police station. Inside an interrogation room, Choi Yul ravenously eats a bowl of soup. Kang Doo-sik notes that even max-level players get hungry, but an impatient Seo Yeon-seok dismisses the small talk as Choi Yul agrees. Seo Yeon-seok sternly lists Choi Yul's alleged crimes, including fraud, robbery, and even murder. Unfazed, Choi Yul cheerfully brandishes his spoon and confesses to everything, stunning Seo Yeon-seok into silence. Seo Yeon-seok smirks, confident in his 20 years of experience in reading criminals. As Kang Doo-sik studies Choi Yul, Krasina's book floats nearby as he begins to analyze him. Finishing his bite, Choi Yul correctly guesses Kang Doo-sik's thoughts, that he isn't a bad guy and it was all just an accident. Kang Doo-sik pats Choi Yul's shoulder, joking that it's a perfect setup for the Good Samaritan law, which unfortunately doesn't exist in Korea. Seo Yeon-seok declares he'll take responsibility for clearing up the public's misconceptions about Choi Yul. Choi Yul sets down his empty bowl, coldly stating he didn't turn himself in to seek their help. An officer bursts into the room, shouting that there's urgent news for the detective. He reports another assault by a perpetrator with heroic class gear, whom they are struggling to arrest due to a lack of manpower as incidents escalate. A police bus speeds down a chaotic, debris-strewn street. Aboard the bus, Kang Doo-sik muses that without a common reward, there is no cooperation. He believes this chaos is necessary to establish a new order fit for the new world. Kang Doo-sik smiles confidently, believing this new world demands new powers and a new system. Seo Yeon-seok snaps at Kang Doo-sik, calling his attitude terrible and telling him to act like a sane person. Clenching his powerful gauntlet, Seo Yeon-seok admits he doesn't understand the other world. He fiercely declares that they are still human as his gauntlet begins to glow. A player stands over a defeated man, ready to deliver a killing blow to steal his treasure chest. The attacker sneers, stating that it doesn't matter which world they're in. Seo Yeon-seok intervenes, declaring that arresting those who abandon their humanity is a policeman's sole duty. The startled thief is apprehended by Seo Yeon-seok for robbery, assault, and attempted murder. With a menacing grin, Seo Yeon-seok warns the thief that resisting will only make things worse. The terrified thief immediately surrenders, admitting he thought he was facing an entire mob, not just one man. Kang Doo-sik suggests that since Earth's laws are now meaningless, he and Seo Yeon-seok should become the city's kings together. Seo Yeon-seok replies that he's keeping Kang Doo-sik close, precisely because he is the most dangerous man in the city. Kang Doo-sik internally admits that he would have agreed with that assessment not long ago. However, he finds Choi Yul completely unreadable, perplexed by his decision to surrender at the very start of the mission. Suddenly, Kang Doo-sik is struck with a shocking realization. He turns to a confused Seo Yeon-seok, warning him that they're about to become extremely busy. Kang Doo-sik explains that with Choi Yul arrested, people will see it as a golden opportunity, plunging the city into chaos, and questions if this was Choi Yul's plan all along. Seo Yeon-seok argues that Choi Yul is a good guy whose true intention was to make people finally act. Kang Doo-sik retorts that once the next mission starts, Everyone will just go back to hiding from Choi Yul again. As he considers this, Kang Dushik recalls Choi Yul's sly smile in the interrogation room. A system window announces the Demon King's punishment is in progress, demanding more sacrifices and expressing displeasure. In a flashback, Choi Yul closes his eyes as a powerful energy surges from his body. A perfect duplicate of himself materializes behind him. The cloaked duplicate smirks, telling the original to do a good job as his stand-in. Equipped with a legendary phase transition cape, the duplicate departs, telling his double to last as long as he can. Back in the present, the real Choi Yul waits patiently inside the police station bathroom. An impatient officer bangs on the door, yelling at him to hurry up and come out. The startled officer flinches as Choi Yul's voice from inside accuses him of trying to make him a, quote, sacrifice of sovereignty. A squad of officers stands ready outside the restroom, vowing to take charge of him no matter what. The officers tense up as the door swings open, revealing Choi Yul standing calmly before them. Choi Yul smirks, saying he's ready to go to the special isolation ward they prepared for him because he wants to sleep. Outside, the Emperor Griffin perks up with a questioning chirp. Chirp, with a powerful cry, the griffin launches into the sky, shattering the pavement below. Officers on the ground stare in shock as it flies away, one wishing he'd taken a picture. High above the city, the real Choi Yul, now free, rides his griffin while consulting his book. He smiles, declaring stage one of his plan a success now that the civilians have started to move. Opening Krasina's book to a treasure map of the jungle sector, he decides it's time to begin the next stage. The population is split into two roles: outers who hunt treasure and inners who manage city affairs. Party recruitment boards fill up with requests for both outers and inners as the new society takes shape. Even civilians with no combat skills find ways to survive by crafting and selling handmade items for points. For a time, the mission appears to be progressing smoothly at the newly established Jungle Sector outpost. Under the moonlight, a silhouetted figure stands on the balcony of the main outpost building. The man, wearing a distinct silver helmet, proudly reflects on building the outpost in just 2 days. He watches soldiers use magic doors, musing that modern humans are terrifyingly efficient compared to the old days. The silver-helmeted man sips his drink, thinking that if these powerful people cooperated, the mission would be easy. However, with cooperation, absent crime rates centered around treasures are exploding. The police, including Seo Yoon-seok and Kang Do-shik, are overwhelmed, lacking the manpower and equipment to keep up. The military discusses intervening, but the platoon commander deems it too dangerous and difficult for them as well. The commander decides the army will only act in a support capacity and only if the police officially request help. Looking over the city at night, the commander laments how bitter the situation has become. Kaackkeok. Elsewhere, a man gasps for air as a sinister purple energy chokes him. A mysterious figure in a glowing purple mask looms over him, intrigued by the poison he has just created. The figure holds a mythical rank orb, the abandoned magic pearl, once owned by a being that failed to become a dragon. The orb is revealed to be growth-based equipment that can create and manipulate a variety of poisons. Huff, huff! The victim lies on the ground, wheezing in terror and pain. The masked poisoner, whose identity is completely concealed by the system, calmly states he doesn't plan on killing him yet. He grins, explaining that he still has many different poison combinations he wants to test out. Panicked, the man offers all his treasures, begging the attacker to stop. The masked poisoner scoffs, saying the greatest treasure is experience. He grabs the victim's face, channeling more of the agonizing poison into him. Kaack. The man screams as he is overwhelmed by a vortex of dark energy. A canister suddenly deploys, releasing a cloud of blue gas. Seo Yoon-seok and Kang Do-shik arrive at the scene, with Kang Do-shik wondering if they're dealing with a convenient but deadly CBR weapon. The two detectives stare in shock at the scene before them. Kang Do-shik examines the victim, noting with curiosity that he's still alive and his treasures are untouched. They survey the area, unsure if they're dealing with a lone perpetrator or an entire group. They discover a pile of other victims nearby, all groaning in agony. realizing a very dangerous threat has emerged. Kang Dushik suggests that with the great demon king Choi Yul gone, a new hidden one has emerged from the darkness. As they leave the crime scene, Seo Yoon-seok insists Choi Yul isn't a bad guy, but Kang Dushik dismisses the demon king talk with an unconvinced ugh. Seo Yoon-seok sighs, acknowledging that Choi Yul is indeed the cause of all this, surprising Kang Dushik with his agreement. Kang Dushik doubts Choi Yul would ever reveal his true thoughts. Elsewhere, a military man in distinct armor decides he needs to question those around Choi Yul, as a blue-haired horned woman beside him checks her phone. High in the sky, the real Choi Yul sneezes, wondering how a max-level player like him could catch a cold. His griffin soars over the vast desert sector, carrying a massive bag of treasure. A powerful magical energy swirls across the desert landscape below them. Chirp, chirp, the griffin announces their arrival, and Choi Yul wakes up. Choi Yul reflects that no matter how hard the civilians work to collect treasures, he drops the enormous sack, which crashes down into a vast cavern filled with gold. Landing gracefully amidst the horde, Choi Yul states he has already taken all the expensive items. From the shadows, a small creature begins to eagerly devour the gold coins he left behind. Choi Yul smiles, telling the creature to eat up and grow quickly. He proudly introduces his new companion, the baby god of gold, who requires love and care. Back at the military outpost, Corporal Lee Woojin, Corporal Hwang Minwoo, and Private Kim Kwang-soo tearfully bid farewell to their platoon commander. The silver-helmeted platoon commander, Sergeant Kwan, tells them not to be dramatic, as he's only going to give a statement about Choi Yul. As he drives away, his soldiers enthusiastically shout requests for ice cream and snacks. The moment he's gone, the soldiers erupt in celebration, declaring a vacation party. Their superior, Sergeant Park Seong-kyu, watches them, deciding one day off is fine to loosen them up before a big dungeon raid. Whoop whoop. The soldiers mob Sergeant Park Seong-kyu, worried about their commander and demanding a 5-hour K-pop medley to cheer them up. They excitedly plan to break out their hidden alcohol, forcing the exasperated sergeant to conclude he has to go with them to supervise. Elsewhere, a man is overwhelmed by a surge of brilliant blue energy. A mysterious figure wearing a conical hat stands over the man's unconscious body. The green-skinned being raises a finger, declaring the ordeal is over. The man jolts awake, thanking his savior, who explains he used pressure points to lessen the pain. The green-skinned being clarifies that the pain is only decreased, not stopped, which is good enough for the grateful man. Nearby, a bird-like creature named Jack rests calmly as narration reveals he has just accepted becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings. Heap. Now standing with the green-skinned being and Jack atop massive tree roots, Choi Yul decides to postpone his questions until the situation is more stable. He resolves to handle things for now while Sergeant Kwan is away in the city, as Kwan is shown driving his military vehicle. Deep within a forest, an ancient stone gate with glowing green eyes is revealed. Inside his vehicle, Sergeant Kwan is suddenly alarmed by a realization. His driver, Private Sak Hyung-min, asks what's wrong, jokingly asking if he needs to use the bathroom. Sergeant Kwan grabs his rifle, urgently ordering the private to turn the car around. "It's an ambush," he shouts, as magical blasts of fire and ice converge on them. A massive impact rocks the military vehicle, shattering its windshield. 2 civilian players relentlessly attack, with one drinking a mana potion to sustain the assault. Sergeant Kwan is shocked, wondering if the attackers are out of their minds for targeting the military. He hesitates, knowing that retaliating against civilians would lead to chaos. Sergeant Kwan asks if they can evade the attackers until backup arrives, and the driver confidently agrees before asking, "Are you American?" The vehicle swerves violently, executing a perfect drift to dodge the incoming attacks. As arrows thud against the armored glass, Sergeant Kwan realizes the city's crime rate is far worse than he had imagined. With the strongest players away hunting treasure, only the police and non-combatants remain to defend the city. This absence of power has created the perfect environment for criminals to thrive. The city is now a tinderbox. If powerful villains were to appear, it would instantly become the most dangerous place of all. The driver screams a warning as a massive, ominous cloud of purple energy materializes directly in their path. He cries out that it's too fast as the dark energy lunges toward their vehicle. A monstrous, reptilian head, with glowing eyes lunges forward, teeth bared. A system window identifies the elite monster as an abyss lizard man. As a man with a large sword engages it in combat, the swordsman finds himself surrounded, heroically battling a horde of reptilian monsters alone. The swordsman's eyes glow red as he channels immense power into his rune-etched blade for a devastating strike. He unleashes a cataclysmic blast of energy that obliterates the surrounding lizardmen in a flash of red light. His power receding, Choi Yul smiles, remarking how the pressure point trick made his body feel much lighter. As Choi Yul loots the magical lizardman meat, the green-skinned being advises him not to push himself too hard. A system window reveals they are in the Abyss Lizardman's underground city, a dungeon connected to the demon realm where monsters are stronger. Choi Yul realizes that since he is the Demon King, his own powers will be amplified in this demon-like environment. He clenches his fist, concluding that his Demon King's punishment ability will be even stronger here. The green-skinned being urges a hasty retreat, stating they already have enough treasure. Choi Yul explains that simply satisfying the God of Gold is the easiest way to clear the mission, not the best. Taking the easy path, he continues, only yields the minimum number of rewards. He turns with a determined smirk, declaring that he wants to get the most rewards possible. Choi Yul reveals that the current situations involving Sergeant Kwon, Hyejunim, and the city's chaos are all part of his grand plan. Back in the military vehicle, the driver panics about the gas, as Sergeant Kwon examines a strange, egg-like device. He recalls finding a box on his seat labeled Promotion Reward, wondering what it is. In a flashback, the platoon commander explains it's a gift for his promotion and that he also equipped his subordinates. The flashback continues, with the commander asking a speechless Sergeant Kwon if he needs anything else. In the present, the device activates, its shutter-like mechanism glowing with bright blue light. A system window identifies it as a tool that creates a temporary safe area, and a protective dome envelops the vehicle. Sergeant Kwon calmly tells his frantic driver to stop, warning that acting rashly will cause an accident. The masked poisoner appears outside their barrier, greeting Mr. Army with a sinister grin. Sergeant Kwon stares back in silence, assessing the formidable new threat. The poisoner dismisses Kwon as a minion and demands to speak with the leader, shocking the sergeant. The masked villain laughs maniacally, complimenting the soldier on his insulting glare. He then declares that he is the leader here and has no intention of listening, preparing to attack. Pressing his hand against their barrier, he commands them to do as he says. A threatening purple aura flares as he warns them to obey if they don't want to die. The dark, corrosive energy intensifies, swirling menacingly around the protected vehicle. As the poison fog seeps in, the terrified driver screams that he's melting and begs for help. Sergeant Kwon analyzes the attack, identifying the wide-range, deadly effect as a corrosive poison fog. He grimaces, realizing it could be a weapon of mass slaughter as it dissolves other victims nearby. Focusing on their survival, he glances at the cracked protective device in his hand. Sergeant Kwon calls out to the attacker, offering to surrender if they listen to one condition. He boldly crosses his arms and presents his demand, that the villain volunteer to become his subordinate. The masked poisoner scoffs, telling the sergeant he's not in his right mind and that he'll make him more human. Leaning in with a menacing smile, the poisoner warns the soldier that he has just crossed the line. While the driver panics, Sergeant Kwon calmly taunts the villain, calling his display low level. Enraged by the insult, the poisoner's demonic aura erupts violently. He vows to create an opening for the backup he assumes is coming, unleashing a massive attack. A powerful gust of wind and energy swirls from his fist. He generates a massive whirlwind, catching the military vehicle in its powerful vortex. Tisk, the poisoner mutters, annoyed that he may have played around too much. Realizing the wind is disrupting his poison smoke, he holds the abandoned magic pearl, planning his next move. Cursing the unknown wind user's incompatibility, he pulls out a hero-rank slingshot, the Giant Slayer Mark VII. He combines his powers, loading the poison-generating orb into the slingshot's pouch. Liking his new improvised weapon, he takes aim at the distant military vehicle. He fires a concentrated beam of lethal poison energy straight toward his target. Arriving on the scene, Detective Kang Dushik grabs Sergeant Kwon, scoffing at the attacker for using a slingshot like a child. He tackles the sergeant to safety just as the deadly purple beam streaks past them. The attack dissipates, revealing that the powerful winds were generated by another intervening figure. As the poison sizzles on the pavement, the driver frantically yells for Kang Dushik and Sergeant Kwan to get in the jeep. Detective Kang Dushik tells Sergeant Kwan's men to proceed, vowing to capture the criminal and warning that more enemies will arrive soon. Sergeant Kwan advises a strategic retreat, but Detective Kang Dushik staunchly refuses, declaring a police officer cannot run from a criminal. Kang Dushik argues retreating will cause more casualties, but Kwan counters that the detective dying now would have the same result. Their argument is cut short, as Sergeant Kwan points out that their target, the criminal, has already vanished from the empty street. Suddenly, a massive fiery explosion erupts from above, devastating a nearby location. Ugh! 2 soldiers are down, one asking in shock why the attacker is here when they were supposed to be doing outer stuff. The horned warrior Hyeju stands ready with her flaming polearm, her name being called out to spur her into action. The downed soldiers panic, with one screaming for them to run because they can't possibly fight Hyeju and fulfill their quota. Hyeju strides forward, demanding her opponent stand still so they can talk things out. Ignoring her, one of the soldiers hurls a makeshift Molotov cocktail directly at her. Hyeju is taken aback by the flying beer bottle, as an older man watches nervously from the side. The older man screams a warning that the bottle is full of deadly poison, causing Hyeju to realize the grave danger. The poison bottle lands perfectly on the flat of Hyeju's polearm blade, teetering precariously. With a swift, fluid motion, Hyeju spins her weapon, expertly catching and redirecting the bottle into the air. A robotic hand snatches the poison bottle from the air, preventing it from shattering on the ground. The older man, revealing his prosthetic arm, expresses his relief at Hyeju's presence, while she demands to know who he and the attackers are. Standing amid the wreckage, the man admits he doesn't know the attackers' identities, but notes their unusually organized tactics. He explains many have fallen victim to their deadly poison, which resists most antidotes, as Hyeju examines the captured bottle. The man laments that they might have lost the treasures he provided, showing boxes full of swords. Hyeju recalls a smirking, hooded woman, thinking that some believe humans are easier opponents than monsters. Addressing the man as Uncle Woongi, Hyeju orders him to halt the search for treasures, much to his surprise. She gazes at a nearby skyscraper, sensing a malevolent force gathering and surrounding the city. Inside that very building, Choi Yul is seen through a scope, calmly reading a book with a knowing smile. The hooded woman is revealed as the sniper, watching him silently from a rooftop vantage point. Munching on a snack, she wonders what Choi Yul is plotting. She decides that if Choi Yul isn't in the city, she has no reason to stay, ominously predicting the city's fate. Back inside, Choi Yul smiles to himself, wondering if a big fight is about to break out. The green-skinned being asks if Choi Yul planned for this chaos, but Choi Yul admits he never expected someone so crazy to show up. Surrounded by slain monsters, the being suggests simply killing this newcomer, but Choi Yul rejects the idea. Choi Yul smiles slyly, explaining that he needs the situation to become even more chaotic. While the green-skinned being admits he can't read Choi Yul's intentions, Choi Yul just laughs, promising he will understand soon. Announcing it's time to clear the dungeon, Choi Yul stands before a massive, glowing door in the deepest part of Takledom. The two of them step through the gate, disappearing into a blinding white light. A huge, draconic creature awakens in the darkness, noting it has been a long time since a human ventured this deep. A system window identifies the boss, Takloa, the Demon King of Investigation, who welcomes the mortal to his city. With his hand glowing, Choi Yul casually asks the Demon King if he happens to know another named Krasina. Takloa's eyes flare red with fury at the disrespectful tone, while Choi Yul internally smirks, "Oh no." Leaping through the air, Choi Yul taunts that the Demon King is going to dislike his attitude even more. Choi Yul unleashes a brilliant green magical attack contained within an intricate celestial circle. Takloa acknowledges the attack as his own ancient runes begin to glow with power. The Demon King erupts with power, shattering his throne as he roars that Choi Yul's attitude is a mess. Choi Yul lands nimbly on the crumbling stone, poised for the next clash. He analyzes Takloa's defenses, noting a magic barrier that nullifies physical attacks and another that instantly counters high-level magic. Choi Yul identifies Takloa as a mage-type Demon King, a stark contrast to the warrior-type, Kutumbaba. He realizes Takloa is the polar opposite of a physical-oriented party, like the one led by Second Lieutenant Quan. If Quan's army had come here, Choi Yul muses, they would have been annihilated instantly, imagining their bloody fate. The intense magical duel continues, with brilliant energies clashing between the two powerful beings. Choi Yul notes the countless other dangers, as his green-skinned companion fires a powerful beam of golden energy. The companion cuts through hordes of plague-smitten monsters and raging hellfire within the cursed dungeon. Choi Yul prepares his trump card, wielding the legendary rank axe, Musculus, to reset the entire field's difficulty level. As Choi Yul's magic activates, the Demon King Takloa is engulfed by a storm of glowing green celestial circles. A system window explains the axe's ability to convert strength into magic power, as Choi Yul vows to reset the field's difficulty for the civilians. Pow! A massive explosion of red energy erupts, signifying the powerful difficulty reset. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Western Police Station under a clear sky. A stern man with his arms crossed introduces himself as the Homicide Sector's Seo Yoon-seok. In a briefing room, Seo Yoon-seok explains that the situation has changed. A crazy bastard they've nicknamed Emugi has appeared in the city. While Yoon-seok laments the police force is too small to arrest the Emugi, the man himself is shown smirking and holding a Molotov cocktail. Seo Yoon-seok clenches his fists, formally offering a collaborative operation between the army, police, and capable civilians. The horned warrior Haiju slams her fist down, eagerly agreeing to the plan and calling their new enemies dangerous. A soldier with a futuristic helmet reflects grimly that a fight between civilians irrelevant to the mission will only make things worse. As a malevolent purple orb of energy drips, the soldier thinks that if the mission fails, everyone dies. The purple energy twists into a monstrous, shadowy beast. As the narration states, the team began their mission knowing this dire truth. With a rush of dark power, the shadow creature lunges forward. The Emugi smirks sinisterly as the chaotic purple energy condenses in his hand. The narration bridges the two plot lines, mentioning the fight against the Demon King Takloa and the one against Choi Yul. In a flashback, Takloa recounts how, guided by mysterious calls, he burned countless cities to the ground. He continues, recalling how he brought pain and death to innumerable mortals who were summoned to his domain. Bleeding from a deep wound, Takloa is stunned that after so long, a mortal could finally slash him with power alone. Takloa looks up, asking Choi Yul if his question about Krasina is unrelated to the current call. Choi Yul narrows his eyes, asking for clarification on whether a call is the same as a mission. Takloa confirms that, like mortals, they too receive missions based on their reasons, which are usually to destroy mortals. Choi Yul is shocked to learn that reasons for calls can change, asking if Takloa is even allowed to reveal such information. Takloa's eyes glow menacingly as he dismisses the concern, stating it doesn't matter. He ominously explains that for a mortal who possesses that cursed book, the more they know, the faster they will die. Enraged, Takloa realizes Choi Yul knew about Krasina from the book and laments what a shame his own end is. As Takloa begins to disintegrate into light, he regrets that he won't be able to witness the doom that follows the book. Choi Yul desperately demands more answers, but his green-skinned companion urges him to stop, saying they must leave immediately. Fading away, Takloa finds some solace in seeing Choi Yul's distress, musing that the end isn't so bitter. Wait. Choi Yul yells, reaching out as he and his companion are enveloped in a flash of transport magic. They are teleported out of the dungeon, appearing high above a vast forest. A brilliant pillar of light descends from the heavens, signifying their arrival. A winged beast emerges from the light, soaring into the open sky. Riding the creature, Choi Yul and his companion fly onward as Takloa's final words echo, predicting the doom of Pawn Number 8. The green-skinned being asks Choi Yul if he is okay, and he quietly confirms he is. Choi Yul stares silently at the cursed book, contemplating Takloa's warning that knowledge will bring his doom. The companion asks if he wants to gather more information, but Choi Yul declines, stating Takloa was the only target for this mission. As a single leaf falls, Choi Yul declares they will now pursue their goal of adjusting the field's difficulty, predicting it will take 3 days. Below, 2 soldiers feel a sudden tremor. The green-skinned being watches with a smirk, wondering if his students can survive for 3 days. Back in the city, the focus returns to Yoon-seok, Hyeju, and the soldier, now identified as the companion students. In the chaotic streets, a civilian directs people to a safety zone, shouting that the Imugi gang is on the loose. A blood-soaked medic despairs that they've run out of potions and antidotes, noting the casualties are from infighting, not the mission. Sinister purple energy creeps through the city, engulfing the urban landscape. Seo Yoon-seok and Hyeju charge forward together, ready to confront the spreading chaos. Yoon-seok glares intensely, telling his unseen foe to just give up. The Imugi appears, shrouded in his dark power, taunting that even 2 people with legendary gear can't catch him. The soldier with the helmet observes the state of the city, disgusted that some only seek treasure while others hide to profit from the chaos. Meanwhile, the Imugi effortlessly dispatches several armored opponents in a warehouse. A colossal shadow of the Imugi looms over him, representing his ambition to claim the position of the strongest person. The Imugi's gang stands ready, their armor marked with the same glowing green snake insignia. Hyeju points frantically, correcting Yoon-seok by shouting that the strongest person is Choi Yul, not the Imugi. The Imugi scoffs, believing Choi Yul's absence is proof he's not confident he can win. Pew pew pew. Gunfire erupts, but the bullets deflect harmlessly off the Imugi's dark aura. Sizzle. Dark purple energy drips from his shadowy masked face. Watching from a window, the soldier with the helmet notes the Imugi's defense is dense enough to block bullets, and he gains new skills with every fight. The Imugi unleashes a fresh wave of swirling, draconic shadow energy. Realizing the terrifying rate of growth, the soldier concludes they must eliminate the Imugi before it's too late. The Imugi tempts a group of people, promising that unlike Choi Yul, he can easily share points and items to clear missions. He tells the helmeted soldiers that all they have to do is listen to him. Grinning maliciously, the Imugi prepares to issue his command. He demands they automatically obey him, but Hyeju suddenly appears, ready to defy him. Surrounded by green energy, Seo Yoon-seok appears, telling the Imugi to stop talking such idiotic nonsense. He urges the others to go find treasures and blasts a powerful whirlwind of energy forward. The Imugi simply smirks, declaring that won't work anymore as he effortlessly stops the attack with a single hand. A shockwave erupts, throwing Seo Yoon-seok and Hyeju back in disbelief. Hyeju cries out as she is ensnared by the Imugi's shadowy, dragon-headed tendrils. The dark tendrils writhe and coalesce, forming a monstrous, swirling mass of chaotic energy. Kook. Seo Yoon-seok and a blonde-haired woman are trapped inside a cage of fiery poison. The Imugi calmly states that they can no longer fend off his poison with fire or wind. He sadistically offers to spare whoever screams the nicest after being marinated in his poison. Clenching his fist, he adds that he has already decided which scream he wants to hear. Seo Yoon-seok and the blonde woman's defensive barriers shatter under the relentless assault of the purple tendrils. Ah! Seo Yoon-seok grabs Hyeju, pulling her away from the spreading attack. Hyeju tries to argue, citing her higher level, but Seo Yoon-seok furiously orders her to shut her mouth. Bleeding and resolute, Seo Yoon-seok claims that given his age and career, his judgment call makes more sense. The Imugi mockingly refutes him, holding a glowing green gem in his hand. Grabbing Hyeju's collar, Seo Yoon-seok grimly shouts what it is he truly wants. He hurls her with all his might, sending her flying to safety. Landing roughly, Hyeju and Seo Yoon-seok look up to see a lone, imposing figure has appeared. The green-skinned being draws his sword, expressing disappointment in his students. He stands tall, his powerful presence filling the area as his robes billow. Stunned, Hyeju and Seo Yoon-seok recognize their master, wondering if he's a monster. The Imugi is also shocked, asking why the guardian from the last mission is still here. The green-skinned master states they need discipline, but postpones it as a chime signals an alert. A system window appears with an ominous emergency notice. A small, hooded pig-like creature is shown sleeping peacefully atop a mountain of gold coins. A notice announces another god of gold has been found, this one in puberty and ready for a competition. The mission content has officially changed. New rules are announced. Players can now choose which god of gold to offer treasure to, and the one with the most offerings will win. The soldier with the helmet and a man in a suit review the updated mission briefing in astonishment. A final rule states that the citizens of the losing God of Gold get no reward, enraging the Imugi. Two men at a diner recognize the scheme, noting only one bastard would do this, as a window reveals Choi Yul is the sole participant for the Desert God of Gold, but has an enormous score. The Imugi's followers erupt in fury, cursing Choi Yul for his audacious move. The Imugi trembles with silent building rage. He glares up at Choi Yul flying high above on his winged beast, a single word hanging in the air. But, smirking down, Choi Yul contemplates his foes' foolish trust in their legendary equipment while glancing at the cursed book. An extreme close-up shows Choi Yul's eye glowing with immense power. Meanwhile, one of the Imugi's followers insists that Choi Yul would never turn himself in, declaring he has the face of a villain. One follower rallies the others to return to the city, but is met with resistance due to the Imugi's presence there. Unwilling to lose everything to Choi Yul again, the lead follower decides to go back regardless, as the Imugi watches from the shadows. The Imugi screams as a hand, crackling with green energy, suddenly seizes his face. As the green-skinned master holds him, the Imugi screams Choi Yul's name in pure agony and rage. Hyeju and Seo Yunseok watch in horror, screaming Choi Yul's name as a dark, draconic energy form writhes above. Pinned by the master, the Imugi rages at Choi Yul for turning him into a mere tool, vowing to kill him. As the Imugi screams his threat, Choi Yul forces a massive amount of green energy into his winged beast, shouting his own vow to kill him. The winged beast strains as it absorbs the potent energy from Choi Yul's hand. The Imugi looks on in sudden confusion, sensing the strange turn of events. The Imugi watches in shock as the griffin begins to swallow his special poison bomb whole. Choi Yul stands calmly on his mount as the Imugi realizes his poison is being consumed. A system window identifies the Emperor Griffin's elite poison tolerance. Stunned, the Imugi can't believe a mere elite monster, not even a boss, can neutralize his attack. Suddenly appearing beside him, Choi Yul mockingly asks the Imugi if he's curious why his poison had no effect. Choi Yul smirks, condescendingly telling the Imugi to consider it homework. He then delivers a powerful kick, telling him to stop bullying others and figure things out himself. Hyeju and Seo Yunseok watch the one-sided beatdown, completely stunned by Choi Yul's overwhelming power. Choi Yul and his green-skinned companion stand together, a formidable pair backed by the immense griffin. Choi Yul loudly declares his intent to completely monopolize the Desert God of Gold. He issues a dire threat. Anyone who offers treasures to his god will become a sacrifice in future missions. The green-skinned master looks on, cryptically urging everyone to struggle for what remains of the missions. A dark, triumphant expression overtakes Choi Yul's face as he stands victorious atop his mount. As maniacal laughter echoes through the sky, Hyeju and Seo Yunseok watch a shadowy creature fly away. Hyeju worriedly stammers Choi Yul's name, while the soldier with the helmet quietly processes the situation. The city landscape is now partially transformed into a desert, stretching towards the glowing Desert God of Gold. At a military alliance meeting, a speaker rallies the crowd, stating they must find more treasures than Choi Yul's god in the final week. Hyeju takes the microphone, formally asking the gathered people for their cooperation. Seo Yunseok speaks next, calling Choi Yul a calamity, but insisting they cannot afford to be paralyzed by fear. He continues, reminding everyone that the method to overcome great disasters is universal. The solution, he declares, is for everyone to work together. The soldier with the helmet and glasses affirms that unity has always been humanity's surest way to defeat any calamity. A man clenches his fist, understanding that everything, the mission, Choi Yul, and returning home, is on the line. Inspired by the speech, the crowd roars with determination, ready to unite against the common threat. Meanwhile, the man in the suit from the mission briefing now sits alone in a dark prison cell. In his hand, he holds a glowing green gem bearing the Imugi's snake insignia. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he adjusts his collar, emanating a dark, corrupting energy. A new mission guide for the City Alliance supply is displayed as a man in a fedora greets a soldier. The guide explains the nest method, raiding the lairs of hostile monsters on the ground. Targeting these nests is simple. since the enemy forces are easily visible. Though the rewards are often minor, these nests can sometimes yield a jackpot of valuable items. The second method, dungeons, are hidden locations like caves, guarded by powerful monsters. While the treasure value is high, dungeons are far more dangerous, as two soldiers are caught in an ambush. An explosion of violent purple energy erupts from the unseen attacker. It is recommended that trained groups cooperate for dungeons. Below, workers finish loading the last supply truck. A convoy of supply trucks makes its way through a treacherous canyon. Without warning, winged monsters swoop down from the canyon walls to ambush the convoy. Guards desperately fend off the creatures, shouting to protect the loot as they near the city's safety. The trucks race toward the city gates under a relentless aerial assault. Defenders on the wall open fire, yelling to clear a path for the incoming vehicles. The guide moves to the third key location, the heavily guarded Treasure Appraisal Center. Here, treasures are securely stored and appraised under the protection of military and police forces. Success a player reveals a legendary ranked treasure, the Idol of True God, worth 1,000 points. The finder triumphantly claims his legendary treasure as onlookers react with jealousy and amazement. A man grimly observes a scoreboard. Despite their efforts, the city's score is dwarfed by Choi Yul's astronomical lead. Seo Yunseok reflects that the jungle and ravines have been almost completely cleared of treasures. A map shows the remaining areas, the desert where Choi Yul is, and a final unexplored map. He worries about the high risks, questioning if they can get past Choi Yul or defend the now vulnerable city. Elsewhere, a burly commander and a man in a suit discuss how they were completely fooled by Choi Yul's deception. The man in the suit explains Choi Yul's gambit. People wouldn't have acted if he'd monopolized the desert from the start. He concludes that Choi Yul used himself as bait, inciting an outrage that overcame everyone's fear of him. The burly commander smashes a table in fury, shouting that they can't let this stand. Clenching his fist, he realizes that no matter how the mission ends, this strategy has a specific outcome. He grits his teeth, understanding Choi Yul's plan will only further isolate him from the rest of the city. The two men stand in silence, surveying the consequences of the conflict from their window. The man in the suit lights a cigarette, remarking that he's finally beginning to understand what kind of person Choi Yul is. He muses that Choi Yul doesn't just play his own cards, he plays with the entire game board in mind. Taking a deep breath, he concludes that their only path forward requires the people to unite and strengthen. He predicts Choi Yul's next move won't be something as obvious as simply gathering treasures. In the jungle, a hooded blonde woman discovers a massive, ancient stone tablet covered in inscriptions. A sly smile forms on her face as she realizes a new possibility for the treasure-finding mission. She imagines raiding the god of gold instead of worshipping it, knowing this information will sell for a fortune. A massive, chaotic explosion of energy signals the start of a violent confrontation. The burly commander and the man in the suit are blown back by a sudden, powerful blast of green energy. Choi Yul stands confidently as the scoreboard confirms his massive lead for the desert god of gold. Two figures are sent tumbling through the air by a swirling vortex of raw power. The burly commander braces himself, noting that level means nothing when it comes to raw weight and force. Yeju unleashes a torrent of fire against a shadowy beast as the city's score lags far behind Choi Yul's. The battlefield erupts as multiple combatants are caught in the crossfire of fire and shadow. Choi Yul lands effortlessly amidst the chaos, ready to make his next move. A countdown begins as a massive sword descends from the sky, marking the time left in the mission. The man in the suit clutches the Imugi's glowing green gem, unleashing its corrupting power. Less than 25 minutes remain on the clock. Choi Yul stands firm as the countdown timer, wreathed in dark energy, plummets towards him. With a smirk, Choi Yul acknowledges that there isn't much time left. From atop a colossal monument, Choi Yul taunts the exhausted city alliance below, telling them to work harder. 4 days earlier, a horned woman named Jiwoo recalls her surprise at learning the Imugi's true identity. The Imugi is revealed to be a young, unimposing high schooler named Kang Seungwon. In a cell, Kang Seungwon rudely dismisses Jiwoo, who reminds him that surveilling him is her job. He mockingly questions her ability to stop him, holding a small, crackling magic item. In an instant, Jiwoo holds a blade to his throat, reminding him that his body is still just human. Kang Seungwon laughs it off, claiming she only knows this because his underlings were disloyal snitches. He calmly accepts their betrayal as a tactic of the weak, promising to crush them once he is free. Jiwoo looks on in disbelief, bluntly diagnosing him with a severe case of 8th grade syndrome. He admits his mythical magic pearl is still developing, which is why Choi Yul was able to defeat him. Vengeful, he vows that once his item is fully developed, not even Choi Yul will be able to stop him. He confidently declares that when that time comes, the entire city will belong to him. Jiwoo's expression hardens as she thinks about how Choi Yul had saved everyone from this very threat. She worries about Kang Shangwon's potential, wondering if it's safe to leave the still developing but dangerous brat alone. Back in the present, the hooded woman asks the burly commander about their dungeon raid. He proudly reports their success. Her victory lap is cut short when city guards try to fine her for an unsheathed weapon. Well, that's one way to get a ticket. She laments that the city's newfound fighting spirit makes it harder to sell information for a high price. On the phone, Jiwoo beams with relief, overjoyed to hear that her acquaintance is safe. The person on the line, Kang Seung-gwan, negotiates with Jiwoo, agreeing to a favor while examining his abandoned magic pearl. The hooded woman reveals her plan. She had Jiwoo introduce her to a potential buyer for her valuable information. A man named Yoon-sak addresses Sergeant Kwon, remarking that all the city's big shots are gathered for this meeting. Before discussions start, Sergeant Kwon's driver, Private Sa Kyungmin, chugs a drink. A player questions the presence of the handcuffed blonde man, the Imugi, as his horned companion, Hyeju, asks if they will be okay. Sergeant Kwon is shocked as Sa Kyungmin proudly admits he called the Imugi, deeming him an essential part of their forces. At the meeting table, a man argues that having Hyeju guard the Imugi is a huge loss of power when they need all their forces. Yoon Seok expresses doubt about using the crazy dog, but an older officer named Lee Cholman, an ordinary citizen, advises him to listen. An ancient illustration depicts the powerful, pig-like god of gold. Reviewing an illustrated scroll, Sa Kyungmin realizes they have a chance to kill the god of gold before it fully matures. Yoon Seok agrees that despite the challenge of getting past Choi Yul, the plan is worth trying. The blonde Imugi smirks, stating this is precisely why he wants to use his own power. With a confident smile, the Imugi declares that in the end, the city needs him. The scene shifts back to Choi Yul and his companion standing on a bridge, bathed in a brilliant light. Choi Yul asks the green-skinned being if they should increase the sacrifices of sovereignty. The green-skinned being explains it's not about punishment, but about gathering the citizens he designated as sacrifices to earn rewards. Choi Yul elaborates that these sacrifices include those in dangerous dungeons, treasure hunters, and people he needed to isolate to proceed with his mission, leaving Jack the bird creature confused. Suddenly, Choi Yul announces they have guests as the camera pulls back, revealing their rooftop position. Arriving on a military truck, the Imugi, Yeju, and Yoon-sok prepare to fight. On other trucks, soldiers receive the command to fight and roar back their readiness. As the green-skinned being prepares for battle, Choi Yul calmly tells him to wait. 2 military jeeps speed across the desert landscape. Following the tradition of sending the weakest first, a massive golden bird attacks the hero's truck. Shocked, Hyeju and Yoon Seok are suddenly ensnared by mysterious purple tendrils. The Imugi smirks, ordering them to go. He launches his ensnared companions through the air toward the bird, callously calling them his baits. A fiery, winged woman demands to know what he's doing, as another warrior angrily recalls warning him that bastard. It's just a crazy mutt, as the golden bird is engulfed in a powerful fiery blast. Pow! A soldier commander orders his troops out of the city, instructing them to provide supporting fire on his command. His soldiers take cover, confirming enemy archers are firing on their position. The Imugi casually leans against a wall, dismissing the fight as a waste of energy, since the bird isn't the final goal. He scoffs at the idea that they're using him to get to Choi Yul's god of gold, declaring them wrong. From a distance, Private Sa Kyungmin observes the chaotic battle through his binoculars. Tisk, Sa Kyungmin notes that while they hope for negotiations, it seems Choi Yul has no such intention. Getting into a jeep, Sa Kyungmin confirms the battle has begun, and his commander gives the order to move out. The plan to kill Choi Yul's god of gold officially commences as military vehicles charge into the fray. The narration reveals that while success meant immediate victory, The mission was always considered an impossible feat. Their true objective was to find treasure. As monsters are shown swarming a military vehicle, the scene widens to show the vast, ruined landscape, with the small convoy dwarfed by the scale of the destruction. To achieve this, they had to deploy as many people as possible, showing a swordsman battling crazed creatures. The narration concludes that the fake plan to attack the God of Gold was a ruse to mobilize forces and remove the Umugi from the city. A jeep screeches to a stop in the sand. Squeal! Private Sakyungmin steps out, looking around in utter shock, wondering if this wasteland is the final sector. He stares in disbelief at the ruins of a modern city, questioning how the original world could be here, standing speechless before the crumbling remnants of civilization. Looking at a dusty family photo, he confirms his suspicion. His group wasn't the only one summoned to this game. He grimly reflects on this confirmation, seeing the skeletal remains of knights who fell in battle. The narration reveals a tragic truth. Humanity fell not to outsiders, but because they became isolated and fought amongst themselves. Sakyumin discovers a treasure chest, pulling out an ornate dagger from the loot. Detective Kang Dushik appears, inspecting a corpse and noting it has been dead for at least a year. Sakyungmin contrasts this with their own mission's duration of weeks, prompting Kang Dushik to pose a new question. The burly commander speculates that, though the game started at the same time, the two cities must have experienced time differently. He considers the chilling implication. If true, this was deliberately orchestrated by the players who summoned them. A flash of golden energy tears through the darkness. A winged beast attacks with fire, but a fighter surrounded by cyan energy gracefully dodges the blast. In a flashback, the burly commander practices a swift combination of punches. His final, energized punch smashes directly into the winged monster's face. Mounted on a massive beast, Jiwoo prepares to strike with her flaming weapon. With pained resolve, she declares that they have to win this fight. She unleashes an overwhelming torrent of fire that engulfs her target. Nearby, Choi Yul and his green-skinned companion watch the battle unfold with quiet approval. A flashback shows the burly commander and Hyeju explaining their legendary equipment grants them incredible attack power. This equipment, it's revealed, is the source of their superhuman fighting strength, even when they were only level 1. Their powerful, large-scale attacks are a double-edged sword, capable of causing immense collateral damage. Hyeju reassures the soldier with the helmet that it's fine, as he notes they need team play to control their new abilities. The soldier orders a vehicle, stating they need experienced party members and veterans to prepare for what's next. The winged creature lies defeated and smoldering on the sandy ground. The burly commander and Hyeju are stunned by the sudden arrival of an unexpected figure. Choi Yul stands over the vanquished beast, coolly congratulating the party on passing the stage. The burly commander, now named Kwon Jae-young, shouts that he didn't come for the God of Gold. He declares with conviction that his true purpose is to save Choi Yul. He finishes his plea, determined to save him before he's completely ostracized by the city. A new, shadowy combatant challenges Kwon Jae-young, daring him to try and arrest them. In a blur of motion, the mysterious figure strikes Kwon Jae-young's gauntlet, who gasps in pain. Kick. Kwon Jae-young shields a coughing Hyeju, cursing the insolent brat who attacked them. Hyeju stares in wide-eyed terror at the overwhelming power of their new foe. Jiwoo ignites her weapon, urgently warning Kwon Jae-young to be careful. A violent explosion of cyan energy erupts as two powerful attacks collide. The force of Jiwoo's attack sends Kwon Jae-young and his soldiers reeling. The green-skinned master draws his blade, disappointed that only an inexperienced disciple answered the challenge. He radiates immense power, musing that he'll have to be careful not to kill them all by accident. The soldier with the helmet recognizes their foe, Goblin Swordmaster, a high-difficulty raid boss from a previous mission. He remembers it took hundreds of people half a day just to capture the weakened beast. Looking at his small team, he despairs, wondering how they can defeat a stronger monster without the Imugi's power. The scene shifts to a high, misty peak, revealing the Emperor Griffin's nest. Choi Yul dismisses his griffin, which glows with healing energy, telling it to rest well. He kneels beside the creature, apologizing for using it so harshly, but reassuring it that its regeneration will heal it quickly. As a small repayment, he offers the griffin a legendary rank item, the Change Weather Orb. As lightning guards the peak, Choi Yul vows to protect the nest until the mission is over. A tactical map shows multiple forces converging on a single location. In a quick flashback, Kwon Jae-young's passionate declaration to save Choi Yul echoes. Choi Yul admits he's surprised. He expected the city's strongest force, but never anticipated Kwon Jae-young's motive. Amidst a swirling sandstorm, Choi Yul reflects that predicting actions is easy, but predicting feelings is another matter entirely. The Goblin Swordmaster stands over the defeated soldiers, mockingly asking if this is all they have. Kwon Jae-young stares up in defeat, acknowledging that their opponent is a true monster they cannot beat. Hyeju tearfully pleads with the master, begging him to let them pass. The Goblin Swordmaster coldly replies that to convince a martial artist, one must use martial arts. The soldier with the helmet orders a retreat, as Hyeju notices Kwon Jae-young is still alive. The bloodied soldier reasons that since their opponent isn't trying to kill them, they should fall back and formulate a new plan. The Goblin Swordmaster watches impassively from the ruins as the city forces retreat. Choi Yul runs beside the Goblin Swordmaster, remarking that the fight ended quickly and praising Kwon Jae-young's good judgment. In a desert command tent, the soldier with the helmet observes that Choi Yul has a general's mind, unlike a typical martial artist. Choi Yul's philosophy is revealed. Raids require strategy and cooperation, not just one or two strong carriers. The Goblin Swordmaster declares their objective is to accumulate raid experience throughout the mission. Kwon Jae-young, Hyeju, and the soldier with the helmet agree they must share their experience with other groups. A crowned figure illustrates the strategic need to prevent any single group from monopolizing power. The Goblin Swordmaster asks about the Imugi, and Choi Yul nonchalantly replies he's just keeping an eye on him. Choi Yul dismisses the Imugi's threat, chalking it up to a stormy phase of adolescence. In the desert, Kang Seung-won smirks, unimpressed by the wind he faces. Clutching the Imugi's glowing pearl, Kang Seung-won laughs, plotting to kill the god of gold while everyone else is focused on Choi Yul. The scene shifts to a modern, imposing city building. A young man marvels as Dushik, the man from the City Alliance, reveals a successful new method. Dushik explains his insight. Choi Yul doesn't just follow missions, he exploits them for greater rewards. Realizing this, Dushik decided to think like Choi Yul. He organized the citizens to raise the value of their treasures before offering them, proudly declaring the result a huge success. He wonders if their enhanced offerings will be enough to surpass Choi Yul's. A lone warrior contemplates whether the city's plan or the expedition team's raid is what Choi Yul intended. A massive logistical effort is underway as citizens organize different types of treasures into designated zones. Dushik issues urgent orders. Find people with repair skills, prepare for a night sandstorm, and install lights to speed up the process. A soldier and officers salute and rush to carry out his commands. In the desert, Kwon Jae-young looks back, calling out the name Dushik. By a campfire, Hyeju speculates that Dushik must be strong to be left in charge, and Kwon Jae-young agrees. Back in the city, Dushik is praised, remarking that resourcefulness is the perfect word to describe Choi Yul. Kwon Jae-young gravely explains to a confused Hyeju that Choi Yul's resourcefulness is precisely what makes him so dangerous. Holding a cup of noodles, Kwon Jae-young reflects that he would never have left Choi Yul alone in the city anyway. He chugs the noodles in a single gulp, shocking Hyeju, and resolves to tackle one problem at a time. A violent torrent of dark purple energy erupts from the ground. Kang Seung-won is consumed by the chaotic power of his pearl. Kaak. He screams in agony as the energy throws him to the ground. The desert landscape lies quiet after his painful outburst. Exhausted, Kang Seung-won wonders why his pearl's proficiency isn't increasing with use. A strange, ancient book bound in wood appears in the sand. Lying comfortably, Choi Yul reads the book, and TSKS, disappointed that Kang Seung-won won't take the opportunity he was given. The Imugi's spirit explains that the pearl only grows stronger by exploiting powerful opponents, not weak mobs. Frustrated, Kang Seung-won wonders if his pearl is broken, unaware that his poison is useless against elite monsters. Choi Yul laughs to himself, noting that a fight with Hyeju would have helped Kang Seung-won grow, but he won't be telling him that. As a massive bear-like god sits on a pile of gold, Choi Yul decides that an immature villain is all he needs Kang Seung-wan to be for now. The Goblin Swordmaster leaps into the air, ready for battle. He dives directly into a massive blast of purple energy. As the chaos unfolds, the soldier with the helmet frantically yells for Officer Seo. Kwon Jae-young cries for help as he's trapped in a swirling vortex of energy. The soldiers, their vision blocked by the bright light, are ordered to fire to draw their foes' attention. A powerful red beam of energy descends from the sky as the soldiers are ordered to prepare for impact. The battlefield is consumed by a blinding, fiery explosion. As the dust settles, a soldier is shushed by his comrade for starting to say they won. Don't jinx it. Hyeju lies wounded and dazed in the aftermath of the attack. Kwasik. The Goblin Swordmaster grabs Hyeju, noting their cooperative attack was good, but not enough to penetrate his Tiger God aura. The soldier with the helmet watches in despair, questioning if they're still lacking the necessary firepower. The Goblin Swordmaster releases Hyeju, deciding her effort is enough to grant her a pass. He addresses the remaining soldiers, acknowledging that they seem to have learned this world's way of fighting. He turns his attention to his disciple, and a nervous Hyeju answers his call. Hyeju realizes that collaborating is a valid path when you're not strong enough to win alone. The Goblin Swordmaster instructs his new disciple to be able to stand on her own. Hyeju kneels in devotion, as the chibi version wonders why the genre suddenly changed. Whatever, let's go, yells the Goblin Swordmaster, leading his new followers into the desert. The Goblin Swordmaster gestures, and a military truck appears in the distance for them. The soldier with the helmet wonders if their battle with the Master was a test or a form of training. He shudders to think what would have happened if they'd failed, as the team struggles to advance through the harsh, swirling sands. A soldier reports they can't see Choi Yul or the Imugi, but assumes Choi Yul knows they're coming and urges caution. The soldier with the helmet asks if they can jump over an approaching tornado, but Hyeju scoffs at the absurd idea. Kwon Jae-young silently observes his glowing cyan gauntlet with grim determination. He declares that he feels like this will work, as both gauntlets power up, shocking his teammates. Hab! Kwon Jae-young lets out a tremendous roar as he focuses his immense power. He slams his fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that parts the sandstorm. Hyeju cries out in disbelief that he lifted the wind, and the soldier with the helmet identifies the power as that of Fungbok, the god of wind. A new arrival states that possessing the gauntlet alone isn't enough to wield such power, startling the team. He explains this means Kwon Jae-young has been truly acknowledged by Fungbok, as a glowing artifact floats nearby. The team whirls around in shock, calling out Choi Yul's name. As a blue grid analyzes him, the soldier with the helmet notes that Choi Yul's arrival was faster than his calculations. Choi Yul grins, asking if they're ready for the final stage and revealing a hero rank free warp ticket. The ticket can forcefully teleport citizens within sight, but not those at a higher level than its user. Whisked away in a flash of light, Kwon Jae-young and Hyeju find themselves in a new location, wondering where they are. Kang Seung-wan, shrouded in dark energy, appears before them, remarking that the Bates are still alive. Kwon Jae-young and Hyeju are speechless, stunned by his sudden and confusing appearance. Kang Seung-wan stares at the baffled pair, wondering what's wrong with them. Kwon Jae-young and Hyeju feel their auras surge, realizing their energy has changed dramatically in a single day. Hyeju asks Kang Seung-wan if Choi Yul sent him, but he scoffs, claiming he just appeared there and questioning if it was Choi Yul's doing. Kang Seung-wan glances at a nearby pyramid, cynically guessing Choi Yul chased them out to protect his god of gold. Nope, a voice declares as Choi Yul appears, surprising everyone. Choi Yul draws his glowing sword, announcing that it's tradition for the last boss to be fought on a dedicated stage. As Hyeju tells him to stop joking, Kwon Jae-young taunts Kang Seung-wan, daring him to use his later stage transformations. Choi Yul easily deflects Kang Seung-wan's attack, commenting on the good vibe. Kang Seung-wan smirks, thinking that fighting these geeks helped him memorize their moves. In a flashback, he recalls brutally training actors, noting their performances improved with each beating, making them unforgettable. Choi Yul smirks with satisfaction, telling Kang Seung-wan he is, as expected, a perfect villain. Elsewhere, a platoon leader and the soldier with the helmet regroup, noting they've lost contact with Hyeju and are running low on supplies. The leader tells the soldier that, while luring the Imugi away succeeded, they might still lose in terms of treasure value. He orders his soldiers to see the fake plan through, locate Hyeju, and scout the area. Back in the city, Dushik's people rush to gather treasure, knowing they're short on time but determined to finish what they started. A skilled artisan carefully reassembles a shattered ornate plate. Gosh, Hyeju cries out as Choi Yul's attack clashes with hers in a fiery blur. Choi Yul readies his sword, musing that it's time for the cliché final boss scene and suggesting he act arrogant and careless. He declares that if anyone can land a single hit, he'll take them to the God of Gold, as his 3 challengers prepare to fight. Kang Seung-won puts on a cartoonishly evil act, which Hyeju and Kwon Jae-young find even worse than his usual terrible acting. Laughing manically, Kang Seung-won confirms he only needs to land 1 hit as the Imugi's power gathers in his hand. "1 hit won't satisfy me," he roars, unleashing an explosive wave of dark purple energy. Choi Yul stands calmly, assessing the massive widespread attack coming his way. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly dodges the immense blast. Enough Choi Yul yells, countering with a blast of his own that sends Kang Seung-won flying. Whack Choi Yul lands a clean, brutal punch directly to Kang Seung-won's face. As Kang Seung-won staggers back cursing, his allies marvel that Choi Yul hit him in the exact same spot again, wondering if he'll ever learn. Standing over the downed Kang Seung-won, Choi Yul asks the others what they want to do: rest, collaborate, or run to the God of Gold. Kwon Jae-young and Hyeju exchange a look of grim resolve. With auras blazing, Kwon Jae-young declares their goal is separate from the Imugis. They want to hit Choi Yul with their full power. Back in the city, Dushik tells a concerned man they have too much treasure to transport everyone at once. A cheerful volunteer waves from a truck, offering to take the guards and civilians to the city. Dushik decides to return on foot with other volunteers for the remaining treasure, as the civilian laments his fate. The plan is outlined. The trucks will drop off the first load and return to the desert to save time. Dushik watches over his soldiers, shouldering his rifle with grim determination. He gazes silently at the ruined cityscape in the distance, contemplating their mission. With a firm salute, Dushik accepts his duty and prepares to move out. Back on the battlefield, the challengers' combined attacks erupt in a massive fiery explosion against Choi Yul. "I got." Kwon Jae-young shouts, landing a direct punch to a surprised Choi Yul's face. Choi Yul is thrown backward, caught off guard by the successful strike. Recovering midair, Choi Yul smirks, mocking the attack and boasting that he's stronger than someone named Jack. Hyeju notes Choi Yul's shoes make his movements impossible to predict and that he's still not fighting seriously. Hyeju desperately tries to recall her master's teachings on how to fight a superior opponent. The soldier with the helmet shoves Hyeju forward, screaming for her to go. Hyeju apologizes to Kwon Jae-young for her days, realizing he used an explosion to signal his location to her. On a call, she urgently tries to relay Choi Yul's information about the God of Gold to Second Lieutenant Kwon. Ding! The call cuts off, and a flustered chibi Hyeju receives a text message instead. A message from Second Lieutenant Kwon tells her to stand by and just listen for his next call. Her phone rings again, and Kwon Jae-young's voice instructs her to listen carefully about the God of Gold. Simultaneously, the soldier with the helmet warns that anything Choi Yul said is likely part of his own manipulative strategy. The soldier declares Kwon Jae-young a sacrifice of sovereignty as a defeated Kang Seung-won curses Choi Yul. A confused Hyeju asks why they were chosen, but the soldier tells her she'll find out later and to report the situation. After listening to the report, the soldier with the helmet acknowledges the information, taking notes. He ends the call promising to send a plan, leaving a furious Hyeju yelling for him to wait. Watching the chaotic fight, Hyeju wonders if buying time is just a waste of energy, sighing that the situation is a mess. Shaking off her doubt, she decides with simple determination to just keep fighting. Elsewhere, Kang Seung-won clutches his head, groaning in pain. Ack! He looks on in shock as Kwon Jae-young and Hyeju lie defeated, laughing that the legendary ranked losers stood no chance. Choi Yul appears beside him with the ancient book, asking if he agrees with that assessment. Kang Seung-won stares at the abandoned magic pearl in confusion. Holding the book, Choi Yul explains that the pearl must be developed carefully, or it will consume its user. Kang Sangwon roars in defiance, rejecting the warning as his dark power explodes around him. "I definitely warned you," Choi Yul says calmly, launching an attack and taunting the out-of-control villain. Wham! The blast slams into Hyeju, knocking her unconscious. The soldier with the helmet contacts security, identifying himself as Kwon Jae-young and preparing to brief them on his plan. The scene shifts to the city at night, where people are loading treasures into a truck. In a bloody skirmish, Dushik fights fiercely to protect the transport operation. A truck speeds safely away from the chaos, its driver giving a thumbs up. Dushik shakes hands with a city official as a display shows the city god of gold's treasure value nearing 27 million. A bright flash signifies the final day of the treasure-finding mission. An update shows the desert god of gold, Choi Yul, has amassed a treasure worth over 38 million all by himself. The city god of gold score has risen to 37 million, but they still trail behind Choi Yul. Beside a silent Kwon Jae-young, a frustrated Kang Sangwon vows to level up after this ordeal. An alert flashes in Kwon Jae-young's ear, his expression instantly hardening. He roars for Hyeju to prepare herself, powering up his glowing cyan gauntlets. Announcing the final spurt, Kwon Jae-young unleashes a massive wave of wind energy. Choi Yul counters with a swift red energy beam that slices through the powerful cyclone. Kwon Jae-young lets out a final desperate roar, channeling all of his power. Wow! Kwon Jae-young's massive wind attack surges across the desert landscape. Choi Yul smirks, noting that while his acupuncture boost is wearing off and his power is hard to control, it feels awesome. "Good job, old man," Kang Sangwon cheers, declaring that the last hit will be his. As Kang Sangwon rushes forward, he stops in shock, spotting someone fleeing in the distance. He watches in confusion as a soldier fires a flare into the sky. A soldier confronts a stunned Kwon Jae-young amidst the swirling sand. "Hold on, we're leaving," Kwon Jae-young tells the soldier, who affirms the order as they prepare to escape. Kang Sangwon demands to know what tricks they're pulling as he spots them escaping on a sandboat. "Stop," he roars, unleashing a massive attack of dark Emugi energy. The chaotic purple blast barrels toward Kwon Jae-young's wind-propelled boat. The soldier with the helmet anxiously asks if they've lost him, but Kwon Jae-young shouts for him to focus on what's ahead. Yelling that they have no time, Kwon Jae-young pushes their speed to the max, leaving Kang Sangwon far behind. Choi Yul prepares to strike, wondering if it's time for the ending tag. Chugging multiple stamina potions, Hyeju asks if her role is just to slow him down. She recalls her first mission, where Choi Yul taught her the hidden skill of the canine. Choi Yul watches as she remembers the skill, Summon Prominence, which manifests as a fiery beast. Following her master's instructions, Hyeju prepares to stab herself with the canine to activate the skill at full stamina. Wait, that's not it. Choi Yul yells, warning her that a critical condition hasn't been met, and using the skill now will kill her. A massive inferno erupts around Hyeju as a narration confirms she will die. An explanation details the Prominence's canine, a spear containing the power of a fire dragon. The dragon Prominence is also known as the Sun Dragon, wielding the power of a star. As a result, the skill's activation is conditional. Choi Yul blocks Hyeju's strike, explaining that Summon Prominence only works during sunrise or sunset. Hyeju asks if he knew the final condition, and Choi Yul confirms it was all part of Second Lieutenant Kwon's plan. Elsewhere, the soldier with the helmet admits that guessing Choi Yul's plan is impossible. But, he continues with a confident smirk, they can read the human, Choi Yul. Choi Yul remains silent, seemingly caught by their insight. "Damn, you got me," Choi Yul concedes, sitting down with a reluctant smile. He tells Hyeju that while he could follow the others, he'll end things here with her. The countdown continues, with only 7 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. Over the phone, the soldier with the helmet warns his troops that the enemy is coming and to prepare for battle. Kwon Jae-young desperately pilots the sandboat, dodging the Emugi's encroaching tendrils. He lets out a massive roar, unleashing a powerful blast of wind. A soldier rallies his troops, ordering them to charge forward into the fray. Kang Seung-won laughs as his power forms a massive sphere, and Kwon Jae-young recognizes the Emugi. The Amugi's power slams into the soldiers, hitting the soldier with the helmet directly. The dark energy writhes and screams in a chaotic display of power. Tired of playing around, the Amugi's true power begins to manifest. And come out, it roars, summoning a grotesque pig-like monster from its dark essence. The soldier with the helmet screams for his men to attack, and they unload their rifles. Thunk! A bullet harmlessly deflects off the golden pauldron of an unseen figure. Back in the city, the artisans announce their masterpiece is finished, a suit of magnificent golden armor to be offered to the god of gold. With less than 5 minutes left, the soldier with the helmet pulls the pin on a grenade. The battle rages as the soldiers unleash a barrage of attacks on the giant pig monster. A system message declares the god of gold rejects the treasure, as an artist is scolded for offering a drawing while a small child plays with gems nearby. The baby holds up a small, lumpy creation made of clay and embedded jewels. To everyone's surprise, the baby's creation begins to glow with a divine golden light. The clock is ticking, with only 1 minute and 35 seconds left. The scene shifts to the great ziggurat in the desert. Sitting beside Hyeju, Choi Yul turns to her and asks for a favor. Overlooking the ruined city, Choi Yul begins his explanation, stating, "That's what humanity does." Hyeju looks back at him, her expression turning from exhaustion to surprise as she processes his words. The mission timer ticks down to its final 25 seconds as the city god of gold looms over its domain. In the city, citizens like Park Woong work tirelessly while Dushik directs the frantic final efforts. A flashback shows the grotesque pig monster roaring, a symbol of the recent chaos. As city artisans rush to finish their work, a mysterious blonde woman watches from a nearby rooftop. The blonde woman casually eats a snack, calmly observing the city's last-ditch efforts. Back in the desert, the soldiers' bullets harmlessly deflect off the pig monster's tough hide. A divine light shines as the city god of gold joyfully accepts the baby's humble, jewel-studded clay treasure. An announcement declares victory for the city god of gold as Kang Sengwan celebrates, believing he has won. Ding! Kang Sengwan's celebration is cut short as a system alert seizes all his rewards due to the, quote, sacrifice of sovereignty. In a flash of light, Kang Sengwan is forcibly teleported into the city, landing confused amidst the other survivors. Kwon Jae-young shakes a soldier's hand, congratulating him on a job well done as a dejected Kang Sengwan slinks away. Defeated, Kang Sengwan walks off alone, still clutching the small clay treasure. Hyeju smiles in triumph as a system announcement declares all point rewards will be doubled. Surrounded by cheering citizens, a confused Hyeju wonders where Choi Yul has gone. The final rankings are displayed, with Kang Ji-woo taking 3rd place and Sung Tae-young securing 2nd. In a stunning upset, the first-place winner is revealed to be Park Woong with an astronomical score. The crowd lifts a bewildered Park Woong into the air, cheering for their boss and crediting Hyeju's treasures for the win. Wow. Overwhelmed but ecstatic, Park Woong promises to buy something for everyone to celebrate their victory. Ding! Elsewhere, the soldier with the helmet receives a notification on his device, his expression serious. A system message informs Kwon Jae-young's platoon they will receive a special reward for capturing the enemy god, an equipment die. The soldier with the helmet inspects the glowing dodecahedron, acknowledging the generous reward is still a gacha roll. The city's experience increases by 10%, a final blessing from the satisfied god of gold. Poof! Having been appeased, the god of gold departs in a brilliant flash of heavenly light. As a new 24-hour countdown begins, Choi Yul finally relaxes, admitting the situation could have been dangerous. His rest is cut short by a green-skinned man in a straw hat, who confronts him as the city's enemy. KKK. Choi Yul grins mischievously, correcting the man that he is not an enemy, but the city's calamity. Gazing over the horizon, Choi Yul muses that the city's people can now stand with their own power. Down below, the citizens celebrate their victory over Choi Yul, proving his point without realizing it. The green-skinned man tries to argue that Choi Yul did everything, but Choi Yul excitedly ignores him, eager to see the city grow. Choi Yul smiles, satisfied that the city now possesses the will and the points to forge its own path. During the coming intermission, the 8th city is destined to change completely. A large, bustling crowd gathers in the city streets, energized by their victory. Citizens flock to Park's delivery, waving licenses and resumes as they beg to join the crew. A flustered Park Woong tries to tell them the points belong to Hyeju, and that they are merely her helpers. The crowd roars back, their desire to join only growing stronger after hearing they'd be working for her. In a flash, Hyeju is hailed as the Angel of Flames and the 8th City's idol for her heroic sacrifice. Eek! Armored knights join the crowd, pledging their very lives to Hyeju, much to Park Woong's alarm. Hyeju silently watches the adoring crowd from a window, her expression unreadable. Choi Yul appears beside her, beginning to reveal the true purpose of his favor. He speaks of a future time when the people will inevitably fall into despair once more. A vision of fire fills the screen as he describes the moment they will entirely lift their heads from that despair. The vision shows a lone human figure crushed by the looming shadows of demonic beings like Choi Yul and Kang Seung-won. He speaks of the moment they will look past the darkness, searching for a glimmer of light. In a climactic vision, an angelic Hyeju descends to strike down a beast as Choi Yul asks her to become the people's hope. Hyeju steps out to face the real crowd, who erupt in cheers at the sight of their hero. Holding her flaming halberd, she humbly addresses her followers, admitting she is not as incredible as they believe. With newfound resolve, she stands tall before the crowd and declares she will gladly create a guild with them all. A guild is a medieval association of merchants and craftsmen. A narrator explains the gaming definition of a guild, an organization of people with common interests and goals. A scarred officer looks confused, asking if a guild is just like a club. A man in a suit explains that guilds vary, from gangs to friendships, and the officer wonders if they can create one too. The man in the suit reveals the guild function was always available in the system menu. However, the cost to establish a guild was an exorbitant 1 million points. He explains only 3 official guilds have been founded, with all others being mere preparatory groups. The first official guild is introduced, with the fiery Go Hyeju as its master and Park Woong as its vice master, focusing on city protection and missions. The guild was almost named Hyeju Guild, but an embarrassed Hyeju vehemently opposed it, changing it to the name of her favorite flower. The scarred officer praises Hyeju's reliability, confident there will be no problems with her guild. The second guild is the 08 City Army, active since the first mission, and known for its systematic point management under Colonel Il Kang's command. The Army's success is also credited to Colonel Il Kang's leadership and Second Lieutenant Kwon Jae-young's excellent executive ability. The scarred officer and the man in the suit agree that the 2 army leaders are incredible, securing a bright future for the military. With a grimace, the scarred officer names the third group, the Kingdom Guild, also known as the Imugi Guild. This guild, led by the Imugi, also possesses a legendary weapon like Choi Yul and has attracted many power-hungry outlaws. The Kingdom Guild has a single ominous goal: to kill Choi Yul and take over the city. The scarred officer notes the Imugi's guildmaster is a cautious opportunist, meaning they must get stronger while he waits for his chance. He laments that the police have been too busy protecting citizens to accumulate enough points to form their own guild. Suddenly, a crowd rushes toward them, shouting a greeting. The crowd bows low, begging to be accepted into the police force. A man with piercing blue eyes appears, smugly asking if the officer thought he gathered people to attack the police. A sinister, red-eyed man with a fur-colored jacket grins, thanking him for gathering the criminals and making them easy to capture. At the station, a bare-headed man and a fox-headed man intimidate a nervous police officer. The fox-headed man presents a reward list, explaining they found something odd while investigating the sacrifices of sovereignty. As the scarred officer takes the clipboard, the fox-headed man points to a detail about the people listed as sacrifices. He reveals that the sacrifices were mostly ex-convicts and violent criminals from Earth, shown being taken by spectral wolves. The scarred officer realizes this explains the lack of other villains, as the man in the suit smirks, confirming his suspicion. Deciding the police are too weak, the officer declares he'll take all the assembled criminals himself, knocking out the man in the suit. He announces the criminals will now be managed under the police's plan, to which one replies with a casual "whatever you want, LOL." Smoking a cigarette, the man in the suit muses that Choi Yul's restrainer ability only works on the Imugi. With a sinister glow, he vows that he is confident in his own method, creating and executing a long-term plan. A recruitment poster for the 08 City Army features a cool tiger mascot, welcoming re-enlistment. At a desk, Colonel Ilkang wonders why they have so few applicants for the army. Kwon Jae-young suggests the intimidating term re-enlisting might be scaring people off, and the colonel agrees. They conclude that anyone brave enough to apply despite that term must be the real deal, as they observe a mostly empty application tent. Changing the topic, Colonel Ilkang asks Kwon Jae-young what he wanted to discuss. Kwon Jae-young reports that they are low on ammunition and gas, which the colonel already knew. He adds that food is also scarce, with electricity being the only resource consistently supplied to their command center. All consumed goods belong to this new world, so they must start producing their own substitutes and aim for self-sufficiency. A woman happily works a farm, illustrating their new reality as civilization seemingly regresses to survive. Fortunately, the citizens are full of energy and embrace the changes, so there shouldn't be much resistance. To aid their efforts, Colonel Ilkang presents Kwon Jae-young with a massive stack of documents. The document is revealed to be the Fourth City records. Colonel Ilkang explains that humans are creatures of documentation and that the people from the fallen ruins left many records. Their new goal is to combine those old records with their own experiences to create a definitive strategy book. Elsewhere, Choi Yul sits peacefully, a slight smile on his face. The mysterious blonde woman appears, telling him he looks satisfied, and he agrees while holding a strange book. Startled by her sudden appearance, Choi Yul asks why she's here again. She simply says the view is nice. She thanks him for a fun mission, leaving a flustered Choi Yul to wonder what she's talking about. The blonde woman asks why he isn't making a guild, and he scoffs, stating that the members would obviously become sacrifices. Noting he's already preparing something for those sacrifices, she asks to be his first guild member once it's resolved, but he remains non-committal. As the mysterious blonde woman declares her favorability event over, a confused Choi Yul watches her leave. She turns back with a smile, offering her help to him at any time. With a serious expression, Choi Yul offers to become a sacrifice of sovereignty for her if she accepts his sincerity. A long, ethereal ribbon of text unfurls from his book, stretching up into the sky where she departed. Now alone, Choi Yul watches his book float beside him, musing that the woman is an interesting person. He silently contemplates his next move while holding a bag of chips. He worries that the sacrifice of sovereignty and the Demon King's punishment will interfere with his grand strategy. He reflects that the mission at least allowed him to set up the city and begin strategizing around Krasina. A system message confirms civilians who participated got no reward, meaning he and Krasina received nothing either. He eats a chip, satisfied that he sent a clear message. If Krasina bothers him, Krasina will be the one to lose. He stares at the book, determined to persist until he gets a response from the Demon King. Looking at the book's sigil, he believes a response will come soon, fueled by the greed of one who calls himself sovereignty. He is confident that Krasina knows he has the power to fulfill that greed. His eyes widen in sudden shock as he senses a presence. A regal red-horned figure materializes before him, and Choi Yul wonders if this is finally it. Staring down the imposing Demon King, he recognizes the being as Krasina. Whoosh! Choi Yul is abruptly pulled from his perch by an unseen force. He lands in a gilded chair as Krasina approaches, offering him a tray of fruit. Kick! In a flash of red energy, Choi Yul is thrown back into his seat. He finds himself dressed in opulent royal attire, staring in disbelief at the fruit bowl before him. Now sitting opposite Krasina at a formal table, Choi Yul remains silently bewildered by the situation. He realizes this new Demon King is completely different from all the others he has faced before. The Demon King Krasina sits calmly, radiating a powerful, ominous red aura. This is the Demon King of Sovereignty, Krasina. Krasina calmly sips his tea, observing the stunned Choi Yul from across the table. Choi Yul composes himself, assessing that Krasina does not currently wish to fight. He decides to gather information through conversation, but is shocked to find he can't speak. Krasina reveals he responded out of simple interest and silences Choi Yul to prevent any further disturbance. Revealing a third eye, Krasina states that whether their relationship remains a mere interest or becomes a need is up to Choi Yul. Choi Yul smirks, realizing he has something the powerful Demon King needs. Krasina warns Choi Yul against pride, stating he is but one of 6 to him, while Krasina is Choi Yul's only one. Choi Yul realizes he can read his thoughts. Krasina presents a choice: remain an interest and nothing changes, or become a need and gain a new opportunity. Krasina explains that while the book is the same, choosing will transform it to fit that choice. Choi Yul tests the waters, asking if becoming a need will erase the sacrifices and punishments. Krasina dismisses his hasty question, clarifying he only offered the opportunity to become a need. He warns that if Choi Yul fails to become a need, he risks losing Krasina's interest entirely. Surrounded by visions of the dead, Choi Yul steels himself, acknowledging the heavy burdens he must bear. Krasina states that is precisely why he's interested, asking if the things Choi Yul carries aren't valuable. He makes a grand offer. If Choi Yul becomes necessary to him, he will gain the sole opportunity to change the fates of all his units. Choi Yul stares back, gravely considering the monumental proposition. Elsewhere, the mysterious blonde woman and a man observe that the city leveled up twice thanks to citizens' saving points. A notification confirms the city's durability has recovered, and the player is choosing a reward. The woman notes players don't just roll dice. The mysterious blonde woman remarks that for a player, theirs doesn't seem to do much of anything. Seeing a vision of urban ruin, she speculates that the fourth city's player must have been truly terrible. She wonders aloud if their player is simply neglectful or genuinely doesn't care for the city. As a reward, a helper NPC is summoned, a close combat city defense type in a red hood. A notification warns against attacking the NPC, but the blonde woman is shocked as someone else provokes it anyway. Learning the NPC is level 30, the foolish men who angered it flee in terror. The blonde woman understands the NPC is just a very strong guard, like a knight protecting a helpless player. Viewing the reward details on a screen, she concedes that their player isn't completely absent after all. A cosmic view reveals the city as a game piece on a massive tower, with Choi Yul isolated as a hidden unit. A monstrous golden hand prepares to interact with the system interface. The system scans Choi Yul and finds no abnormalities, yet declares a system error and cancels his abnormal unit registration. Clang. The golden hand decisively chooses to begin an in-depth examination of the unit. The system registers the command, initiating the deeper analysis. Choi Yul remains calm and centered as the invasive examination begins. Back in Krasina's realm, Choi Yul asks if the offer to change fates includes everyone, even those in different cities. Krasina confirms it does and asks if he's interested, while Choi Yul realizes with surprise that he can speak again. Choi Yul considers the immense scale of the proposition, realizing the power Krasina must wield to make such an offer. He concludes this is no ordinary demon king, a fact underscored by Krasina's casual, confident demeanor. Time to make your choice, Krasina announces, as the very fabric of their meeting space begins to fracture. Choi Yul asks for Krasina's goal, but the demon king cryptically replies that he doesn't take calls. With glowing red eyes, Krasina reveals his true ambition: to take everything belonging to the players down to their very souls. I will make it all mine, Krasina vows, and Choi Yul is stunned to realize this demon king sees the players as his ultimate enemy. The two powerful books, representing his choice, hover before Choi Yul in the shattered, empty space. He recalls that other demon kings revere the players as higher beings who issue missions known as calls. But Krasina's ambition presents a completely different, more dangerous paradigm. Realizing the unique opportunity, Choi Yul reaches forward with new resolve. If so, Krasina observes his decision with a knowing, satisfied smile. That's an incredible, yet obvious choice, Krasina remarks, his form glowing with power. Krasina suddenly declares he's erasing their conversation from memory to avoid getting caught, leaving Choi Yul shocked and frustrated that nothing changes. As he's flung cursing into a void, Krasina's voice echoes that even this illusion of stasis is necessary. Snap! Choi Yul gasps, waking with a jolt. He finds himself back on the rooftop, his strange book floating nearby, musing that he must have fallen asleep. He tries to contact Krasina through the book, but receives only silence. Suddenly, the book's sigil glows as a voice promises that its child will guide him. As sunset bathes the city in gold, a new phase of the plan begins. Elsewhere, a figure pants while running desperately through the city's narrow alleyways. The fugitive is revealed to be a fast-moving, hooded woman, Leaping acrobatically to escape her pursuer, she lands in a quiet corner, catching her breath and hoping she's finally shaken them off. But a sudden presence makes her whirl around in alarm. A pair of intense eyes lock onto her. Caught you. A fiery-haired girl with horns has pinned the hooded woman, demanding she join her guild while the woman tells her to stop chasing. Let's do it. We're friends, the fiery girl cheers. But the other retorts that they aren't friends and to stop whining with her power. Declaring she is more comfortable alone, the hooded woman uses her phone to recover 10 points. She tells the fiery girl to give up and find someone else, preparing to leave. But the fiery girl tackles her again, vowing not to lose her cute baby kitty, as the hooded woman screams in frustration. Their chaotic argument continues as they speed away across the rooftops. Meanwhile, at a military base, soldiers are pushed through grueling training drills, ordered to run 10 more laps. A system-wide recovery is announced for the troops in 30 minutes, allowing them to train to their absolute limits. The recovery magic doesn't just treat wounds, it completely restores stamina, amazing the soldiers, with their stamina restored as if they'd just slept. The city's production continues tirelessly. This function allows for peak physical condition, enabling the non-stop crafting of new weapons and gear. At the city walls, newly crafted arrows are distributed among the defenders. Even the city's children are being taught emergency protocols, adapting to the new world with surprising ease. At the Raiders Guild headquarters, an adventurer studies intel on Krasina and the player, preparing for what's to come. For 24 hours, the entire city, including Choi Yul and his allies, was completely absorbed in preparation. Choi Yul personally trains citizens, like an elderly man in a straw hat, who can clearly feel the changes strengthening them. Elsewhere, a group of hedonists revel in a dark, chaotic power, laughing maniacally. They fight recklessly, urging attackers on, knowing that even fatal wounds can be healed for a mere 10 points. Clutching a dark, pulsating stone, a voice declares that the strongest one will become its right arm. That intense, 24-hour period of preparation comes to a close as the city tower stands in a cosmic void. A divine, golden hand hovers over a die as the system prompts the player to make their move. Following the roll, a notification announces that pawn number 8 is moving 3 tiles along the celestial game board. Ding! The city's game piece lands on a new space, arriving at the location known as Cannon Tower. A notification reveals the Cannon Tower map is a collaborative mission, prompting a silver-haired horned woman to wonder if citizens must team up. As the system begins searching for a target for the mission, Choi Yul looks up from his book, sensing the change. The system announces it will randomly summon 1 to 3 other pawns who have also landed on the Cannon Tower. Ding! A notification confirms that pawn number 17, a medieval-style city, has been summoned. The silver-haired horned woman realizes with shock that another city from Earth, one that hasn't fallen, has just appeared. Watching the new city, the scarred adventurer notes he doesn't recognize it from Earth, while his comrade suggests it must have changed spectacularly. He watches a kingly silhouette atop the new city's walls, confirming his suspicion of its dramatic transformation. An imposing knight in ornate armor, emanating a powerful purple aura, emerges from the newly arrived city. Whoosh. The 2 city pawns are now positioned side by side on the cosmic pathway. A map is summoned, creating a bridge of light that connects the 2 cities for the mission. A man in military gear in a futuristic helmet surveys the new map, remarking that it's empty and the cannon in the middle looks cute. The Cannon Tower's difficulty is announced to be the sum of all players' dice rolls, as 2 different hands prepare to throw. The massive, imposing Cannon Tower is finally revealed in its entirety. Choi Yul watches from a rooftop as the mission begins. Conquer the Cannon Tower before time runs out. The cannons built into the tower begin to stir and activate. The tower's defenses rotate, taking aim at the cities below. Kaboom! The cannons unleash a powerful barrage of energy blasts. The glowing projectiles rain down upon the newly summoned pawn number 17. The fiery-haired girl leaps into action to intercept the blasts, while the scarred adventurer prepares to defend. She unleashes a brilliant counterattack, striking an energy ball with her flaming spear. Kick. Landing, she marvels at the amazing power of the tower's attack. The scarred adventurer yells at her not to push herself, warning her of the danger if the attack breaks through. He shouts for her to redirect it to an empty area, instead of trying to block it head-on. The attack is successfully diverted, exploding harmlessly in the distance. The scarred adventurer sighs in relief, confirming that the city and its people are okay, with no significant loss of life. His cigarette-smoking comrade smirks, telling him he's wrong, which confuses the scarred adventurer. He reminds him that the game's priority is protecting the city, not its citizens. Watching fires burn, Choi Yul sees the city's durability is now 91.6%, realizing that citizen survival is meaningless if the city falls. Using a scrying orb, Choi Yul decides to observe how the other city is faring against the onslaught. His vision reveals the seemingly peaceful streets and buildings of Pawn 17. Two citizens of the other city stare at their city's sigil, mumbling reverently. They are praying to their great protection god and the supreme hand watching from above. In their prayer, they ask the one who throws the dice to protect them. They beg their player to grant a great miracle for their small citizens, as a glowing card appears. Choi Yul watches in stunned silence, shocked by what he is witnessing. A Hard City defense card activates, creating a powerful barrier that completely absorbs an incoming blast. A notification shows Pawn number 17's durability remains at a near-perfect 99.4%. A soldier from Choi Yul's city observes with binoculars, recognizing the card from old records and comparing it to a trading card game. Choi Yul explains that cards and dice are the two methods a player can use to intervene in the game. He concludes that they have all become mere units in a game controlled by unseen players. The cannon on the tower shows signs of damage after its barrage. A notification appears, revealing a cooldown of just under an hour before the next firing sequence. Military trucks advance on the tower, believing the other cannons are silent and on cooldown. As they approach, movement is detected ahead and large stone panels rise from the ground. Mysterious, glowing monoliths emerge from the earth, blocking their path to the tower. A soldier in a winged helmet shouts that it's an ambush, ordering his convoy to step on it. The military vehicles swerve to dodge incoming fire from the newly emerged stone towers. The soldier receives a report that two cars are partially destroyed with only 2 minor casualties, confirming they are still battle-ready. A soldier tells the main group to proceed, vowing his team will hold the line against the monoliths. The helmeted soldier reminds his troops that their top priority is to survive until the intermission, no matter their injuries. Realizing the simple map was a trap, he tells his driver to push forward. He deduces that the map itself transforms, and they must be ready for anything as their truck navigates the shifting monoliths. The soldier wonders aloud if they should have brought Heiju, but his subordinate insists it would have been too much. He explains that bringing Heiju to attack the tower would have left their city defenseless against the main cannon. The silver-haired horned woman and the scarred adventurer must remain behind for this mission, but she seems to argue against the decision. The helmeted soldier declares their first move is recon on the tower, with a plan to follow, as a chaotic figure appears in the distance. He muses that, since they need to partner with the 17th city's citizens, a good first impression is crucial. Just as a red sports car carrying a wild, purple energy-wielding maniac speeds past their convoy, making for a less than respectful entrance. The brightly colored sports cars weave recklessly through the treacherous, shifting path. Wreathed in dark energy, the hedonist leader yells that he's busy and not to bother him. He unleashes his chaotic power, berating the small fry riding with him in the convertible. Kahaha. Watching the spectacle, the helmeted soldier is left utterly speechless. A system notification displays the countdown. Just over 47 minutes remain until the final cannon fires. Suddenly, 3 smaller cannons on the tower fire a new volley of shots. The helmeted soldier notes the different cooldowns and sees that the Imugi Guild has already reached the tower. As his unit arrives, they find themselves late, raising their weapons as a caped figure confronts them. The imposing knight from Pawn number 17 studies their modern attire, identifying them as the, quote, generation from Legends. The helmeted soldier is confused by the term first generation. The knight formally introduces himself as Robel von Lexus, a level 62 special citizen, representing the Lexus family, who have protected their holy city for 150 years. Robel offers an alliance. The soldier stops him, stating he has something important to clarify before any alliance is made. He explains that he doesn't represent the entire city, only the 08 city army. Robel smiles knowingly, understanding that their city has not yet unified under a single banner, a trial his own people once faced. Putting the alliance on hold, Robel asks the soldier to instead convey his intentions to the city's leadership. Robo proposes a simple pact of mutual non-aggression between their two cities. He adds a stark condition. If one side attacks, the other has the right to decide their fate. The soldier instantly grasps the meaning. Lethal force is authorized in self-defense. The soldier agrees, clarifying it's to protect their civilians, and Robo accepts his reasoning as they sit down to talk. As a sign of friendship, Robo presents a book detailing a method to target the tower, prompting the soldier to ask for its source. Robo confidently reveals that their city's first mission was also conquering the cannon tower. The soldier realizes missions can be repeated, a crucial piece of intel they must now prepare for. A grizzled veteran soldier beside him nods grimly at the new information. The soldier agrees to relay Robo's terms and offers to share intel on friendly guilds and dangerous forces in return. The dangerous force is revealed to be Krasina's followers, as Choi Yul and the elderly man wonder if they need to be included. Robo agrees to the terms, calling it a good start and suggesting they reconvene in 24 hours. As he leaves, Robo warns them that they cannot simply walk into the tower. He explains there are special procedures, as a swirling mass of purple energy blocks a high-tech entrance within the tower. Elsewhere, the hedonist leader rages at a sealed door, unable to force it open. Robo urges them to hurry with their preparations, impressing the soldiers as he mounts a magnificent armored horse. The scene pans over the modern city, scarred but still standing under the iconic Namsan Tower. Reading his book, Choi Yul reflects that Pawn number 17's 150-year survival means their player is extraordinary, as his small companion notes his calm demeanor. The small companion asks why Choi Yul hasn't acted yet, while a fiery explosion erupts in the distance. Choi Yul smirks, cryptically stating he's in the middle of a delicate negotiation, confusing his companion. As he speaks, his demonic book begins to flip its pages, glowing with an intense red energy. The glowing book hovers before a smiling Choi Yul, who confidently announces, "Here it is." The demonic book reveals a commission. Offer an object at a specific location to replace 100 sacrifices of sovereignty. Choi Yul scoffs at the subquest, deeming the reward of saving only 100 people pathetic. He realizes this must be a personal, unlisted commission directly from the being known as Krasina. Annoyed that Krasina didn't meet him personally, he imagines himself as a tiny warrior facing a giant, monstrous demon. Hyob. A powerful force suddenly repels him, knocking him off balance. Smirking, Choi Yul is unfazed, taking the resistance as proof that his method is working. Deciding to fulfill the commission for now, he sprints toward a distant structure, book in hand. He declares this a tug of war, determined that either he or Krasina will be dragged to the other side by the end. People on the street shout in alarm, reporting that Choi Yul is on the move, and telling others to alert their colleagues. Another group spots Choi Yul, as their leader urges them to stay calm and follow their training. The small, red-hooded companion with a happy mask snaps its head around. Confirming Choi Yul as its target, the companion initiates an in-depth investigation. Elsewhere, a massive, brilliant red energy blast hurtles through the air. A system notification announces the last cannon is firing as the devastating beam descends. The fiery-haired woman, Hyeju, stands defiantly amidst a maelstrom of flames, bracing against the attack. A voice warns Hyeju not to overexert herself with the borrowed power, but she apologizes to her master, unable to hold back. Declaring she'll use even her soul, Hyeju pours all her energy into stopping the blast. The scarred adventurer watches helplessly, knowing his wind powers would only worsen the situation. Just then, Choi Yul appears, preparing to throw a legendary ranked throwing weapon, the Tathlum. The weapon grows stronger the fewer times it's used, and Choi Yul knows what he must do. He declares he'll use it only once, hurling the crimson projectile with all his might. The glowing red bolt, Tathlum, pierces straight through the cannon's massive fiery blast. The projectile emerges from the explosion, continuing its flight path unabated. Hyeju lands, exhausted, telling the scarred adventurer it wasn't her who stopped the blast. He realizes it was Choi Yul again. She marvels at the incredible power displayed from so far outside the city. The final cannon swivels, aiming at pawn number 17 as a new 1-hour countdown begins. The helmeted soldiers unit feels an earthquake as a notification reveals the map is changing after the cannon's blast. Tall, sturdy walls rise from the ground, which his troops see as perfect for creating shelter. The helmeted soldier deduces the map changes every hour with the cannon fire, allowing them to understand the new terrain. He states that once they verify the intel from Rubble's book, they can officially begin planning their attack. He shouts for his troops to get the car and meet with reinforcements. He cries out in despair as he finds their military truck completely wrecked, its tire rolling away. With a spark in his eye, the helmeted soldier comically decides they need to get horses too. Choi Yul expertly navigates the shifting landscape, his demonic book floating at his side. He arrives at a desolate, ruined location, confirming it matches the coordinates from the book. He finds his objective, a small, 10 by 10 centimeter patch of land that must be removed. Following the book's precise instructions, he carefully extracts several small blocks of earth. He places the newly created sculpture of earth onto a diagram in the open book. The sculpture disappears into the book as it begins to glow with red light. The book crushes the offering, shattering it with a flash of intense crimson energy. The demonic Krasina appears, confirming Choi Yul's usefulness and granting him protection for as long as he remains valuable. Suddenly, the red-hooded companion appears behind Choi Yul as a system message grants it investigative authority. Choi Yul turns, surprised to see an NPC outside the city, as the system allows it to act autonomously. Before he can react, the companion stabs him in the arm, shocking him. The system notification reveals the NPC's abilities have been adjusted to level 600 to match him, and he stares in disbelief. The blade plunges deeper into his arm, drawing blood. The blood-splattered companion stares at him with its unsettling, happy-faced mask. Choi Yul reels back in shock, wondering how an NPC, normally level 180, is suddenly so powerful. An isolated area opens, trapping Choi Yul and the companion inside a rising red energy grid. Within the digital prison, the superpowered companion lunges at Choi Yul. Trapped in the digital prison, Choi Yul dodges a fierce attack from the companion, realizing he needs to escape. The companion grabs his ankle, declaring the investigation isn't over, much to his shock. She hurls him across the grid, as a system message declares his participation in the game is forbidden. Dazed and wounded, Choi Yul demands to know what investigation she means and what crime he's committed. The companion explains that his impossibly high level is being investigated as a suspected bug or cheat. Choi Yul sarcastically holds up the demonic book, asking if reaching max level from the start is a bug. He throws the book at her, furiously yelling that the developers shouldn't have created such an item. As the companion evades, a system notice states that if his legitimacy is proven, his abnormal status will be removed. She unleashes a massive energy blast, as the system warns that failure means his extinction, causing him to panic. Overwhelmed, Choi Yul screams in frustration, comparing the system's admins to stubborn developers who ignore users. Elsewhere in the ruined city, a team of survivors efficiently completes their supply check. The scarred adventurer leads his temporary guild, the Raiders, as they set off on bicycles. When asked why they are using bikes, he explains they must conserve the city's limited gas supply for relief teams. As they ride, the scarred adventurer reminds his guild that their mission is not about fighting. Their true goal, he declares, is to investigate the other world as they approach Pawn Number 17's fortress. A massive, ominous black sphere pulsates ominously beside a wrecked building. A notification shows Pawn Number 8's city durability has fallen to just under 83% amidst the widespread destruction. A man with a star tattoo on his brow observes the damage, as a silver-haired woman with horns reassures him it's fine. The silver-haired woman smiles, noting that the city's atmosphere has completely changed for the better. The man with the star tattoo smirks, agreeing that things are finally running as they should. He outlines a city defense plan, noting they only have one front to defend, and hopes Hyeju's actions can serve as a foundation. One of the raiders marvels at a newly formed wall structure while yelling for the GM to help a man fighting atop it. A guild manager directs logistics, sending vehicles to a shelter and reminding everyone to monitor the guild chat. Several players examine the massive cannonballs, debating if they can be repurposed and calculating the force needed to block them. A hooded woman gleefully considers how much she can earn by selling this new information to the highest bidder. The star-tattooed man contemplates the city's unstable factors, Choi Yul, a crazy-looking man, himself, and other hidden villains. He resolves to block the cannonballs to buy time, and a shadowy figure acknowledges his command. The figure, a member of Pawn Number 17, equips a suit of hero-rank shadow-fit armor designed for stealth. A bright flash of energy signals an incoming attack. An explosion rocks Pawn Number 17's wall, but a notification shows its durability remains over 99%. Roble von Lexus watches the distant city, impressed by its potential after less than a month. A high-ranked citizen, Hank Seth, questions giving the newcomers so much info, but Roble reminds him it's a collaborative mission. Emma Hilt, another citizen, agrees with the strategy, stating that a stronger ally means less harm to their own people. Kane Vior, a powerful-looking citizen, remarks that if the mission were different, they could have just eliminated them. Roble tempers their confidence, telling them not to get ahead of themselves as they gaze at the cannon tower. A holographic projection of the tower's structure appears, highlighting its components. Roble activates a support magic card, Swift Citizen, rolling a 3 to boost his people's speed. A system message confirms the 3-hour speed boost as a paladin rallies the citizens, shouting that a divine revelation has come. Led by their commander, the citizens of Pawn Number 17 charge forward, chanting for victory. Roble's eye glows with golden power as he declares that they are the chosen ones. He proudly proclaims they are the citizens of a city, beloved by God, as his people assemble their defenses. He raises his legendary sword, the Stormbringer, which crackles with thunderous energy. A surge of lightning envelops him as a notification confirms the sword grants him the Chain Lightning skill. Wreathed in divine lightning, Roble exudes an aura of immense power. He proclaims that those not loved by God can never win this holy game, as he marches toward a massive, gnarled tower. Back in the red grid, the companion stands triumphantly over the defeated Choi Yul, stating his high level means nothing. Pinned and bleeding, Choi Yul furiously demands she move her foot. She leaps away, coolly stating she has no interest in him. Stunned, Choi Yul struggles to comprehend how an NPC could have also reached the maximum level. Bloodied and defeated, Choi Yul grimly accepts that he has finally met his equal. Relying on beginner martial arts learned from Jack, a bloodied Choi Yul desperately defends himself against the companion's onslaught. Kook, the companion lands a powerful blow, sending Choi Yul reeling back in pain. Enraged and battered, Choi Yul screams, demanding to know when the damned investigation will finally be over. The system states the investigation must confirm he will use hacks again when his life is threatened, as the companion strikes him once more. The investigation also needs to test if the bugs reoccur in various situations, prompting a relentless flurry of attacks from the companion. He grimly realizes the companion's goal isn't just to attack him, she simply doesn't care if he lives or dies. Deciding to even the odds, Choi Yul brandishes the demonic book to summon Goblin Swordmaster Jack. He and the masked companion stand ready for their next clash on the digital grid. The companion coldly informs him that summoning is forbidden within isolated areas, dashing his hopes for reinforcements. TSK. Annoyed, Choi Yul resigns himself to surviving the time-wasting investigation on his own. He worries about the ticking clock, needing to return to the city before the final cannon fires again. The companion declares the physical examination is resuming as she slams him with another red energy-infused strike. Gritting his teeth, Choi Yul analyzes her movements, noting that her attack patterns aren't complex. He identifies the true problem. He must find a way to subdue her, even if only for a single moment. Pang! Their attacks collide in a chaotic burst of energy as the fierce battle rages on. Collapsing to his knees, Choi Yul gasps for breath, fearing he will actually die at this rate. Just as he despairs, the demonic Krasina appears behind him, refusing to let him perish. The demonic book floats beside him, glowing with a powerful crimson light. After confirming his survival, the companion announces the investigation will now resume. A blinding white light erupts from Choi Yul, engulfing the grid. A mysterious, glowing red symbol hangs in the air. The companion watches in shock, startled by this unexpected development. A system notification announces that a new skill for the Book of Krasina has been unlocked as it infuses his sword with power. The new skill allows him to be possessed by one of the 4 overlords, but they can't be summoned while possessed. Goblin Swordsman Jack is first on the list. Now imbued with Jack's abilities, Choi Yul complains that he should have been told about this function sooner. He glares at Jack's spectral form, bluntly stating his dislike for the swordsman. Krasina smirks, promising to hold back from hitting him when they eventually meet, now that this power can end the investigation. Calling out Krasina's name, Choi Yul, now enveloped in Jack's blue aura, turns to face the companion. The two opponents charge each other, one cloaked in blue spiritual energy, the other in red. A brilliant clash of red and blue energy erupts as their weapons meet. Choi Yul reflects that a high-level and powerful equipment do not guarantee absolute strength. An odd vision illustrates that pure control can allow a low-level rook to dominate even a powerful knight. He realizes that Jack's martial arts represent the very pinnacle of control, and combining that ultimate control with his own max-level body makes the situation hopeless for her. The companion screams in shock as Choi Yul unleashes a ghostly fast attack, catching her completely off guard. Jack's spirit, also surprised, asks what Choi Yul meant by hopeless, noting the obviousness of his possession. As the companion regains her footing, Jack's spirit asks if she is stronger than him. Jack's spirit bluntly states that Choi Yul's own abilities are hopeless against this foe, causing Choi Yul to apologize sheepishly. Agreeing with the assessment, Choi Yul accepts a system prompt to fully yield control of his body to Jack. His eyes sharpen with newfound focus as the possession takes complete hold. The spiritual blue aura intensifies, swirling around him as Jack's combat instincts take over. The companion lunges forward, her twin daggers ready to strike. He activates Strong Wind, 7 steps, Gale, instantly accelerating across the grid in a straight line. His incredible speed leaves the companion momentarily stunned. He effortlessly ducks under her attack, sliding past her defenses. He immediately follows up with the Heavenly Wolf Canine Saber, a powerful blade technique. As he prepares his final strike, Choi Yul's consciousness warns Jack that he cannot kill her. Heeding the warning, he unleashes a non-lethal 3-slice sword chi attack instead. The waves of energy strike the companion, sending her hurtling through the air, wounded but alive. Jack's spirit chides Choi Yul for not specifying if the companion should be kept alive, but Choi Yul complains he never had a chance. Deciding to deal with urgent matters first, Jack's spirit prepares to end the investigation. A system option for reconciliation appears, offering to end hostility with the NPC for 50,000 points. However, the fine print reveals the NPC must be apprehended first, a condition they have luckily met. After activating the function, Choi Yul asks if the tedious physical examination is finally over. He waits anxiously as nothing happens, wondering what the holdup is. A system voice suddenly announces the physical examination is complete with no abnormalities, startling Choi Yul. Before he can relax, the voice announces that the final examination has now begun, much to his horror. He wonders about the mysterious voice, more shocked that the ordeal isn't over yet. Elsewhere, the man with the winged helmet, Jae-young, reads a book marked with 17 and seems to find what he is looking for. Jae-young and his 2 comrades gather near a small stone tower, ready to verify the information he's learned. Taking the lead, he tells a man named Minwoo to follow him while the others provide cover, a glowing artifact in his hand. His companions marvel at the new equipment, a gift from the god of gold's dice. Jae-young explains that this summonable equipment is far more convenient than items that must be constantly carried. He materializes the hero rank Shield of Helden, a powerful item inconvenient to transport otherwise. With Jae-young at the front, the party advances toward the tower's defenses. The mini-tower unleashes a volley of magical projectiles against the intruders. The Shield of Helden generates a divine energy barrier, its strength powered by the party's friendship, deflecting the attack. Having breached the defenses, the party rushes toward a side entrance on the mini-tower. Inside, a goblin controller is startled by their sudden appearance. A gunshot rings out, and the goblin is hit squarely in the forehead. As his companion praises the headshot, Jae-young investigates the cockpit, confirming it will yield a low-rank ID card. Jae-young explains that collecting 100 high-rank ID cards will create a MasterCard, calling it a tedious grind. The MasterCard is the key to entering the main canon, but only for one party of 10 or fewer. Nearby, the purple-masked Imugi complains about the stupid game, but Woo Seolji reassures him she will find a way. A blonde woman, Kang Ji-woo, greets Imugi as she approaches his group. Leaning against a car, Kang Jiwoo offers to sell him some valuable information. Woo Seulagi identifies the newcomer as Kang Ji-woo, who ranks second in treasure finding, while her own status is revealed. Imogi threatens Kang Ji-woo for her info, but she coolly asks if he thinks he'll be fine after threatening her. She reminds him that their deal will define their future relationship, catching him off guard. Kang Ji-woo asserts her value, revealing she found the info on the God of Gold and ranked second alone. Woo Seulgi, impressed, suggests they hear her out, noting her courage in approaching them. Woo Seulgi decides Kang Ji-woo's guts have earned her an audience, but if the info is worthless, they can just kill her. Kang Ji-woo cheekily agrees with Woo Seulgi, calling her Unnie and teasing her about her age. The two women trade taunts with a menacing energy as Imugi shrinks between them. Cowering in fear, Imugi is terrified by the intense standoff between the two women. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, numbered ID cards fall from the sky. The blonde knight, Robelfon Lexus, catches a glowing card from the air. A system notification confirms he has obtained a high-rank ID card. Surveying his army, Robel confirms they've collected 12 cards, but learns they've suffered 42 deaths and 123 injuries. An archer reports that the soldiers were too excited about serving Robel to be careful. The archer notes that their sacrifice has put them far ahead of the other city in collecting cards. Robel listens in somber silence, clasping his hands in contemplation. The archer mirrors his leader's respectful posture, awaiting his command. Robel rallies his soldiers, proclaiming they must live for the gods, not die for them, and they roar in agreement. The Knights of Pawn number 17 charge across the plains on horseback, led by their commander. Robel recalls intel from Sir Jae-yong stating the 8th city's strongest is a man named Choi Yul. However, Choi Yul has vanished from public view, while a flash shows the chaotic battle he is currently trapped in. Robel muses that despite Choi Yul's power and dangerous equipment, he isn't using it to help his city. He concludes that Choi Yul possesses great power but is a person with a good-for-nothing soul. Trapped within a red grid, Choi Yul is bound by glowing white rings of energy. With his eyes glowing red, he strains against the bonds, realizing he can't move. He cries out in agony as the red energy intensifies around his head. The system begins scanning his mind, probing his sensory, explicit, and unconscious memories. As memories flash by, the system voice reveals it is searching for a being that opposes the game system. The search culminates in a fragmented image of the three-eyed demonic Krasina. A flood of tormented voices from his past cry out, questioning the sovereignty and lamenting dying over a mere 10 points after he lied to them. One furious soul curses Choi Yul, screaming that he's a garbage bastard for letting him fail over 10 points. As Choi Yul cries out in pain, the system announces it has lost contact with the irregular and is expanding its memory search. The system now begins an examination of his memories before the game, and his pained expression is replaced by a younger, calmer demeanor. The scene shifts to a peaceful view of Seoul from a high-rise office, marking the start of a new chapter. Ding! On a desk, a laptop displays a stock chart, showing his life before the game. While on a call checking on his dad, a tablet displays his 1,000th consecutive chess victory. On the phone, he reassures the caller that he's doing well. He smiles warmly, brushing off their concerns and insisting he's really okay. He'll beat it. Looking at a family photo, the voice praises his father for being much smarter than her. Finishing the call, Choi Yul's pre-game self dissolves into digital static as the memory ends. Back in the present, Choi Yul furiously resists, screaming that the memory probe is an invasion of privacy. A system alert declares the unit is refusing examination, halting the process to prevent equipment destruction as the energy rings shatter. With the memory scan complete and no abnormalities found, the system announces the end of the examination. The ordeal finally over, Choi Yul collapses onto the cold white ground. Lying exhausted, he gasps for air, the mental strain having taken its toll. A system notification restores his stamina, and he realizes recovery abilities are blocked during the system's examinations. He grimly recalls that he also couldn't recover during the Demon King's punishment. Staring at his hand, he reflects that even at max level, he is bound by the game's rules. He clenches his fist, determined to find power that surpasses the limits of a mere citizen or unit. A system window displays the Black Steel Shield, a heroic item that can block one attack against the city. A massive ball of fire streaks across the sky, aimed directly at the city's castle. The black steel shield materializes and blocks the attack, but is destroyed, leaving the city's durability at 98.24%. Choi Yul vows to become as strong as the players, or even stronger. Nearby, a group of soldiers spots Choi Yul on the ground, wondering if he's just sleeping, unfazed by any danger. One soldier cautions the others to leave him be, fearing they'll become sacrifices if they disturb him. Suddenly, a soldier named Kim breaks away, drawing his sword as his companions shout in alarm. Pow! Kim slams his sword into the ground beside Choi Yul's head, shocking his comrades. Choi Yul opens his eyes, completely unbothered, and coolly asks what the problem is. Kim looms over him, demanding to know what he truly is and accusing him of fooling everyone. He furiously explains that he fought and was ready to die, all because he believed in Choi Yul's plans. Roaring in anguish, he reveals he lost everything. His daughter died because he lacked 10 points. He screams that his daughter was only 7 and lunges, ready to stab Choi Yul. A cold smirk appears on Choi Yul's face as he reminds the soldier that he must have forgotten what happens to those who bother him. The other soldiers scream a warning for Kim to cover his ears, but it's too late. Choi Yul activates acupuncture point, paralyzing pressure, instantly freezing all 3 soldiers in a state of pained paralysis. Now standing, he calmly tells Kim that if he wants revenge, he should at least reach max level first. He declares he will make an example of them to warn others not to recklessly attack him. With a sinister laugh, he opens the demonic book, adding that staying away doesn't mean they won't become sacrifices anyway. Kim apologizes to his paralyzed comrades for involving them, but one reassures him it's fine. The companion admits he's angry, but concedes that Choi Yul is right. They need to raise their own stats and equipment first. The soldier, now identified as Kim Yujin, level 9, vows to get stronger and kill Choi Yul with his own hands. He screams his promise of future revenge as a fiery battle scene blazes behind him. From his high vantage point, Choi Yul looks down upon the 3 paralyzed soldiers, his grim lesson delivered. His blue spirit guide appears, questioning if it was necessary to make them sacrifices when he could have just let them go. Gazing over the burning city, Choi Yul explains that letting them leave would have endangered his other colleagues. Above all, he thinks with a confident smirk, there was a much greater reason. A colossal mechanical monstrosity with a single glowing eye rises before him, dwarfing the entire area. A system window identifies the boss as the Doom Machine Octopus, confirming Choi Yul's belief that anyone left behind would have surely died. The Doom Machine immediately unleashes a massive barrage of explosions across the battlefield. Leaping through the fiery chaos, Choi Yul realizes that defeating a field boss with the difficulty of a raid boss is a rare opportunity. He reflects that fighting the boss is a much simpler, albeit riskier method, than slowly grinding for low-rank cards like other parties. As the machine fires a web of red energy beams, he acknowledges that this shortcut is equally, if not more, dangerous. With his demonic book floating beside him, Choi Yul gathers swirling blue energy for a powerful counterattack. He launches himself into a spinning aerial descent, forming a vortex of destructive power. Slamming his hand down, he unleashes a massive pillar of light that erupts towards the mechanical beast. The Doom Machine's central eye glows intensely, charging a powerful laser to intercept the attack. He activates his battle art, Heavenly Wolf Canine Saber, manifesting a colossal spear wolf that descends upon the machine. Standing amidst the azure glow of his successful attack, Choi Yul looks on with cold confidence. His spirit guide suddenly appears to scold him for his flashy, inefficient movements, and a flustered Choi Yul stammers that he gets it. The spirit warns that trying to grow strong too quickly causes problems, advising him to toughen his heart against haste. Taking the advice to heart, Choi Yul offers a faint smile and a sincere thanks. The spirit asks if he plans to enter the tower now, but holding the MasterCard, he decides against it for the moment. Gazing up at the imposing structure, he vows that when he enters, he will either clear it or die trying. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit castle, the seat of another major power. His spirit companion comments on how Choi Yul's next move is always completely unexpected. In the throne room, Choi Yul stands over defeated knights, shocking his spirit guide by brazenly invading the Alliance headquarters. The Crown King on the throne identifies the intruder as the, quote, calamity of the 8th city, Choi Yul, noting his arrogance. He questions Choi Yul, asking if he was planning to betray their alliance from the very beginning. The king then plays dumb with a sly grin, asking what he could possibly mean. Choi Yul stares back coldly, confidently stating that he already knows everything. He begins to explain his accusation, flashing to an image of the king's city. He reveals that the city is full of innocent families, like a knight and his praying wife and daughter. Then he contrasts this with the smoldering ruins of his own home city. He concludes his accusation, stating that many of the king's citizens have invaded his city. As the king falls silent, Choi Yul reveals he knows their plan was to backstab his people right before the mission's end. The king smirks, remarking that while there is a way to change the subject, it's futile. Choi Yul agrees, adding that any excuses are useless in front of the knowledge contained in his book. He faces the king and issues an ultimatum: stop the plan now, or else. With chilling intensity, he finishes his threat: everyone will die at my hands. The king, Lemulos, acknowledges the arrogance of a max leveler, admitting he's heard of such power. But he taunts. Choi Yul has never fought a true god, as a massive, divine hand materializes in a vision. Lemulos activates a legendary duel card, summoning them both into a celestial arena. This system announces that levels will be equalized, matching Choi Yul's status as a level 99 normal citizen. The king's stats are revealed as Lemulos von Lexus, level 99 mayor, and he vows to kill Choi Yul to hide his god's plans. Wielding the mythical greatsword Jupiter, Lemulos roars that Choi Yul should blame the book for telling him too much. A torrent of divine golden lightning erupts from the blade, filling the arena with raw power. As they clash, Lemulos taunts that even at max level, Choi Yul is just a child with only a month of experience. He screams that under the same conditions, his raw talent and experience mean Choi Yul cannot possibly face him. A powerful blast of golden energy engulfs Choi Yul, seemingly overwhelming him. Lemulos lunges forward for the final blow, but his face contorts in sudden shock. Pow! With stunning ease, Choi Yul has caught the massive, glowing greatsword in a single hand. As Lemulos is thrown backward, he concedes that while he definitely lacks experience, Lemulos realizes with a jolt that despite his taunts, Choi Yul's lack of experience doesn't matter. A massive ethereal dragon of pure blue energy erupts from Choi Yul's hand. The spectral dragon roars as it smashes down, overwhelming the king's divine power. His armor shattered, Lemulos collapses as Choi Yul stands over him, casually remarking that he was a fun opponent and hoping the 17th player now understands. The dual space shatters, returning them to the throne room as horrified knights rush to their fallen king. Turning to the armed knights, Choi Yul announces it's time to play the collaborative mission properly. In a chilling vision, a massive green hand crushes a screaming Lemulos, seemingly claiming his soul. The knights stop in their tracks, utterly stunned and confused by the sudden turn of events. Choi Yul and his spirit guide suddenly sense a strange, unfamiliar energy filling the room. A crimson aura envelops the knights as Choi Yul realizes this isn't just bloodthirst, it's lunacy. Kak! The knights scream as their eyes glow with red madness. Ka! One crazed knight attacks another person while a futuristic soldier looks on in confusion. The futuristic soldier, taken aback by the chaos, wonders what is happening. The entire city descends into madness as citizens and guards attack each other indiscriminately. The heroic card, Mad City, is activated, consuming all citizens with lunacy and boosting their abilities. An explosion blasts from a high window in the castle, signaling the start of the rampage. As chaos erupts, Choi Yul coolly observes that the planned backstabbing move is now underway. Lemulos' mythical sword, Jupiter, materializes in the air, crackling with golden lightning. The divine sword unleashes its immense power, but Choi Yul stands his ground, undeterred. Choi Yul smirks at their recklessness, while the enraged, red-eyed Lemulos can only growl in fury. Landing on the ground, Choi Yul is suddenly startled by an unexpected presence. He turns to face the newcomers, calling out to them, A family of crazed citizens, smiling with malevolent intent, greets him as he scoffs at their love of God. A targeting card is activated, forcing every citizen to attack Choi Yul as their sole priority. He calculates that destroying the target cannon tower to clear the mission will take at least a day. This grimly means his own citizens will be forced to fight this frenzied horde. His spirit guide offers to handle it, but Choi Yul sternly refuses the help. He picks up a heavy blade, feeling the weight of the battle to come. A trio of frenzied citizens lunges at him, their faces twisted in madness. With resolve, he states that this is a burden he alone must carry. 3 crazed, red-eyed citizens are caught mid-lunge by an unseen force. Choi Yul stands impassively, his spectral cloak deflecting their attacks as blood splatters around him. Staring up from the blood-soaked ground, he remains focused and resolute. A system window alerts him that it cannot confirm information on the opponent player's hidden unit. Explosions continue to tear through the panicked, burning city. The futuristic soldier is surrounded by golden energy, preparing for a fight. He unleashes a powerful blast of light, effortlessly repelling an attacker. Kayak. The soldier swiftly impales the frenzied King Lemulos, putting him out of his misery. As his spectral aura swirls, Choi Yul mutters that his opponent can't hear him. He vows to repay the 150 years he was toyed with by making them suffer several-fold. Lemulos's life fades as he gasps his last breath. His crown clatters to the ground as his disembodied head cries out to its god while being pulled away by a green hand. A transformed Choi Yul, now with long flowing white hair, stands over a field of slaughtered enemies. Splattered with blood, he stands silently in the aftermath, his glowing hat casting a shadow over his face. His spirit guide asks if he's okay, and he grimly admits that he's not. Looking at the blood on his weapon, he reflects that while he expected this, the reality is far more substantial. He concludes that the mission is too difficult with just his citizens, and that he needs to end it quickly. He looks up with a start, a sudden notification catching his attention. An announcement appears before him and the futuristic soldier, detailing a grim penalty for failure. The system reveals that players who cannot revive units lose their player rights and become a raid boss, the City Eater. The futuristic soldier processes the grim news, realizing that a player who loses the game becomes a monstrous raid boss. Choi Yul's spirit guide appears behind the soldier, confirming that players are not absolute and can be defeated. In a flashback, system notifications show the 17th player's units being rapidly wiped out. The 17th player, a massive green skeletal hand, trembles in the cosmic void. The hand desperately tries to report the 8th player, Choi Yul, for using an abnormal unit. The system's investigation finds no cheating, and a final notification announces the 17th player's last units have been destroyed. A system message declares the 17th player has lost the game and will be stripped of their player rights as their green form shatters. The system continues its cold verdict, stating the player will be expelled from the system, and as a consequence, they will become a City Eater, transforming into a monstrous, armored golem. A final notification thanks the player for their participation as the new City Eater's eyes glow with malevolent red energy. The City Eater looms, raising its massive red mace to destroy the miniature city below it. Elsewhere, a golden-clawed player hand prepares to roll the dice on a game menu. The golden hand hovers over a set of red special magic cards. The card is Emergency Escape, an option to flee the mission at the cost of all rewards. As the City Eater threatens destruction from above, the futuristic soldier flees through the city below. The golden-clawed hand pauses, hesitating to use the escape card. An orange-haired woman with small horns runs desperately alongside the futuristic soldier. A storm of red energy erupts from the City Eater's devastating attack. While the soldier leaps across rooftops and a phoenix flies by, a family below looks up in horror. The golden-clawed hand remains still, contemplating its decision. The hand finally pulls away, choosing not to escape. The City Eater brings its colossal mace crashing down upon the city. A blinding flash of red light signals the city's annihilation. The scene reveals a landscape of utter ruin and devastation. The futuristic soldier lies defeated amidst the rubble, his demonic book nearby. As the soldier lies motionless, the demonic book begins to emit a powerful red glow. Startled, he looks up to see the spirit guide, who now holds the glowing book and asks, "Is that?" The spirit guide forcefully taps the soldier's forehead, calling him by name. "Krasina," he lectures Krasina, telling him to abandon his pride and that the choice of what to do next is his alone. Krasin remains silent, staring blankly as he absorbs the spirit guide's words. The spirit guide smiles, stating that as promised, Krasin has proven his need and earned a chance. Krasin grimly asks about the fate of the other people, and the spirit guide confirms the worst. His city has been destroyed, and every single one of his units is dead. The spirit guide explains the City Eater is an unstoppable monster that his units never had a chance against. He concludes that since only a player can fight a City Eater, Krasin's loss was inevitable. Krasin erupts in fury, demanding to know what kind of twisted game this is and who the players are. He grabs the spirit guide by the robes, desperately shouting and asking why he's the only one left alive. Unfazed, the spirit guide states that while he knows the answers, now is not the time to reveal them. Instead, he tells a determined Krasin that they must hurry to reclaim his city and units. "You heard me right," the spirit guide says, materializing a glitched pink sword hilt from thin air. He declares his intent to get everything back as countless glitched hilts manifest around them. With a sly look, the spirit guide asks Krasin if he isn't the least bit suspicious of this offer. Krasin replies with cold resolve that he has nothing more to lose, and the spirit guide accepts his answer. Massive, glitched pink greatsword materializes before Krasin. The spirit guide offers a deal. Krasin must kill the City Eater that destroyed everything he had. If he succeeds, the spirit guide promises to return everything he has lost. Krasin shouts in outrage, questioning the absurdity of being asked to fight the monster with a single sword. Protesting that it makes no sense, he is teleported into a cosmic battlefield with the sword. Krasin floats in the vastness of space, a tiny figure before the silent, colossal City Eater. The City Eater swings its mace, unleashing a torrent of destructive red energy. Krasin is blasted back by the sheer force of the City Eater's attack. Coughing up blood, he's shocked to find himself alive, even though it aches like hell. A familiar voice explains the City Eater is the strongest being in the game, and Krasin recognizes it as Krasina. The spirit guide states that while he has given Krasin power, he cannot offer any more help. Krasin shouts in frustration, realizing that if he loses, the blame is his alone. The City Eater prepares its next move, summoning a malevolent red orb. It unleashes a legendary skill, Summon Meteor, calling down a massive, fiery storm. Krasin desperately weaves and dashes through the rain of deadly meteors. The voice reminds him that all the items and skills he uses now are his own. Gripping his demonic book, Krasin stands firm, his blue aura flaring to life. The City Eater unleashes a powerful beam of focused purple energy. The beam backfires, striking the City Eater directly in the face and cracking its mask. Krasin watches from afar, realizing with a start that his counterattack worked. With blood on his lip and resolve in his eyes, he prepares for the next phase. The City Eater thrashes as countless glitched sword hilts erupt from its body, binding it. The spirit guide asks Krasin a question, and he shouts back a reply amidst the chaos. Krasin asks if all City Eaters and players look as monstrous as this one. The creature writhes, its massive, tentacled form, a truly horrifying sight. The spirit guide explains that every player is unique, with different appearances, personalities, and strategies. The City Eater desperately plays a hero card, Thunderstorm. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the City Eater, a victim of its own random attack. Krasin asks if this means there are City Eaters that are much stronger than this one. What a shame. Elsewhere, Choi Yul stands in a cosmic void, surrounded by summoned swords. He muses that things would be too easy if other players were as weak as this one. Choi Yul smirks, ready to explain why he finds the situation so pathetic. His mythical greatsword Jupiter and the legendary Stormbringer materialize beside him. He smirks, declaring that this particular City Eater is terrible at the game. The City Eater observes its new opponent, noting his many weapons and cautious distance. Choi Yul stands poised and confident, surrounded by his crackling golden swords. The City Eater plays another card, activating the Shelling Heroic attack. Choi Yul notes the foolishness of using a large-scale attack on such a small target. Dodging the barrage, he becomes sure of his opponent's weakness. He smirks, realizing this City Eater has no PvP experience and just spams powerful cards. The title Gods Gambit appears as the City Eater continues its frantic assault. Choi Yul activates a free warp ticket, a one-use hero rank tool. The spirit guide explains the strategy. Approach slowly to build fear in the opponent. The plan works, as the City Eater's eye widens in terror at the approaching silhouette. This will cause him to panic and use his cards even more carelessly. The City Eater roars, unknowingly sealing its own fate. Choi Yul's hand crackles with immense golden lightning. With a confident smile, he calmly unleashes Chain Lightning. A devastating torrent of lightning engulfs the helpless City Eater. Choi Yul stands over the defeated foe, mocking its brief time playing God. He reveals a Change Weather Orb, taunting the City Eater for using a thunder attack against him. Jupiter's special skill, Overcharging, activates, absorbing all the thunder to become even stronger. The City Eater can only stare in utter disbelief and horror. Choi Yul explains that his Che sword control isn't a weapon he has to equip. So he concludes, that makes things like this possible, as a golden sword appears. He drops his demonic book, leaping into the supercharged lightning to finish the fight. Overwhelming golden lightning from Choi Yul's attack utterly consumes the monstrous City Eater. System notifications confirm a massive damage multiplier from both electric shock and overcharging, as the City Eater's eye shows sheer terror. In the silent aftermath, only faint trails of golden energy remain in the cosmic void. The City Eater's armored form cracks and dissipates, completely annihilated. Back on the battlefield, Krasina remarks on Krasin's incredible vitality for having survived the encounter. Krasin, holding the glitched sword, declares that his only priority is to revive everyone he lost. He forcefully plunges the glitched sword into the fractured ground. The sword and the ground beneath it dissolve into a chaotic, glitching mass, startling Krasin. The demonic book speaks, telling Krasin to move aside because he's still needed, leaving him to ask, what? The glitchy material coalesces around the fallen City Eater's core, beginning to reform into something new. Krasin watches in confusion as a massive, glittering egg forms from the debris. The egg cracks open, revealing the dark, horned silhouette of a figure emerging from within. With grim realization, Krasin asks Krasina if this transformation was his goal all along. Krasina emerges in his true form, commenting that he hasn't breathed air in thousands of years. Fully revealed, in his demonic glory, he finds the air as disgusting as ever. Krasin, now cloaked in a new blue spiritual garb, demands that Krasina keep his promise. Krasina offers only a cryptic smile, his hand glowing with ominous red energy. Now wielding a golden sword, Krasin prepares himself for whatever comes next. He dashes across the desolate landscape, his new blue cape flowing behind him. A massive crystalline city block materializes from the void. Standing within the restored city, Krasin looks around in disbelief, wondering if it really came back. But as he surveys the silent streets, he questions why the city is completely empty. Krasin confronts Krasina, who has just appeared, accusing him of breaking their promise, but Krasina just calls him impatient. Krasina explains that using the dead City Eater's power to restore the city was his limit. Reviving the units requires more power from more bodies. Krasin furiously accuses Krasina of holding back, claiming he possesses far more power than he's letting on. An infographic illustrates the basic game loop, a player with options for trade, stats, recovery, and store. A second graphic shows that a city is consumed to produce resources. The final graphic shows these resources are then used to purchase cards. Krasina explains this cycle is how the game's resources are recycled and how players develop strategies. Krasin pushes back, asking where the points he invested in his city went if they didn't become express. Kahahaha. Krasina lets out a wild, maniacal laugh. He looks at Krasin with newfound respect, calling his insight incredible. Krasina notes Krasin's ability to see beyond the surface, even after losing everything and facing a City Eater. A vision shows Krasina observing other players, hinting at his long-term manipulation of the game. Krasin summons a red sword, his demonic book floating beside him, ready for the whole truth. Krasina admits that he does have more power, but that now is not the time to use it. He reassures a skeptical Krasin that his promise will be fulfilled, as certain as fate. Coke! An invisible force suddenly grabs Krasin by the collar. He is lifted off the ground and into the void above his city, stunned and confused. Krasina simply turns and commands him to look. He reveals the true appearance of the game, a breathtaking cosmic arena with countless floating cities and monstrous beings. Krasin is shocked that he never saw this cosmic battlefield before, and Krasina tells him the reason is simple. Krasina explains that the game only shows you what it wants you to see. The rest simply doesn't exist for you. The world-shattering revelation hits Krasina with stunning force. He finds himself standing atop a colossal, planet-sized monster with glowing red eyes. The immense creature drifts silently through the cosmic expanse. Now understanding the scale of the game, Krasina states his new mission. He needs to hunt 3 more City Eaters. Krasina strikes a new deal. If Krasina returns with the bodies of 3 City Eaters, he will revive his units. He adds that with this accomplished, Krasina's 8th city will also be able to return to the game. Holding up a glowing game piece, Krasina declares that Krasina's body is now a new player, his very own pawn. A grotesque, multi-headed flying monster appears as a system window grants it the temporary ability to fly. A swordsman in a conical hat, wreathed in a glowing blue aura, rushes into battle. Watching the monster flee, the swordsman notes its incredible speed. The flying monster contorts strangely against the cosmic backdrop. The single entity splits into 3 identical, snarling monsters. Surrounded, the swordsman realizes he's facing not 1, but 3 City Eaters. The monsters activate a heroic-class force barrier, shielding themselves from attack. He watches in disbelief as a single card protects all 3, confirming they constitute one being. The 3 energy shields merge into a single, formidable defense. Unfazed, the swordsman uses the shimmering barrier to launch himself forward. One of the City Eaters summons an ordinary longsword. As the massive blade descends, the swordsman understands their tactic. Shared buffs, but single-user gear. Elsewhere, the Horned Demon Lord reflects that City Eaters and players have unique talents, just like humans. He issues a chilling warning, telling his subordinate not to disappoint him by losing to a mere city hunter. The threat hangs in the air as the swordsman desperately parries the colossal sword strike. Enraged, Choi Yul yells at the Demon Lord to shut up and prepare to save everyone. In another location, a crowd of resurrected people, including a helmeted man and a silver-haired woman, stare at a monument. The silver-haired woman wonders if they died, while her companion remarks that heaven seems rather lackluster. A mysterious 3-eyed man with long white hair appears, simply commanding the crowd to listen. The resurrected crowd looks up in shock at the figure standing atop the monument. The 3-eyed man introduces the new player of pawn number 8, a man in a suit who struggles to his feet. The man in the suit glares up, defiantly asking if this player is the final boss. He boasts that defeating the player will make him the strongest, but freezes mid-sentence. A woman watches in confusion as the man freezes completely, as if time itself has stopped. From his perch, the 3-eyed man reminds them he ordered them to listen, not to speak. He explains that they now stand at the very boundary between life and death. He offers a choice between 2 doors, one to life and the game, the other to a painless death. Gesturing to the doors, he tells them to choose their path when the time comes. The crowd murmurs, weighing the options, certain death or returning to a hellish mission. A single hand rises from the crowd, indicating someone has a question. The 3-eyed man calmly grants permission to speak. The silver-haired woman, standing beside the helmeted man, begins to ask her question. With urgency, she asks when the doors will open. The other resurrected players look on anxiously, awaiting the answer. The 3-eyed man remains silent, a slight smile on his face. He gestures to a vision, revealing Choi Yul's ongoing battle to the crowd. The silver-haired woman cries out Choi Yul's name in shock, wondering where he'd been. The 3-eyed man explains the doors will open upon his victory, as the woman asks who he's fighting. The vision shows Choi Yul, seemingly outmatched and surrounded by the 3 City Eaters. The 3-eyed man explains that this is the despair they must face if they choose to live. He declares that his city has no use for those without the resolve to fight despair. Back in the fight, Choi Yul slams hard into the enemy's barrier. The 3 City Eaters converge on their trapped opponent. A system window announces the activation of Gravity Ball, a spell that pulls everything into its vortex. The powerful gravity spell distorts space, drawing the monsters and Choi Yul together. Caught in the vortex, Choi Yul is brutally struck by the City Eater's sword. Swirls of destructive purple energy erupt from the point of impact. Bloodied but defiant, Choi Yul grins, unleashing his own storm of purple energy blades. He channels his power into a focused beam, firing it directly at the central monster. The City Eater is obliterated in a blinding flash of destructive energy. Hua! A torrent of raw, bloody energy erupts with immense force. Huff! Huff! An armored hand plunges a blood-soaked greatsword into the ground, which cracks with purple energy. Huff! Huff! Battered and bleeding, Krasina struggles to his feet, wielding the massive, glowing sword. Krasina realizes his recovery can't match the City Eater's power, forcing him to rely on his passive abilities. As the demonic book tries to speak, Krasina impatiently cuts it off, knowing there's no time to waste. Now wearing his spiritual gear, Krasina roars for the next City Eater to be brought forth. He stands defiantly as a colossal wave of energy rushes towards him. With grim resolve, Krasina, clad in his glowing blue hat, declares this is the last one. Facing a new pig-faced City Eater, he vows to kill it and bring everyone back. The monstrous City Eater equips itself with an ordinary moonblade and a weak magic shield. Boom! The City Eater is blown back by a sudden, powerful attack. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman calls out Choi Yul's name, horrified at the thought of fighting such a monster. A crowd of onlookers panics, with some crying that they don't want to return to the fight. Krasina's fighting style is identified as purely physical, but there's no time for a long, strategic battle. He channels brilliant blue energy into his massive blade, preparing to strike. He lunges forward, determined to end the fight quickly. A system window asks if he's willing to yield control of his body, and his eyes gleam with silent consent. Believing it's best to let the most suitable fighter take over, a glowing blade targets the City Eater's head. Gwoo! The blade slices cleanly through the monster's skull, sending blood everywhere. Krasina acknowledges that his mysterious companion truly knows how to provide new experiences. A spirit warrior materializes beside Krasina, confirming he understands the plan without needing an explanation. With a new sense of clarity, he unleashes a storm of blue energy slashes upon the helpless City Eater. The relentless barrage of glowing blades completely shreds the monster's body. At a different location, Choi Yul and other players watch solemnly as a tower of light glows before them. The bloody blade rests on the ground, signaling the end of the battle. The demonic book announces it has opened a gateway, telling the revived units to make their choice. The book presents Krasina's battered troops with a grim ultimatum: despair in life or peace in death. Krasina suddenly finds himself standing alone on a modern city street. Krasina appears, assuring a confused Krasina that he has, in fact, kept his promise. He explains that Krasina's people are currently choosing their fate at the otherworldly gate. The white-haired woman concernedly holds Choi Yul's arm as another man walks past them. Atop a massive tower, Krasina asks if the mission is over, but Krasina cryptically says it's not. Krasina reveals that the mission has been ongoing this entire time. He explains that when Krasina's city was destroyed and the original 8th player quit, he saw his chance. With a smirk, Krasina reveals that he seized ownership of the abandoned city for himself. He admits, however, that his power was insufficient to restore the city to its state before the destruction. In a comical vision, Krasina is annoyed as a newbie-level Krasina calls him a broke, resourceless player. Krasina explains that the game over countdown was actually the time limit he was given to act. He holds up a mystical hourglass, its sands swirling with red energy. That hourglass symbolized the time the units were given to make their final decision. A mysterious game piece shatters, releasing its contents. From the fragments, Krasina's city begins to rematerialize inside a crystalline cube. Ding! An announcement declares that pawn number 8 has officially returned to the game. The mission resumes with a timer of just over 1 hour remaining as a tower forms within the city. Krasina coolly observes the timer, understanding he has only 1 hour. Assured that sovereignty is no longer an issue, Krasina confidently walks forward. Leaping into the city below, he laughs, questioning how this city could now be his. He dashes through the streets, his demonic book trailing close behind him. Krasina lands on a rooftop, joining a waiting group that includes a muscular man and a man in a suit. He finds Choi Yul already there, talking strategy with another soldier. The players have assembled. On a city street, a woman with pink hair and sunglasses meets a man cloaked in a strange purple aura. A blonde warrior leaps down from a ruined structure as 2 men below watch in surprise. The blonde warrior smirks confidently, ready for the coming challenge. A different warrior, with fiery golden hair and a spear, stands amidst blazing destruction. Now identified as Miss Yeju, she confirms that their target will appear soon. Yeju dashes through a field of colossal blurred towers. A boss appears, the Doom Machine Earthworm, a fusion of mini towers with increased abilities. The massive earthworm flies through the city as someone yells to contact everyone. The battle has begun. Heiju flies toward the monster as a voice directs her to a target 500 meters away. With the target identified, Heiju homes in on the earthworm's massive singular eye. Boom! A fiery explosion erupts as she successfully strikes the creature's weak point. From a cannon's perspective, the burning earthworm plummets toward a prominent city tower. Heiju lands, complimenting her spotter on their sharp eyes. Krasina appears, smiling, and says her success was possible because she grew stronger. He asks them to protect the city, declaring he will finish things soon, before a massive metal door. A system window confirms his MasterCard, permitting entry but warning he can't leave until the mission is done. Krasina stares forward, his expression filled with grim determination. Inside lies a minor goblin city armed with cannons, as the demonic book laments not taking things slower for more rewards. Krasina, now in full armor, is warned by his book to hold back his greed for now. Krasina explains the headhunting card, sacrificing a unit to teleport them to the boss for a greater victory. Keek, a goblin at the controls of a turret, screams, "Human, die!" The goblin maniacally orders a full barrage of curtain fire and a single focused shot. An explosion scorches the ground where Krasina was standing, leaving only an empty crater. Keek! Keek! The goblins cackle, believing the battle was futile for their enemy. Their celebration is cut short by an announcement. The highest floor boss has been defeated. Krasina, having teleported directly to the boss, effortlessly slices a massive robot in half with blue energy. He swiftly clears the room, his energy attacks wiping out hordes of smaller robotic enemies. The final robotic guards fall as an announcement declares the mission complete. Pawn number 8 has won. Surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, Krasina takes a moment to absorb his victory. A new announcement declares that all citizens outside will be teleported in, shocking Krasina as people materialize around him. Krasina smiles softly as he sees his familiar, revived citizens, including an elderly woman and a bandaged girl. He walks contentedly through the crowd of his people, who are beginning to resettle. A voice calls out, "Hey!" causing Krasina to turn around. A hand unexpectedly shoves a small yogurt drink into his grasp. The elderly woman and a happy child smile warmly, telling him he did good work. Krasina looks down at the simple gift, a faint, appreciative smile on his face. Elsewhere, a crowd watches in silence as an old woman unleashes a beam of red energy. Choi Yul is warned that not everyone who returned to life is filled with hope. A clenched fist punctuates the grim warning. Even if he saves the world, some will still want him dead. The scene settles on the iconic city tower, a silent monument to the recent chaos. Atop a building, Krasina stands beside Krasina, overlooking the city. While sipping his drink, Krasina learns that with the revival, all sacrifices of sovereignty have also been released. Krasina lunges at Krasina, but his sword is stopped effortlessly by the demon's single finger. Krasina calmly holds the blade, asking why Krasina stopped his attack. Krasina dismisses his weapon as Krasina reminds him it isn't his real body anyway. Krasina smirks, saying Krasina still needs him, a fact the demon finds interesting. Krasina leaves the next plan to Krasina, revealing his own goal is to use him to reach the game's end. Krasina adds that Krasina knows the city best, a point Krasina begrudgingly accepts, with an annoyed expression. Looking out at the city, Krasina questions if such feats are possible with only a player's power. Krasina admits it won't be easy, but offers a gift to commemorate Krasina's new status as the city's owner. A woman in demonic armor and a shocked elderly man react with surprise. She looks up at floating buildings, wondering what is happening to the city. A notification identifies a building as the Unit Training Center, a player-built space for virtual combat. One of Krasina's men explains the center offers no rewards but allows safe training, like a coin karaoke room. Krasina appears with a smirk, revealing that this particular training center is special. He explains it teleports users to a real map for actual rewards, but warns that death there is permanent. Krasina stands at a large control panel, preparing to activate the training as Krasina watches. The hand of the man with the purple aura rests on a keyboard, declaring the setup is good enough. Krasina explains he always had a plan to strengthen his forces, but lacked a suitable map until now. A monitor displays the Go Hyeju exclusive training program being initiated on a secure terminal. A demonic administrator apologizes for a setup delay, noting only 18 hours remain, but time will flow differently on the map. Holding a golden hourglass, she grants them a maximum of 1 year and says they can return by breaking it. She smiles knowingly, stating there are many ways to grow stronger. The scene shifts to Hyeju, who is transported to a desolate, fiery landscape. Wreathed in flames, Hyeju stands ready with her spear, prepared for her trial. Her goal is revealed to be acknowledged by the owner of Prominence's canine, a massive fiery beast. A new training program begins for Iseo Yunseok and Choi Do-shik in a lush, mountainous region. The two trainees fight desperately against a pack of monstrous, aggressive tigers. A muscular trainee from the Korean myth-based trial stands before a glowing pillar of energy. Elsewhere, another training mission commences in a dark, cavernous space. A grotesque red demon emerges from a shadowy portal, terrifying a squad of small, armored units. The small units panic as an order is shouted to run full speed ahead and not look back. Their goal appears: awaken the owner of the tomb and inherit his will, symbolized by a coffin and weapons. Watching the monitors, Krasina smiles with satisfaction and says, "Okay, next." Suddenly, the man in the purple aura appears, angrily demanding to know why he's there, and yelling for the door to be opened. He reacts with confusion, as he is offered one last chance. Krasina explains that a magic pearl evolves into light or darkness based on the user's achievements. If you live kindly, the pearl becomes a dragon. If wickedly, a serpent, with the outcome decided by long-term actions. The man in the purple aura scoffs, unimpressed by the others, but resentful of Krasina's attempt to control him. He is suddenly engulfed in his own purple energy, surprised by the sudden development. He finds himself transported to a map called Emugi's Solitude, surrounded by giant, bloodied serpents. Krasina explains he has set up specialized, high-stakes training for core members while civilians get safe, virtual training. Other players struggle, with one suggesting a new plan after their team was annihilated 3 times in an ogre raid. A system window targets Choi Yul, noting the large level difference and asking if he wants to adjust the difficulty. With grim determination, Choi Yul refuses the adjustment, opting to fight with their current abilities as training begins. Krasina watches the various training scenarios unfold on a wall of monitors, with Krasina at his side. Krasina turns to Krasina, asking if it's finally time to discuss the important matters. Krasina questions Krasina's true identity, but the demon dismisses the query as unimportant. Krasina states that all that matters is reaching the game's end, so everyone can return to their original world. Krasina notes the evasion, but admits he didn't expect a straight answer and already has a theory. Krasina's third eye glows as he stares silently, letting Krasina's assumption hang in the air. Krasina shifts focus, stating the more important issue is Player 8, the city's original owner. Krasina wonders if abandoning a city, rather than losing its units, allows a player to avoid becoming a city eater. Krasina provides the simple answer: the original player didn't lose all of his units. The revelation shocks Krasina, who realizes Player 8 must have another city. Krasina connects the dots, understanding why their original player intervened so little and abandoned them so easily. He concludes they were merely an alt character used to funnel resources to the player's main. Krasina confirms it, adding that the demonic book prevented the player from gathering resources, making the city easy to abandon. Krasina affirms Krasina's deduction is correct, but clarifies that not every player has multiple pawns. This implies that their former player is exceptionally special, possessing a vast, multi-layered city. After a brutal battle, a city lies in ruins, and a battlefield is littered with corpses as the few survivors gasp for breath. A bloodied man in a hat stares in disbelief, shocked that their alliance of 3 cities was defeated. His companions panic as a monstrous figure emerges, cursing the unbeatable foe that approaches. A lone warrior in a dark cloak unleashes a battle art called Heaven's Plum Blossoms against his attackers. The warrior, a shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes, swings his massive sword with deadly speed. He fatally impales an elderly swordsman through the chest. Effortlessly dispatching more foes, he leaves them to marvel at how easily he saw through their attacks. The man in the hat aims his legendary shotgun, pioneering spirit which guarantees critical hits against non-humans. He activates his macaroni western art, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets without needing to reload. A storm of gunfire erupts, blanketing the battlefield in explosions aimed at the lone warrior. A knight in a helmet thinks he's landed a finishing blow from behind, screaming, "I got him," but the warrior vanishes, leaving the knight's attack to miss entirely as his comrades lie defeated around him. The knight cries out in shock as a blade suddenly appears through his chest, wondering when he was struck. In his final moments, the knight questions if they were doomed from the very beginning. The victorious warrior looks back at the carnage, admitting to himself that he's just scared. He recalls the week-long battle against them while gazing at a vision of a modern city. He remembers their unnerving silence during the fight. No screams, no shouts, just silent, coordinated death. The knight's lifeless body lies on the blood-soaked ground, a testament to their crushing defeat. He reflects on their name, White Silence, the city of death, ruled by the absolute power of its leader. A character window reveals the warrior's identity, Mayor Choi Yeon, level 600, concluding he is simply unbeatable. A cosmic announcement declares a new turn has begun, prompting the player to throw the dice. The player lands on a dungeon rush square, causing dungeons to appear that must be cleared. An announcement warns that when the dungeon timers run out, monsters will swarm the city. A woman with pink hair watches a strange clock as the system declares the mission is a collaborative one. The system prepares to summon a random pawn from the same map, with a monument showing the number 32. Krasina materializes, holding his demonic book and noting the new sensation of being summoned. An announcement confirms pawn number 8 has been summoned for a 5-day mission, with a monument now showing both 08 and 32. An elf-like aide orders a subordinate to sync Krasina's book and organize dungeon information for everyone to see. Elsewhere, Choi Yul stands before a horned demon lord, with the demonic book Krasina floating nearby. The horned demon lord questions if they truly need another pawn's help, confident in his own units. Choi Yul firmly states his goal is saving people, not commanding units, and they must help if they can. He smirks, declaring that if he were one to give up easily, he never would have made it this far. With newfound resolve, Choi Yul dashes off to begin his mission. The horned demon lord watches him leave with a knowing smile, wondering how long his conviction will last. The scene pans over the vast, multi-layered city, highlighting the scale of their world. Choi Yul arrives in what appears to be a tavern, looking around with a hint of confusion. He offers cooperation and dungeon info, but a large bearded man violently rejects his help. The man, identified as Mayor Carlson Border, dismisses the offer, claiming their situation is hopeless. Carlson explains his city is doomed, with all its talented people dead and resources exhausted. Declaring it's over for them, he chugs his ale and tells Choi Yul to save himself. Choi Yul realizes Carlson has completely lost hope and that his words will have no effect. Deciding he needs a different approach, Choi Yul turns to leave the tavern. Carlson glares after him, warning that Choi Yul's people will eventually share his grim fate. Crescent's immense, shadowy form looms over the despairing Carlson, a metaphor for the pressure he's under. The scene shifts to an icy cavern, introducing a highest difficulty dungeon, Fragments of the Abyss. The dungeon's boss is revealed to be Sealed Fenrir, a massive, hateful wolf confronted by the horned demon lord. Meanwhile, Go Hyeju, surrounded by flames, explains her power was earned through a year of fighting to the death. She unleashes a colossal attack, shaping fire into a wolf's head with her polearm. With fierce determination, she declares that her power is her own, not simply borrowed. The mighty Fenrir snarls, preparing to clash with its opponent. Empowered by flames, Go Hyeju reveals she is also borrowing a part of the fiery beast's body. In the icy dungeon, the sealed Fenrir howls, encased in frozen torment. The massive wolf's face contorts with pure, unadulterated rage. A colossal vortex of fire erupts, consuming everything in its path. Go Hyeju channels the inferno, becoming a blur of golden light and destruction. A system announcement declares the dungeon cleared, naming Go Hyeju as the best performer. The horned demon lord sips his tea, satisfied that leaving the battle to Choi Yul has greatly strengthened their units. As Choi Yul remains silent, the horned demon lord questions his thoughts. Choi Yul admits it will be difficult to convince the other city, but the demon lord is content as long as they aren't a problem. Choi Yul argues that the hopeless city's citizens will die if they are abandoned. The horned demon lord asks what he wants, but Choi Yul scoffs at being treated like a pawn. A bold idea strikes Choi Yul as he looks over the city. Can't they just steal it? The horned demon lord grins wickedly, intrigued by the audacious plan. A warrior in golden boots steps onto the pavement with purpose. A woman with demonic horns declares it's time to move on to the next dungeon. She focuses, her eyes glowing with red intensity before the next challenge. A massive torrent of purple magic swirls into a powerful attack. A system window explains the magic missile spell as countless projectiles home in on their target. A lone figure is caught in the center of the devastating magical explosion. The horned demon lord explains a player descends to the board when they become a city eater or during PvP. He adds that while PvP requires consent, his power can forcefully make the other party agree. A brilliant flash of energy marks the violent start of the forced duel. Choi Yul stands ready for battle, gathering a sphere of crackling purple energy in his hand. He plunges his sword into the ground, channeling his power for a decisive strike. The ground erupts in a bloody, violent surge of purple energy. An official announcement declares player number 32 has lost, leaving Choi Yul victorious on the ravaged battlefield. Contemplating his options, the horned demon lord considers disassembling the defeated pawn, but hesitates. He chooses to store him instead, causing a surprised Mayor Carlson to materialize. The horned demon lord states he cannot refuse his unit's earnest request, holding a glowing cube. Choi Yul denies making any request, but the demon lord reminds him he's accepting this deal at a loss. He brushes off the absorbed player's power, stating it's not what's truly important. The real goal, he reveals, was to ensure a piece of a key was consumed. Krasina recognizes the item, recalling his former master used it to break the game's rules. The horned demon lord confirms that the key is essentially a special cheat item. He then asks Choi Yul if he's okay with the consequences, leaving him confused. A tiny Krasina is suddenly overwhelmed by a flood of dungeon occurrence notifications. The team realizes the number of dungeons they have to conquer has just doubled. When asked about the situation, Choi Yul smiles confidently while holding the demonic book. He declares that while his citizens are sufficient, his new plan will ensure a more perfect victory. The horned demon lord needles him about the units that are still hostile, and Choi Yul concedes he hit a sore spot. The city pillar stands magnificent and isolated amidst the cosmic expanse. A magical observation card is used to spy on a player's information. The horned demon lord smirks, using his power to interfere with the observation attempt. The view glitches and distorts, though a golden gauntlet remains briefly visible. The golden gauntlet taps on a player's profile, making a selection. A system announcement rings out across the cosmos. A new turn has begun. A goblin reels back, its face crushed by a powerful blow. A scarred man apprehends a goblin, who taunts him, saying it's a shame for the human. The goblin escapes, warning that the man will have to catch all of them. Goblins swarm the city, stealing points and gear as a gray-haired woman watches their resources drain to zero. A goblin leader cackles, boasting that the poorly developed city is a perfect hiding spot for his kind. A determined man corners a target with his flashlight, announcing, "Caught you." Confronted by a man in a beanie, a small goblin with flight goggles asks, "Why?" A blonde warrior plants her foot on a defeated goblin's head, asking why they're so easy to find. The well-dressed man smirks at a cage full of goblins, sarcastically asking why they're so good at getting caught. Choi Yul smiles confidently while reading the glowing demonic book, a mysterious cube resting on the table. He recalls their smooth success. He and Krasina planned the missions, and the citizens executed them perfectly. After missions, player abilities were used to rebuild, with citizens cheerfully constructing a cornfield of grit. They also focused on collecting powerful cheat items, with Choi Yul examining one as tiny dragons perch on him. Meanwhile, the horned demon lord hunted city eaters to absorb their power and grow stronger. During joint missions, they visited other player territories, like the magical city of Bushin. A powerful city eater is violently annihilated, high above their city pillar. Exhausted and battered, Choi Yul admits the last enemy was incredibly strong as the horned demon lord looks on. During breaks, the citizens trained relentlessly, while the horned demon lord monitored their progress. As a result, the 8th city rapidly strengthened into an organized fortress with specialized districts. His units became so formidable that Choi Yul's detailed strategies were often deemed unnecessary. But as the horned demon lord praises his trustworthiness and peace settles, danger strikes when least expected. A system announcement declares their arrival at a dual square, catching Choi Yul by surprise. The new mission is to summon pawns and annihilate the opposing units in a battle for survival. The warrior in golden armor realizes the implications, while his scarred subordinate grimly notes that humans must kill each other. The horned woman steels herself for the fight, while her elderly companion sighs with weary resignation. A sinister man with platinum hair and dark energy grins wickedly, excited by the prospect of a deathmatch. He declares the mission is perfect for him, unleashing a torrent of draconic energy over his waiting troops. Choi Yul watches the new menacing player appear, his expression turning serious. The horned demon lord advises a cautious strategy, but Choi Yul refuses to simply stand by and watch others die. The horned demon lord chides him for his newfound morals, reminding him of his attitude before their contract. Choi Yul makes his decision, ordering his cavalry to charge and incapacitate the enemy citizens first. His specialized ninja-like forces dash forward, leading the assault with deadly speed. They are followed by a convoy of mobsters in vintage cars, who race into the fray with guns blazing. From above, the enemy city is suddenly bombarded by a massive beam of destructive energy. The horned demon lord holds up a glowing cube, noting with interest that the opposing pawns have formed an alliance. The enemy plays a legendary magic card, Wall of Stone, erecting a massive defensive barrier. The advancing army of cars is stopped cold by the impossibly large wall, their surprise evident. Frustrated and trapped, a subordinate kicks the wall as the horned demon lord asks what their plan is now. Realizing he has no other choice, Choi Yul resolves to eliminate the enemy players himself as quickly as possible. The horned demon lord smirks, revealing the cheat item and saying he knew Choi Yul would make that choice. A system announcement confirms the PvP duel has been accepted, teleporting the two to the battleground. "I'll play with you," the horned demon lord declares, his powerful summons materializing for battle. The two opponents face off high above the ravaged cityscape, preparing for a titanic clash. The lord's three summons display their attack cards: Magic Missile, Fireball, and Ice Shard. First, Choi Yul says, leaping into action to strike a massive insectoid creature. Shouting with resolve, he brings his sword down in a devastating explosion of power. He knows a drawn-out fight is a losing battle, and gathers his energy for a single, overwhelming strike. Gritting his teeth, he focuses his power, determined to eliminate one of his foes instantly. He swings his blade in a massive arc, but a sudden shock registers on his face mid-attack. The horned demon lord smiles, realizing their opponent's alliance is far from ordinary. To Choi Yul's horror, the three enemy summons fuse into one colossal, powerful monster. The fused monster's shield glows brightly, bracing to receive the incoming attack. Kook. A massive defensive blast erupts from the shield, completely engulfing Choi Yul in his attack. Defeated and bloodied, Choi Yul lies on the ground, staring up in shocked disbelief. Defeated on the ground, Choi Yul watches as a green-skinned warrior descends and shatters the colossal fused monster. The opposing multi-armed player recoils in shock as his summoned monsters are destroyed and his cards scatter. A new angelic summon appears high in the sky as a pillar of ice magic erupts from below. The remaining enemy summons are stunned by a brilliant flash of light. The angelic summon is struck by a powerful beam of holy light. Standing over the injured Choi Yul, the mysterious green warrior remarks on the surprising turn of events. The green-skinned swordsman, one of Choi Yul's own units, muses that his martial arts are equivalent to a player's force, just as Krasina predicted. The green swordsman clarifies that this equivalence even applies to an overlord's summoning abilities. The horned demon lord explains that an overlord's power still doesn't match that of a city eater or a player. The enemy's remaining summons are violently blown away by an unseen force. The horned demon lord notes the enemy player should have used possession to strengthen himself for a better strategy. As Choi Yul and the green swordsman stand ready, the horned demon lord asks what his pawn is thinking. On the ground, the great stone wall begins to crack as a soldier alerts his troops to prepare for battle. The warrior in golden armor is surprised by the development, while his soldier trembles beside him. He tells his subordinate to fall back if he's hesitant, acknowledging this fight is different from facing monsters. Trembling, the soldier tightens his grip on his crossbow and refuses to retreat. Backed by his comrades, the soldier declares he won't fall back alone. Crash! The wall shatters, and the enemy forces cheer as they prepare to charge through the breach. The enemy army surges forward, shouting for victory and the death of their opponents. The sinister man with platinum hair and dark energy eagerly declares the first kill will be his. The charging enemy mob suddenly halts, their cheers turning to confused silence. Panic spreads through the ranks as soldiers realize their comrades are retreating, screaming at them to move. The sinister man smirks amidst floating skulls, pleased that his proficiency is rising so well. As his victims beg for death, he tortures them with dark magic, enjoying their suffering. He sadistically refuses to kill them as a system notification confirms his accumulated evil propensity has triggered a change. With glowing eyes, he presents his tortured victims with a choice: kill themselves or kill each other. In the sky, the green swordsman's blade clashes with the spinning energy of the angelic summon. The swordsman, Jack, acknowledges that his opponent is as strong as he expected. He reflects that a life-and-death battle is more valuable than 1,000 years of training. With renewed resolve, Jack charges forward, eager to learn from the duel. A brilliant explosion of golden energy erupts as Jack narrowly evades another powerful attack. The angelic summon deploys a heroic elemental shield, strong against magic but weak against physical blows. Seizing the opportunity, Choi Yul leaps into the air, aiming a powerful strike at the summon from above. Multi-armed player desperately reaches for another magic card to counter the assault. The horned demon lord watches a massive magical explosion with a look of concern. He grimly notes that Jack can't last long as the swordsman is engulfed in destructive red energy. On the ground, he sees his units are also losing against the overwhelming forces of the third city. Despite the dire situation, the horned demon lord realizes Choi Yul seems to be stalling for time. With a determined gaze, the horned demon lord asks Choi Yul what he is waiting for. Emerging from a tunnel in the Great Wall, the mobster convoy finally joins the battle. A mob boss, Kim Jung-han, corners a terrified citizen from the enemy city. Kim Jung-han introduces himself and demands the man's surrender, who questions his mobster-like appearance. Kim Jung-han explains that their city's aesthetic simply reflects the taste of their player, the Godfather. He cruelly taunts the citizen, saying his lackluster city proves his player doesn't care if he dies. As he offers a painless death, the sinister platinum-haired man appears behind him, interrupting with a smirk. Ka-ah. The platinum-haired man impales Kim Jung-han, mockingly stating that he, however, likes pain. A close-up reveals his eye glowing with pure, bloodthirsty madness. System windows flood his vision, confirming he has obtained the points and items of his murdered victims. He laughs maniacally as his dark tendrils consume Kim Jung-han and the other mobsters. Coughing up blood, a surviving citizen asks in horror why their own allies are being attacked too. The sinister platinum-haired man cloaked in dark energy faces off against an unknown opponent. Whoosh! The horned woman unleashes a massive torrent of fire, screaming for the fighting to stop. Enraged, she demands to know if they are crazy, shouting that the people under attack are their allies. Grrr! The sinister man, his face now a draconic mask of pure evil, ignores her pleas. Creak. He lunges with terrifying speed as the woman wonders what has gotten into him. The system window announces his evil karma has reached its peak, triggering his transformation into a monstrous Gangchiori as he chokes in agony. Old man, evacuate the people, the horned woman commands, ordering a full retreat while urging someone to be careful. She grits her teeth in frustration, thinking they are already having a hard enough time as it is. Now a massive purple serpent, the newly transformed Gangchiori, taunts her, asking how she always manages to mess things up. The scene shifts, showing the massive stone wall still standing in the distance. The Gangchiori lunges toward the fiery horned woman, who braces for the monstrous assault. Thwack! The massive serpent smashes against the stone wall, narrowly missing the agile warrior. Two new players watch from the sidelines. One, Sengchul Don Koleo, questions why they broke their own wall, while the samurai, Miyamoto Kojiro, calls it a foolish move. Miyamoto Kojiro gathers green energy, confidently stating that no city should be so weak that it can't handle a simple dragon. As a colossal green beast materializes, the gang Chiori looks on with amusement, intrigued by the monster battle. "Show us who the king of monsters is." Miyamoto roars, laughing with maniacal glee. Kya kya kya. His beast sinks its teeth into the gang Chiori, drawing a massive spray of blood. In a shocking turn, Choi Yul appears, landing victoriously atop the subdued gang Chiori's head. Grr. The defeated gang Chiori admits it was struggling to time its transformation correctly. Choi Yul orders Hyeju, the horned woman, to return and guard the city. She worries about his injuries and his plan. He stands resolute, ready to face the creature's gaping maw alone. A blinding red light erupts from a magic circle forming inside the monster's mouth. Grinning wildly, Choi Yul announces he's about to recycle some old garbage, as Hyeju realizes his eyes have gone crazy. The horned demon lord watches with an amused smirk, urging him to hurry up with whatever he's planning. Multiple copies of Choi Yul appear in a flash of light, though the demon lord knows temporary measures won't last long. Choi Yul plunges his arm deep into the gang Chiori's throat. The horned demon lord smugly reveals 3 javelin cards, preparing to attack. The javelins are deflected by a golden shield protecting one of Choi Yul's clones. Turning away, the horned demon lord asks his unseen target, "Are you listening?" From inside the beast, Choi Yul unleashes a brutal barrage of punches. He gloats that it's a good thing the man became a gang Chiori, as it suits his plan better than a dragon. A flashback explains that obtaining a magic pearl turns one into an imugi, who becomes a dragon, or a gang Chiori based on their karma. Choi Yul reveals he was worried the man might reform and become a dragon. He mockingly thanks his foe for remaining trash from Earth to this world, as a sinister red silhouette of the man appears. Keek Choi Yul tears his way out of the monster's flesh as a system window for recruiting overlords appears, noting he has one of a possible 4. The system prompts him to form a contract with the gang Chiori, formerly Kang Saingguan, as he's enveloped in brilliant energy. With the contract complete, Choi Yul stands over the slain beast, facing the silent, stunned enemy forces. He grins menacingly, holding up the terrified, miniaturized forms of Miyamoto and Sangchul, asking if they're coming in. Elsewhere, the green swordsman, Jack, confronts a new, shadowy opponent hovering in the sky. The opponent, a massive insectoid monster, chides Jack for taking so long to arrive. The insectoid creature curls into a spinning ball of destructive purple energy. Trapped in a cage of thorny vines, Jack simply apologizes. Choi Yul is now wreathed in dark power, a purple draconic familiar swirling around him as his new contract manifests. An explanation details how players gain power and stats through leveling, equipment, and skills. The tutorial continues, showing various player builds, from extreme defense and magic to purely aesthetic sets. Choi Yul smirks, fully embracing his newfound power as the purple familiar coils around him. The familiar tightens its grip, its energy surging into him. He grits his teeth, straining against the overwhelming power he's just absorbed. He knows a single mistake could result in a penalty as severe as death. With a look of crazed determination, he declares his new high-risk, high-reward style. A system notification announces Choi Yul's new passive skill from possessing the gang Chiori. Incarnation of Self-Destruction is activated. A floating shield-like enemy is suddenly afflicted by a system alert, finding itself in a poisoned state. As purple energy binds the enemy, system windows confirm its HP will continuously fall, while the user's stats will rise with each new status effect. The horned demon lord watches the battle unfold, calmly observing the flow of power. Sangchul Don Kaleo is startled as the ghostly form of Miyamoto Kojiro appears before him. A disembodied hand holds a crystalline prison containing the miniaturized forms of the captured players. Choi Yul withstands his self-inflicted pain, knowing that the more abnormalities he suffers, the more his power will grow exponentially. Elsewhere, Jack battles the massive insectoid, a mythical rank encounter defined by high risk and high reward. Jack fiercely clashes his sword against the monster's wing-like appendage. A system window confirms a special combination poison has been created, coalescing around a hand with venomous claws. Kyuk Jack is sent flying as a massive red centipede monster slams into him. The green swordsman, Jack, looks up in shock at the new threat. The gang Chiori's potent poison ignores the opponent's tolerance, afflicting the red centipede. The special poison paralyzes the monster, reducing its reaction speed, attack power, and defense. A voice cries out, "Jack, above you!" as the swordsman looks up toward a brilliant flare in the sky. Jack tightens his grip on his ornate golden sword, preparing for the next assault. Jack surges with golden energy, readying a powerful counterattack. Watching from afar, Choi Yul shouts that the poison on the monster will wear off soon. Jack looks back in shock as Choi Yul reveals his gambit, adding, "And the poison on you too." Roaring in defiance, Jack unleashes his own power as a system window announces a temporary 2x boost to all his stats. The massive red centipede reels, still suffering from the effects of the poison. Wreathed in lightning, Jack charges forward, slicing through the centipede in a blur of motion. Panting and scarred, Jack smirks, relieved that he barely managed to save face. His relief is cut short as he suddenly coughs up blood. A system notification reveals the poison's draining effect has taken its toll, and Jack collapses. Lying defeated, Jack watches Choi Yul continue the fight against the insectoid monster in the distance. With grim determination, Choi Yul declares that only one player remains. The narrative explains the final enemy's barrier is strengthened by special shields that must be destroyed to stop its regeneration. Choi Yul resolves to destroy both the barrier and its shields in a single, overwhelming attack. As Choi Yul faces his foe, multiple system windows confirm he has fallen under more self-inflicted abnormalities, further boosting his stats. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Choi Yul realizes his current power level is still not enough. The horned demon lord senses the shift in battle. Watching Choi Yul's desperate gamble, he muses on Choi Yul's hypocrisy, suggesting safe strategies for others while taking all the risks himself. The demon lord wonders if Choi Yul's recklessness is driven by guilt or simply his human nature. Looking over the captured enemy citizens, the demon lord wishes Choi Yul could fight without hesitation. He laments that Choi Yul's human nature is deterring him from achieving his full, ruthless potential. A system window displays a long list of Choi Yul's current status abnormalities, which all contribute to his rising power. Choi Yul stands firm, facing the massive, swirling energy of the final enemy's defensive barrier. He acknowledges his weakened state, but knows the power gained from incarnation of self-destruction is far more significant. Gathering his dark energy, Choi Yul reaches out to touch the enemy's impenetrable shield. The shielded entity seems to shudder in surprise at his direct approach. "Don't move," Choi Yul commands, pressing his crackling hand against the barrier. With a crazed smile, he admits he can't see anything, embracing the blindness as part of his power. He unleashes a focused beam of destructive energy, piercing the core of the barrier from within. The enemy's ultimate defense shatters in a blinding explosion of light. The souls of the defeated enemy citizens seem to fade away. The horned demon lord examines the 3 stone tokens, representing the captured players. An official announcement declares victory as their city's monument stands triumphant. The purple draconic energy recedes from Choi Yul as a system window confirms the Gangchiori's possession is cleared. Jack approaches the battered Choi Yul, asking if he's okay. Choi Yul admits he's a mess, but will recover. Choi Yul thanks a goblin-like ally for the experience, casually offering him the sword Jupiter as a replacement. The goblin ally gladly accepts the legendary golden sword, admiring its power. An onlooker asks if the goblin is Choi Yul's new overlord. Choi Yul confirms he's a much-needed supporter. Choi Yul explains another reason for his actions was to create his familiar, Gangchiori. An explanation reveals that Gangchiori is an imugi that failed to become a dragon, and thus lacks a magic pearl. A gloved hand reaches down to pick up the abandoned magic pearl. The man in the trapper hat holds the pearl, realizing it will find a new imugi. He clenches his fist, a look of grim resolve on his face. Krasina, the horned demon lord, watches silently from afar with a pensive expression. Elsewhere, a man in a suit questions his companion's grim expression. 2 women observe the situation. One finds it strange, and the other asks why. Back on the battlefield, Choi Yul anxiously wonders why the mission hasn't concluded yet. A sudden system alert catches Krasina's attention, and he turns in surprise. An announcement declares a new player has intruded as magical energy floods the mission area. A stoic, blue-haired player in dark armor materializes from a pillar of light. Lying on the ground, Choi Yul looks up in shock at the powerful new arrival. Krasina smirks, recognizing the newcomer and remarking on their unexpectedly fast reunion. He identifies the intruder as the original owner of Pawn Number 8, his former god and old enemy. As a golden claw descends from above, Krasina frantically orders his forces to prepare for the new player. Choi Yul watches in confusion, wondering why Krasina seems to be rushing their plan. Krasina desperately prepares a counter, knowing a single mistake means they lose everything. A system window denies their request for PvP, halting Krasina's attack and infuriating him. The Sanctuary rule forbids PvP, while Absolute Seal binds Krasina in magical golden chains, neutralizing him completely. Powerless, Krasina analyzes the newcomer's abilities, noting his incredible movement and speed. He grimly realizes the previous enemies were just bait used to scout their techniques. Seeing no other choice, Choi Yul and his goblin ally agree on their next course of action. They resolve that the only path forward is through bloodshed as two energies clash. Still bound, Krasina observes as the new player uses item cards to assess the situation. Krasina notes the player's thoroughness, using cards just to confirm if a pawn has truly fallen. The new player realizes they've been detected sooner than expected and are not fully prepared. He reluctantly considers that he may have to abandon the entire city, Pawn Number 8. The goblin ally yells a new strategy to Choi Yul, who agrees as they charge forward together. A thought reveals that while a certain powerful weapon is for players or city eaters, that rule doesn't matter. Choi Yul declares he has the qualifications, summoning a massive, glowing red axe. He commands a strange, sentient book to organize the enemy citizens by level. Focusing on the book, he prepares to target their strongest combatant. His eyes widen in shock as he discovers something completely unexpected. Far below, small groups of fighters move strategically through the city streets. A man in a winged helmet leads his troops cautiously around a building corner. Suddenly, the winged helmet man and his soldiers are riddled with a surprise volley of arrows. He realizes with dawning horror that their movements are being perfectly predicted. Worse, they're being outmaneuvered in their own city by an army of one-eyed archers. A warrior summons the mythical one-handed sword, Heimosu, which glows with divine power. An aura neutralizes the powers of a large, burly warrior, rendering his godlike abilities useless. His companion, Choi Dushik, smirks and compliments the enemy's item before lunging to attack. With his divine sword, Choi Dushik carves a path through the one-eyed soldiers. He's quickly surrounded, wondering if the enemies are somehow sharing items amongst themselves. An explosion erupts nearby as an ally shouts Choi Dushik's name in alarm. Beaten, Choi Dushik notes the enemy's precise, efficient, and unhesitating movements. He kneels in defeat, realizing with dread that all the citizens are fighting as a single, unified entity. A tattooed man and his dark-haired companion are surrounded by a menacing legion of masked, purple-robed soldiers. Enraged, the tattooed man with glowing eyes identifies himself as a cop, demanding to know why he was attacked. The tattooed man suggests a tactical retreat, but his companion doubts their enemies will simply let them leave. The masked soldiers advance in unison, their swords glinting as they prepare to strike. "They're coming!" the tattooed man shouts as he and his partner brace for the inevitable clash. Suddenly, a vortex of swirling green energy envelops the entire street, trapping everyone within. The tattooed man recognizes the ominous power as Imugi's poison, confused about who could be wielding it. A hooded ally creates a safe path through the poison, urging the two men to follow him to safety. Straining to maintain the spell, the hooded rescuer desperately tells them to hurry before his power fails. Elsewhere, a fierce woman with fiery hair unleashes a blazing assault with her massive halberd. She lands a brutal, fiery strike on a cloaked man, sending a spray of blood into the air. The cloaked man grits his teeth in frustration, unable to dodge her slow attacks or land any of his own. He realizes this isn't a simple matter of his opponent predicting his moves. A dreadful certainty dawns on him. It's as if he's a puppet, moving exactly as his enemies desire. Refusing to give up, the fiery woman prepares to use a legendary elixir to heal herself completely. Before she can, a colossal fiery dragon emerges from the battlefield. unleashing a devastating breath attack. The world is consumed by a cataclysmic explosion of raw, destructive energy. In the aftermath, the fiery woman stares in shock as a lone figure walks out of the inferno unharmed. She cries out in disbelief as she recognizes the survivor, Choi, Yul. The fiery woman, Hyeju, rushes to his side, but he calmly instructs her to leave the fight and protect the city. Hyeju is stunned by the order, but her master, the Horned Demon Lord, appears and tells her to obey. The Demon Lord assures Hyeju he will assist Choi Yul, ordering her to focus on protecting the humans. Accepting her duty, Hyeju turns and dashes away from the battlefield at full speed. As she leaves, she reflects on the palpable tension between Choi Yul and her master, feeling she shouldn't interfere. She tries to brush off her concern with a faint smile, hoping she's just misreading the situation. Choi Yul and the Horned Demon Lord stand side by side, preparing to face their true opponent. A man in a fur-collared cloak appears from the light, mockingly asking why he isn't being greeted warmly. With a steely gaze, he addresses Choi Yul with a single, loaded word: brother. Choi Yul smiles with genuine relief, expressing his happiness that his brother appears to be healthy. Attempting a peaceful resolution, Choi Yul places a hand on his brother's shoulder, insisting they don't need to fight. His brother scoffs, accusing Choi Yul of trying to break the game and return to their original world. With cold certainty, he looks into Choi Yul's eyes and declares that his plan is doomed to fail. Hovering above the city, the brother issues a chilling ultimatum. To succeed, Choi Yul must defeat him, something he's never done. Unleashing a wave of killing intent, the brother orders the Demon Lord aside as the purple familiar lunges to protect Choi Yul. Both the purple familiar and the spirit of the Demon Lord phase into existence, shielding Choi Yul from the attack. In a blur of motion, the brother closes the distance instantly, appearing right before a startled Choi Yul. The brother drives his sword through Choi Yul's back in a vicious, unexpected strike. Leaning in, he calmly tells his sibling, "It's okay, Yul, just be dead for a bit." The blood-soaked blade is shown piercing clean through Choi Yul's torso. A poignant flashback reveals the two brothers as young boys in a hospital, playing Go while their parents watch over them. The scene snaps back to the present, focusing on the brutal reality of the bloodied sword. As the brother tries to finish his move, he stops short. Choi Yul grabs his brother's arm, interrupting him mid-sentence to deliver a counter-threat of his own. With stunning speed, Choi Yul turns the tables, plunging his own blade into his brother's collar. Kyok! Choi Yul grunts, his hand glowing as he intercepts another attack. A massive, ornate golden sword, crackling with lightning, materializes to block the strike. A figure wreathed in golden electricity reveals himself. It's Jack, back in the fight. Choi Yul's brother remains stoic, watching as his fallen soldiers are neutralized by blue magical traps. He stands calmly as system windows confirm his skills, magic trap, and dispel magic. Looking down at the kneeling Choi Yul, he smirks, confirming his suspicions. "I knew it. I can see it all." A weary Choi Yul remarks that it's been a while since their last encounter. In a flashback, a younger Choi Yun smirks amidst a fiery battle, finishing the thought that it's been a while since they've played like this. In another time, a doctor informs two concerned adults that both boys' bodies cannot keep up with the strain. In a hospital room, a smiling young Yul confirms the doctor's assessment, sitting across from a bandaged boy. The doctor explains that unlike the other boy, Yul's body has adapted to the immense strain. A quiet moment shows young Yul sitting alone, lost in thought. It's revealed that Yul constantly analyzes and predicts everything, deliberately overworking his brain to handicap his own performance. For someone like him, the narration concludes, a constantly changing environment provides the best form of therapy. The true problem is identified as the other boy, Yeon, who shockingly has no interest in the world. The doctor determines they need to find a powerful stimulus to force Yeon's brain to engage. Back in the hospital, Yeon tells Yul that he has, in fact, found something that interests him. The two boys are shown in their room, surrounded by various strategy games like Go and chess. The scene snaps back to the present, where Choi Yeon's golden familiar looms over his set of cards. A smirking Krasina realizes Choi Yeon had a reason for discarding Choi Yul, his former best unit. As Choi Yan stands over the defeated Choi Yul, Krasina observes that he now possesses a unit with far better compatibility. Choi Yul desperately tells Choi Yan they need to escape, but Yan coldly replies there is no way out. Panicked, Choi Yul begs his former friend to use a cheat and not abandon him to their fate. Still bound by golden chains, Krasina watches the tense exchange unfold. Choi Yul pleads with Choi Yan, who calmly states that he has reconsidered his options and changed his mind. Choi Yan confirms with chilling certainty that there is truly no escape from this place. Krasina laments that if he had his overlord's power, the Dimension Disconnection card could have defeated Choi Yan. With regret, Choi Yul apologizes as his summoned allies begin to fade away. A flashback shows a blue-caped warrior charging into battle against multiple shadowy figures. The warrior clashes intensely with a red-haired opponent in a blur of motion. A thought from the past reveals that having the Overlord's powers wouldn't have changed the outcome. The blue-caped warrior unleashes a massive beam of energy, obliterating his foes. Woo! Surrounded by his victorious comrades, the warrior stands as their triumphant leader. Back in the present, Krasina skeptically asks Choi Yul what his plan is now. Bloodied but defiant, Choi Yul states there's an old method from Earth for situations like this. As a system window counts down to 0, Krasina watches with a flicker of interest. A cut-off backdoor card is played, nullifying any escape attempts from the enemy piece. Krasina's eyes glow red as he gives a sinister, approving smirk. The legendary magic card Armageddon is unleashed, promising to bring great destruction upon all cities. Choi Yan looks up in shock as fiery explosions rain down upon his forces. The city is completely engulfed by the apocalyptic power of the Armageddon spell. A silent army of robed figures bears witness to the widespread devastation. Choi Yan's golden familiar continues to manipulate cards, orchestrating the chaos. Krasina admits he knew the attack wouldn't be enough, but hints that he has another move to make. Revealing his own aggressive unit, Krasina manifests powerful red energy constructs. His constructs fiercely assault a golden prison, attempting to shatter it. Holding a blue card, Choi Yul declares this is how you turn the tables in an unfair game. Choi Yan stands calmly amidst the destruction as Choi Yul's card flies toward the battlefield. Choi Yan's golden familiar pauses its actions, reacting to the new development. Krasina observes that Choi Yan has always been a player who strictly calculates every move. He muses on the calculations Choi Yan must be making now about gains, losses, and the final outcome. Holding his sword, Choi Yan seems annoyed at himself for contemplating such a trivial matter. As an energy blast erupts, he dismisses his hesitation as the mere growing pains of a low-level unit. Choi Yan's eyes widen as Krasina offers the one-word solution he was looking for, a cheat. The Great Escape card appears, offering a way out at the cost of all mission rewards. Wreathed in a powerful blue aura, Choi Yan finds this new, unexpected option very interesting. Amidst a desolate wasteland, Choi Yul charges forward with renewed purpose. Panting, he expresses his relief that the unpredictable Choi Yan isn't in charge of their next move. Thwack! Suddenly, a brilliant red shard impales him through the chest. The impact shatters his armor as the attack tears through him. Crystalline red energy fragments linger in the air where he was struck. High above, Krasina calmly orchestrates the assault on the city below. He summons 2 massive energy constructs that plummet toward the ground. The monstrous constructs smash into the city, shaking its very foundations. Battered and breathless, Choi Yul lies in a newly formed crater. He groans in pain as a system window prompts him to recover. A wave of healing energy washes over him as he lies on the rubble. Recovering, he looks up, admitting he wasn't expecting that attack. Krasina stands over him, questioning his ability to handle the situation, but Choi Yul defiantly turns the question back on him. The two stand together in a moment of silent, mutual understanding. As a strange beam rises from the city, they agree their plan requires major changes. A magic card for emergency disaster evacuation appears, offering a way to save the citizens. A bunker hatch materializes, but a rule states it cannot save everyone if full. Citizens frantically scramble down ladders into the emergency shelter. Krasina notes that only 70% of the units survived, a loss that shocks Choi Yul. Observing the newly arrived enemy commander and his forces, Choi Yul recognizes the city now belongs to Choi Yeon. Choi Yul realizes he must repair the city, but Krasina cryptically reveals he already knows his plan. Krasina astutely deduces Yul's plan to strengthen the city, earning a knowing smirk from Choi Yul. Krasina confirms that such a move is, of course, within the rules of the game. He presents the sentient book to Choi Yul, who looks on in shock. A massive stone pillar, marked with the number 08, materializes from the clouds. Choi Yul is baffled by a map summon during what should be an intermission. He stares in awe at a vast floating realm, wondering if this is going too far. Krasina smugly explains this is a special mission that players can only enter once. He introduces the new stage, the open world known as the Leftover World. The scene shifts to a serene forest where a glowing blue monument stands. Pow, an orc-like monster, is struck down by a powerful blow. The winged knight stands victorious over the fallen creature, declaring the area clear. Identifying a field of sally flowers, a magic rank material, he calls for a harvest team. Two gatherers quickly begin harvesting the valuable pink flowers. The winged knight reflects on the amazing opportunity this resource-rich map provides for farming points and items. The scene shows the pillar, now imprisoned within a large steel cage. The winged knight watches a crowd of citizens with a grim expression. He explains the harsh reality. Any citizens outside the city upon departure will be left behind forever. A blue-haired woman in ornate armor watches solemnly as people begin to leave, accepting the inevitable. Her hooded companion notes that after Choi Yul's crushing defeat, it's no surprise that people are fleeing in fear. The blue-haired woman remains silent, her expression unreadable. The scene shifts to a derelict building, the Western Police Station. Inside, a man at a desk piled high with paperwork hums thoughtfully. A forum shows that it's been 4 days, with numerous guides posted by Choi Yul. The man notes that while the guides keep coming, Choi Yul himself is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Choi Yul frantically works on countless strategies, pinning them to a wall. He collapses in anguish, screaming that after over 753,000 simulated rounds, he has lost every single time. Krasina appears, confirming that a straightforward approach is impossible. The Demon Lord warns Choi Yul not to make him doubt his decision to choose him. Lying exhausted, Choi Yul calmly reminds him they aren't short on time, as 100 years here is just a single turn. Krasina tells the exhausted Choi Yul that, in this space, he could even spend an eternity. Lying defeated, Choi Yul reasons that this world exists for one of two purposes. The first purpose is to upgrade powerful units like the 17th player. The second, more sinister purpose is to cull players who have lost their will to fight. The city is now a lone island in a vast, desolate landscape. Standing beside Krasina, Choi Yul quietly contemplates their strange new reality. Deciding on a new course, Choi Yul declares he's putting Operation Choi Yeon on hold, piquing Krasina's interest. Since a fair fight is impossible, he concludes he must stack the deck in his favor, imagining himself cheating at chess against his rival. His new strategy is simple: learn everything about this game and all of its players. Krasina smirks, asking if Choi Yul truly intends to beat Choi Yeon by analyzing all the data. Confidently stating it's not difficult, Krasina snaps his fingers, summoning a burst of power that startles Choi Yul. Choi Yul questions Krasina's sudden obedience, who replies that he's merely curious to see how far his new pawn can go. Krasina cryptically adds that Choi Yul's failure doesn't guarantee his own, making Yul realize the Demon Lord has a separate escape plan. A swirling vortex of cosmic energy manifests before them. Choi Yul stares in shock at the incredible display of power. An isolated block of ocean, containing a single small whale, floats in the void. A miniature city block appears, erupting in a tiny, contained fire. Krasina explains this is simply a world that has been absorbed and repurposed as part of the game. It is the cruel fate, he says, of any world that becomes food for the game. A grim understanding dawns on Choi Yul. Win or lose, you become part of the game itself. In another time, Choi Yeon stands in the ruins of a city, holding the sentient book. He recalls facing the demon king of greed, Krishna, one of the most powerful monsters he has ever slain. Standing over the dead, he remembers that Krishna was using the power of a player. His eyes glow with a dawning, terrifying realization. A wave of power erupts from Choi Yan, engulfing the burning city. System announcements confirm he has cleared the mission and obtained the pawns of the slain player, forcing him to decide their fate. The ruined cityscape crumbles into dust. A system message states the pawns have been dismantled to repair his own units, and the city begins to reform with light. From the light, a powerful golden gauntlet takes shape. Ding! The system begins searching for the next target. Pawn 08. High atop a modern tower, a beacon activates, signaling its location. A broadcast screen flickers to life, showing a surprised Choi Yul who asks if his plan worked. With a deep breath and an awkward bow, Choi Yul formally introduces himself to his unseen audience. An armored commander informs his people that their hard work over the past 3 months is paying off. He reports that the city is nearly repaired while 2 of his associates listen, one of them munching on a snack. From a small outpost, a man watches the broadcast as Choi Yul explains he's reaching out to those who fled the city. Choi Yul announces he will reveal the truth about the game, the players, and the plans he has made. In an empty stadium, Krasina sips tea, listening silently to Choi Yul's address. A man warns a hooded woman that the plan is reckless, and staying behind would be far safer. Choi Yul admits the plan is dangerous, but promises his reasons will soon become clear. Taking center stage, he declares that he will now begin his explanation. Elsewhere, Krasina ponders the nature of gods and demons. He dismisses the idea of absolute good or evil as mere illusions, asking Choi Yul for his opinion. Krasina philosophizes that wishing for a perfect being is a futile and illogical desire. He explains that a perfect being, without needs or desires, would have no reason to act or even exist. The Demon Lord smiles, concluding that it is the world's imperfection that creates a necessary ecosystem of mutual need and discovery. A simple golden emblem with a smiling face glows in the darkness. As a crowd listens intently, a narrator explains that intellectual life is prey, and the game is just meal preparation to improve its quality. When Choi Yul asks, why a game? Krasina explains it's the most natural form of entertainment for intellectual life to create and adapt to. He concludes that games are the perfect medium for maximizing the abilities and emotions of intelligent beings. Krasina explains the grim reality. Intellectual life instinctively strives for goals, but is ultimately destined to be absorbed by the game. He continues, revealing the game's true identity is a cycle of consuming worlds and seeking new intellectual life to devour. The blue-haired woman recoils in dawning horror at the terrible revelation. Choi Yul confirms their horrifying situation to a confused Hyeju. They're being targeted by a planet-eating monster, though he is not sure if the game is truly alive. The winged knight, Jaeyong, realizes that even winning means Earth will be disassembled and turned into a map, shocking Hyeju. A crowd of citizens murmurs anxiously, trying to process the devastating truth. The man from the police station watches the broadcast and asks what role the players have in this cruel system. Krasina smirks, stepping forward and confidently offering to explain everything. He reveals that players are former units who grew powerful enough to disrupt the game's balance. To manage them, the game grants these powerful beings a special role. That role is to intervene and improve the quality of the units, defining what it means to be a player. Overwhelmed by the information, Hyeju struggles to keep up, but confirms she understands the basics and asks for the plan. Taking a deep breath, Choi Yul prepares to unveil his strategy. He declares his grand plan, to use the game's own power to restore all worlds and then destroy the game itself, stunning his allies. Standing alone in the empty stadium, Choi Yul states there are only 2 choices when facing a predator like the game. He presents the 2 options, coexist peacefully or fight to the death. He dismisses the idea of coexisting with the game, seeing it as being haunted by its countless victims. With a defiant smirk, he declares he's far too angry to ever choose coexistence. His followers stand together in the rebuilt city, looking toward their future. Choi Yul asks the citizens if they will stay in the city and join the fight to destroy the game. In a surprising act of devotion, people gather around a memorial portrait of Choi Yul. As they sit atop a building, Choi Yul tells Krasina he has a question. He asks if Krasina was once a player and the Demon Lord quietly confirms it. Krasina elaborates, revealing he was once a player, a demon king, and a unit, just like Choi Yul. He explains that he sought power beyond a player's scope and was defeated by player number 99, who adhered to the game's rules. His punishment was to have his power sealed and be used as a demon king, prompting Choi Yul to ask what he truly desired. Krasina cryptically replies that he will find out when his seal is released, much to Choi Yul's annoyance. Choi Yul reaffirms their alliance until the game is destroyed, telling Krasina to cut the ominous laughter. A car speeds through the desolate streets of the city. A glowing red crystal, a beacon of some kind, floats above a tall tower. Choi Yul walks through a room, the walls lined with towering stacks of books and documents. He strides purposefully toward a large set of doors at the end of the hall. Entering a meeting room, Choi Yul asks his gathered commanders for a status report. A man in a tactical vest reports that so far everything is proceeding without any problems. A powerful, red-hooded unit effortlessly carries construction materials, helping to build new homes for citizens. Elsewhere, a fiery warrior clashes fiercely with a swordsman in a wide-brimmed hat. Citizens discuss their options, acknowledging that the decision to stay or fight is a difficult one. Choi Yul watches a new, powerful-looking figure, knowing the citizens are hesitating after witnessing such absolute power. He decides their best course of action is to focus on improving each person's capabilities. He clarifies that their goal is not to beat player number 99, but to reach the finish line first. Ha ha ha. He then jokes that he can't beat Yeon, so he's leaving it up to them. His commanders sigh in unison, comically wondering if they should just stay in the land of abandon. Krasina gazes into the cosmos, a new thought dawning on him. He muses that while player number 99 is his old nemesis, he finds himself strangely more concerned about the unit Choi Yeon. Lost in thought, he wonders why Choi Yeon has captured his attention. The cosmic architecture of the game world comes into view, a system of floating platforms and paths. Mysterious, silent figures in purple robes stand guard. An entire army of the purple-robed, staff-wielding guardians assembles in perfect formation. A lone, dark figure stands ominously atop a massive white structure. In another time, Choi Yeon looks over the destruction, realizing the truth with grim certainty. It was a glitch in the system. In a flashback, a narrator explains that all games have unexpected errors even developers can't account for. It's revealed that Krasina not only found these system errors, but was actively exploiting them. The scene shows Choi Yeon surrounded by floating game items, poised to manipulate the system. By combining specific items and skills with perfect timing, it's possible to trigger game-breaking glitches. Choi Yeon calmly gazes at a massive, pink, glitch-like rift he has created in the fabric of the game world. A colossal golden hand begins to materialize from the cosmic void. The sharp, armored fingers of the golden hand flex with immense power. Choi Yeon's silhouette stands before the enormous hand, questioning if this is the ultimate result of his actions. As Choi Yeon beholds the golden throne, Krasina, with glowing red eyes, smirks from another perspective, finding the sight deeply familiar. The golden hand closes around Choi Yeon's silhouette as red data cards scatter. In a flash of memory, Krasina parries a powerful blow from a warrior in glowing blue armor. Krasina's past self is completely enveloped by the immense power of the golden hand. His eyes glow with pink, corrupted data as he remains silent, processing the overwhelming experience. He begins to understand the true nature of the system, units, players, and intellectual life. The realization culminates with a single, final piece of the puzzle, the game itself. He stands defiantly atop the game's smiling emblem, having grasped its full, terrible scope. Krasina, holding a golden mask, tells Choi Yul that they are fundamentally the same. Looking down at Choi Yul, Krasina makes a simple, powerful offer. Choose me. Choi Yul is startled as a powerful new presence makes itself known. As a golden, armored figure descends, Choi Yul wonders if this is the game's response to their pact. Choi Yul watches in shock as his own hand transforms into a golden, clawed gauntlet. Fiery golden armor begins to form around his body, piece by piece. Now fully clad in the radiant armor, the newly formed being seems bewildered by its own power. Choi Yul looks up at a brilliant star, contemplating his sudden transformation in silence. Krasina senses Choi Yul's intent, noting that he seems to want to confirm something. With dice and cards swirling around him, Krasina declares a challenge to see who is more suitable as a player. 200 years later, a rugged, scarred man with a beard stands holding a trident with a fish on it. The scarred man looks forward with grim determination, vowing to try one more time. Krasina calmly manipulates pink energy, activating a powerful ability. The scarred man's body regresses, growing younger until he declares, this is his fourth regression. Ooh! The man from the wheelchair and his companions watch in amazement, as their regressed comrade's body is rewound in time. Back in the present, Choi Yul's team celebrates their return to the city, with the women checking their appearances. Krasina explains they must maintain the old city's state to preserve their will to protect it. He chuckles, admitting that this sentiment has no real substance to it. The now younger regressed man finds his beardless face strange and asks if 200 years passing means they missed 2 turns. Krasina advises they stay for one more turn, warning that missing a third would be a crippling loss. The regressed man confidently reassures him that the wait will be worth it. A stone marker bearing a griffin symbol appears, signaling the start of a new round. A massive pillar with the number 08 rises from the clouds, marking their position on the board. An announcement declares a new turn, as Krasina prepares to throw the dice. 3 hero rank movement skills appear before dice are rolled over a miniature city. The regressed man explains that just grinding rewards is pointless and will only widen Choi Yul's lead. He reveals their strategy: reach the goal swiftly, as a speedrun needs a 3-turn power-up. Their city's pillar is shown on a game path, moving toward its next destination. A red flag waves triumphantly atop a small hill, signifying a captured point. The next mission is announced as a 1 versus 1 against a randomly summoned pawn from an industrial city. The opponent's towering industrial city rises menacingly from the clouds. Mayor Sanchez Miguel, the swordsman in the wide-brimmed hat, proudly declares their city is beautiful thanks to a city cannon blueprint. Their city is fortified with towering, ornately decorated cannon batteries. The opposing team gazes at the distant tower of their next opponent. The city's new tower stands as a testament to its reconstruction with high-grade materials and a citywide protective barrier. The narrator declares that this level of defense makes the city incredibly difficult to destroy. Their forces are now equipped with hero-rank weapons, like the K2 Peregrine Falcon, which fires various magical projectiles. The armored commander proudly states that since they can now produce their own hero-ranked gear, the city's military power has soared. Elsewhere, the swordsman in the wide-brimmed hat and his mustached companion look up with uneasy expressions. They watch a massive flock of birds swarm the sky, with the swordsman wondering what they are. Choi Yul explains their good fortune, revealing they were lucky to get that map for this randomly combined world. A squadron of warriors riding giant griffins, led by a white-haired woman, descends upon their target thanks to a treasure-finding map. Kayak! The swordsman in the wide-brimmed hat screams in terror as the riders attack. Moments later, he stands battered and bruised, his defiance gone. The white-haired rider scoffs at his foolishness, deciding to capture the flag and return to her city. With a defiant glare, the bruised swordsman warns that they're all finished once his player starts to move. A vision of his player's overwhelming destructive power flashes before them. The player is revealed to be a fearsome, red-eyed demonic silhouette. The white-haired rider mockingly asks about his player, causing the swordsman and his friend to immediately drop their bravado and apologize. Back with his team, Choi Yul smiles, admitting he still needs to adjust to his new abilities. As Krasina appears beside him, radiating power, Choi Yul prepares for their next phase. Choi Yul and Krasina stand together against a cosmic backdrop, ready for what's next. Krasina reveals a second wind card, giving up their intermission to roll again, though the next mission's rewards will be halved. On the game board, one of the numbered pedestals activates, signaling their next move. Ding! The system announces that second wind is active and instructs them to roll the dice one more time. A new map appears before them, a modern city district floating in a void. A system window highlights a massive, golden armored hand. The hand belongs to a colossal, divine-looking entity radiating immense, fiery power. A lone, dark figure stands silently before the gigantic golden being. The figure is revealed to be Choi Yul, now clad in magnificent black armor, standing before a golden, throne-like structure. Choi Yan looks onward, his expression calm and determined. He sits upon his newly formed throne of golden light, his journey complete. The game board materializes one last time, a smiling face at its center above the word end, signifying Choi Yan's victory.